Chapter 1665. When Xiaoqun woke up again, it was already daybreak. He slowly opened his eyes and discovered that he was in a pile of rubble. Sitting up with some difficulty, Xiaoqun felt as if he had just woken up. His head was heavy and he felt extremely uncomfortable. He felt waves of discomfort all over his body, as if his bones were broken and then reassembled. Slapping his head hard, Xiaoqun closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths, finally recovering some of his energy. When he opened his eyes once more, he saw a huge face right in front of him. He could even feel the other party's breath, giving him a huge fright. Ignoring the soreness in his body, he stood up immediately. Hee, Martial Uncle, wake up. Looks like Master was right. Don't touch you. You'll wake up after daybreak. Ling Yu said with a smile as he stood up. His complexion was red and his aura was stable. Even his true essence had become much more stable. Xiaoqun understood. The other party must have absorbed the life juice source last night. In one night he seemed to have undergone a complete transformation. Furthermore, this was his first time using this golden life juice source. He had a great desolate Ian bloodline, and this was his first time using the golden life juice source. The effect was surprisingly good. In just one night, everyone's eyes lit up. If Xiaoqun had a few more days to completely absorb and refine the life juice source in his body, his strength would definitely improve further, and his combat prowess would increase significantly. This was what it meant to be a genius disciple. With just a little bit of luck, they would be able to bring out 10 times, 100 times more effect than ordinary disciples. Xiaoqun collected his thoughts and looked at the rubble. He asked, "What happened before I fainted?" Ling Yu shook his head and said, "I don't know. I was patrolling for you. Then I heard a loud sound and the cultivation room was completely destroyed. A terrifying dragon roar rang out. Fortunately, Master made a move and completely suppressed this shocking phenomenon. Otherwise, everyone in the sect will be alerted. I owe my senior brother another favor." Xiaoqun felt a burst of warmth in his heart. He knew very well the terrifying consequences of exposing the Blue Dragon bloodline in advance. That was much scarier than the Black Lotus Church. However, Xiaoqun was also quite curious about what had happened at the last moment. He had originally thought that he was definitely going to die. After he woke up, his main consciousness would definitely be erased. However, looking at the situation, it seemed that something was wrong. He was still alive and well. His limbs had not changed, his body had not changed, his thoughts were still there, his soul seemed to have become stronger. "Martial Uncle, did you succeed?" Ling Yu asked excitedly. Xiaoqun really wanted to see what would happen after his martial uncle's great desolate Ian bloodline was unleashed. Right, let's not worry about that for now. Let's see if the bloodline activation is successful or not. Xiaoqun sank into his thoughts. He also wanted to know the results of his efforts this time. With a thought, his black eyes instantly turned a resplendent gold. Its entire body gave off a deep azure light, and its aura was ancient and distant. It was unknown how long it had existed. A powerful desolation chi spread out from Xiaoqun's body. In the next moment, his golden eyes turned into azure dragon eyes. In the depths of his pupils, there was an extremely resplendent scarlet light. Strange, mysterious, aloof, arrogant, tyrannical, powerful. Xiaoqun was affected by an irascible emotion. His entire body was filled with power, and he felt that human lives were as worthless as grass, and he viewed the common people as ants. The world is vast, the universe is vast, but there is nothing worth pursuing. Endless loneliness and solitude lingered in my heart. I only dared to ask what in the world could make me look straight at it. Ling Yu, who was at the side, regretted it the moment Xiaoqun activated his bloodline. He was already prepared to activate his Star Rock bloodline the moment Xiaoqun activated his bloodline. However, before Xiaoqun he still felt waves of pressure, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Even speaking was extremely difficult. Fortunately, Xiaoqun's state only lasted for a moment before it quietly dissipated. Returning to his original state, Xiaoqun felt a sense of unreality. At that moment, it was as if he had become a different person. Although his thoughts were clear and all his actions were under his control. However, many thoughts appeared in his mind uncontrollably, difficult to suppress. Was this the true portrayal of the ancient blue dragon? Although the sky was vast, the opponents that could make the blue dragon look straight at were 1 in 10,000. Xiaoqun felt some lingering fear. Such a state of mind was unacceptable. If Xiaoqun charged up and sought trouble with a Cloud Sea cultivator with such a state of mind, he would be humiliated if he got taught a lesson. "Martial Uncle, your bloodline is really too horrifying," Ling Yu said with lingering fear in his heart. However, the stronger the bloodline, the greater the burden after using it. Martial uncle, it is best that you use it sparingly. Bang. Before Ling Yu finished speaking, Xiao Chen's body fell backward without any warning. Once again Xiao Chen fainted. Martial uncle, I'm not done yet. Ling Yu smiled bitterly, feeling extremely helpless. This time Xiao Chen slept for 3 days. 3 days later he opened his eyes. All the discomfort he felt vanished. He felt refreshed and his entire body felt incredibly comfortable. During these 3 days, Xiao Chen's body had completely adapted to the new body brought about by the dragonification of his bones. Even he had no idea that the day his body transformed into a dragon, his life force and physique had improved by another level without him realizing it. Ao Jiao, how many days did I sleep for? Xiao Chen asked after washing up. No more no less. Just 3 days, Ao Jiao answered honestly. Oh. Xiao Chen left and went to the courtyard alone. Then he sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. Xiao Chen sensed the changes in his body and was surprised to discover that his vital qi had increased to 4 cauldron force. Strange, Xiao Chen muttered to himself. Then he opened his eyes, and the various scenes of his dragonification appeared in his mind. Xiao Chen simply could not figure out what pulled him back from the gates of hell. He clearly felt that the ancient spirit had already completely occupied his physical body. If I have time, I have to ask senior brother. Yi Zifeng, who had been paying attention to the entire process, should know more than Ling Yu. However, Yi Zifeng's condition was definitely not good right now, so it was not good to disturb him. Martial uncle Ling Yu, things are bad. Things are bad. Just at this moment, an anxious figure came from outside the door. A figure rushed in a fluster, charging in without greeting Ling Yu. That was a young Purple Flame sect disciple dressed in gray. His cultivation was not low, even slightly higher than Ling Yu's. However, at this moment, he appeared flustered and anxious. The instant the gray-clad disciple entered, he saw Xiao Chen and was stunned for a moment. Who are you? Why are you in Martial Uncle's courtyard? Why are you in such a flustered state? Speak properly. He is my Martial Uncle. Just at this moment, Ling Yu, who walked out of the side room, spoke with a sullen expression, acting like an old man. Xiao Chen felt slightly stunned. At this moment, Ling Yu's expression and aura returned to when Xiao Chen first met him in the pirate hall. Ling Yu radiated sharpness and unconcealable pride appeared on his face. His powerful aura made it so that no one dared to look down on him. Martial Uncle's Martial Uncle? How should I address him? Martial Grand Uncle? However, how could there be a half-step primal core Martial Grand Uncle in the Purple Flame sect? The situation immediately turned chaotic. What are you waiting for? What's the matter? Quickly say it. The gray-clad disciple recovered his wits and quickly said, Martial Uncle, the Divine Firmament sect's Little Thunder Saber Feng Yu is charging over again with their core disciples. Senior Brother Lu, Senior Brother Lan, and the others have all been defeated. Now, only Senior Sister Bai is left bitterly holding on. Damn. It's that bastard again. His 7 purple thunder strikes must have improved again. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Seeing Ling Yu get angry, the gray-clad disciple whispered, Martial Uncle instructed me to enter closed-door cultivation and not to disturb him. The senior brothers and senior sisters just want to hold on for a while. There's no need to trouble Martial Uncle. Ling Yu's face sank. Indeed, he had instructed them to absorb and refine the life juice source for the past few days and not to be disturbed. Never mind. I got muddle-headed. Bring me there now. Don't go overboard with this group of bastards. Heavy worry appeared on Ling Yu's face. Without waiting for Xiao Chen to say anything, he rushed over. Xiao Chen heard everything from start to finish, finding it strange and not understanding. After hesitating for a moment, his figure flashed as he followed. Chapter 1666. Martial Uncle, why are you following us? Ling Yu asked, feeling it was strange. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and replied, after sleeping for so many days, I have to move around a bit. Furthermore, I have not properly strolled around the Purple Flame sect yet. Cut the crap and lead the way. Upon seeing this scene, the gray-clad disciple felt startled. What is the background of this white-clad person? Ling Yu's words rendered Ling Yu speechless. After all, Ling Yu was the top core disciple. Furthermore, he was very young, only in his 20s. He might very well become the youngest true inheritor in the history of the Purple Flame sect. Furthermore, Ling Yu had the sect's stabilizing pillar, Yi Zifeng, as his master. He even had a connection to the legendary Pan Huang. His future was limitless. Several of the elders in the sect did not dare to show their Martial Uncle any displeasure. When they met, they would address him politely as Martial Uncle. However, before this white-clad person, their Martial Uncle did not show any temper at all. This was really strange and puzzling. The three of them quickly traversed the mountain path. Soon they arrived at a lonely mountain peak surrounded by clouds and mist. A simple and imposing pavilion stood beside an old tree on the peak. Several Purple Flame sect disciples gathered there. 2 Purple Flame sect disciples lay at the side, their complexions pale and in pain. A purple-haired youth sat on a long bench in front of the pavilion, leading many Divine Firmament sect core disciples. All of them had smiles on their faces. Their gazes were fixed on a ring that was floating in the air and shrouded in a celestial mist. 2 people were currently fighting intensely on the arena, a man and a woman. The man was a Divine Firmament sect core disciple, and the woman was a Purple Flame sect core disciple. She was the senior sister by that the gray-clad disciple mentioned. Greeting of Swords Edges. At the entrance, there was a stone stele with 3 ancient and vast words written on it. Xiaochen entered deep thought and understood some of the reasons. Big Brother Lu, Big Brother Lan, what's wrong with you? When Ling Yu saw the 2 weakened people in the pavilion, his expression changed drastically. Then his figure flashed as he charged in. Little martial uncle, didn't I tell you not to come? The 2 said sullenly with slightly angry expressions. In such a situation as the number 1 core disciple, how could I not come? However, Ling Yu did not care. When he got up and checked the 2's injuries, his expression immediately turned sullen. Lightning entered his body and damaged his tibia. He wouldn't be able to recover within 2 months. How vicious. Feng Yu, you bastard. Do you need to be so ruthless? Ling Yu roared furiously as he stood up and looked at the purple-haired youth leading the Divine Firmament sect's group. The purple-haired youth smiled and said, both our sects have set up the greeting of Swords Edges to facilitate the exchange of pointers between the disciples of both sections. Fists and kicks are emotionless while blades and swords have no eyes. Brother Ling, why are you so angry? What are you shouting for? It's a fair spar. I've already shown mercy. What more do you want? The Divine Firmament sect cultivator who injured the Purple Flame sect core disciple stood up and looked at Ling Yu in disdain, not showing any signs of remorse. In the greeting of Swords Edges, each sect had a similar location. The greeting of Swords Edges was where the face of a sect was. Not a single sect would remove the greeting of Swords Edges. Doing so was equivalent to showing weakness, a great humiliation to the sect. All the other sects would laugh at them and look down on them. Setting up this greeting of Swords Edges also served to motivate the sect's disciples. The world of cultivators followed the law of the jungle in the first place, where the strong reigned supreme and the weak were humiliated. However, in recent years, very few Purple Flame sect disciples went to the Divine Firmament sect's greeting of Swords Edges. It was the other party who came to mock them. This time the other party came prepared. Clearly, the other party wanted to deal a blow to the Purple Flame sect core disciples, preventing them from entering the fiendish demon battlefield 2 months from now and reducing the competition. The ruthlessness of this move was unexpected. Boom. As the Divine Firmament sect disciples spoke, a bolt of electric light knocked that exquisite girl into the air. Immediately, cries rang out in the surroundings. The eyes of the Purple Flame sect disciples filled with rage and dissatisfaction. 3 consecutive defeats. Another 3 consecutive defeats. Aside from the occasional exception, the Divine Firmament sect core disciples usually suffered 3 consecutive defeats when they fought the Purple Flame sect core disciples. The reason was none other than the Divine Firmament sect's development over the past few years. Its younger generation disciples had already surpassed the Purple Flame sect. The Divine Firmament sect's momentum was ferocious. Every year, geniuses and outstanding talents were born, firmly suppressing the Purple Flame sect. Little martial uncle who told you to come? Weren't you in closed-door cultivation? The exquisite girl asked with a trace of reproach in her tone as she looked at Ling Yu. However, like her 2 senior brothers, her tone was filled with concern. The Divine Firmament sect's purple-haired youth, Feng Yu, appeared very confident. He smiled faintly and said, stop being so wishy-washy. Stop acting pitifully. I'm already sick of watching it. Ling Yu, it is time for you to make a move. Let me think of who to send this time. Let you win 1 match and regain some face for your Purple Flame sect. Right after Feng Yu spoke, the Divine Firmament sect core disciples all laughed. It had been like this for the past few years. After 3 consecutive defeats, Ling Yu would appear and win 1 match. Then this purple-haired youth would appear as the finale and defeat Ling Yu. Such a scene would play out practically every few months. There were no exceptions every time. In the blessed land that was the Black Cave Mountain, the little thunder saber Feng Yu was like Ling Yu's nemesis, suppressing him firmly. Senior brother, let me do it. Perhaps this time, it might not be your turn to make a move. The Divine Firmament sect disciple who injured the two Purple Flame sect disciples earlier did not show any fear. The little Thunder Saber Feng Yu maintained a faint smile on his face, always looking like he had control of the situation. He said, "Brother Ling Yu, please?" Ling Yu clenched his fists tightly. He clearly knew that this was a trap. However, under such circumstances, he had no choice but to let the other party lead him by the nose. "Junior brother Feng, be careful. This Ling Yu should have had some fortuitous encounters recently. Based on his aura, his strength has improved significantly." The little Thunder Saber Feng Yu sent a voice projection to his junior brother. "Senior brother, don't worry. I'm not a fool. This fellow should have obtained some natural treasures. However, he has yet to completely refine them. He is definitely not a match for senior brother. I'll help senior brother scout him out first." They were all core disciples of rank 4 sections. Although the Divine Firmament sect's people were arrogant, they were not fools. Feng Yu immediately calmed down, no longer having any misgivings. He continued looking at Ling Yu and said, "Brother Ling Yu, what's wrong? My junior brother already went up. Don't tell me that you do not even have this bit of courage?" When Xiaoqin saw all this, he was about to make a move to stop Feng Yu. However, Ling Yu could no longer remain calm. He leaped up and landed on the arena. This child? Xiaoqin sighed in his heart. He could understand this. After all, Ling Yu was still a youth. It did not look like he could truly remain indifferent to favors or humiliation. Given the current situation, Xiaoqin definitely had to endure for now. After Xiaoqin completely absorbed and refined the life juice source, he would properly temper Ling Yu. When Ling Yu's strength truly improved, he would charge his way to the Divine Firmament sect's greeting of swords edges and slap this face back 10 times, 100 times. He would crush the other party's spirit in one go. He would not be like Ling Yu now, walking onto the arena with resentment and helplessness. Divine Firmament sect core disciple Feng Yun. "Brother Ling Yu, please give me some pointers." The Divine Firmament sect disciples on the arena performed cupped fist salutes. "Purple Flame sect's Ling Yu, please give me some pointers." When Ling Yu saw the smile on the other party's face, he could not control the rage in his heart. Right after he spoke, he threw a punch. Ling Yu's punch contained great might. A fist wind tore through the air, giving off ear-piercing howls in the surroundings. The little Thunder Saber Feng Yu nodded slightly. His judgment was right. This Ling Yu's strength had indeed improved significantly. However, everything was still under control. Feng Yun had learned about this in advance, so he was not too surprised at Ling Yu's great increase in strength. His figure flashed, leaving behind an electric afterimage as he dodged. The strength that Ling Yu displayed in the arena made the eyes of the Purple Flame sect disciples light up. They could not help focusing their gazes on the arena again. Although Ling Yu was furious, he did not lose his rationality. He wanted to end the battle quickly and preserve his strength. Then he would fight the little Thunder Saber Feng Yu and rewrite all the humiliation he suffered. By relying on the golden life juice source that Xiaoqin gave him, Ling Yu's strength had increased significantly in the past few days. He was extremely confident of defeating Feng Yu. Xiaoqin was somewhat startled. This little martial nephew truly surpassed his expectations. While Ling Yu's fist technique looked mighty and tyrannical, in reality he used just the right amount of force. Every time he attacked, he did not waste any excess veritable essence energy. Ling Yu's footwork was completely random, but he managed to push the Divine Firmament sect's Feng Yun into a corner. This prevented Feng Yun from executing his punches and kicks. He might not even have a chance to bring out his full power before suffering a sullen defeat. Interesting. Ling Yu's improvement is truly extraordinary. Xiaoqin thought to himself, perhaps Ling Yu might be able to create a miracle this time. Chapter 1667. Back in the arena, the Divine Firmament sect's Feng Yun, who had been filled with confidence that he could fight Ling Yu to a draw or even defeat him, suddenly stopped. His expression was extremely unsightly. 20 moves had passed, and he was completely in a passive position. The space for Xiaoqin to move around became smaller and smaller. Every time he attacked, he felt restricted. He could not bring out his aura at all. His attacks were suppressed, and his strength was being suppressed more and more. This was a friendly spar. Although the battle was quite intense, it was not a true battle to the death. Some life-saving killer moves definitely could not be used. Even if you had them, others also had them. If they used life-saving killer moves together, the consequences would be unpredictable. After returning to the sect, they would definitely be punished. This was an unwritten rule of the greeting of swords edges. If Ling Yu could not use his trump card, he would not be able to turn the situation around. The enraged Ling Yu calmly did not give Fang Yun any chance. After another 10 moves, Fang Yun, who had been struggling for a long time, could no longer hold on. Ling Yu revealed a rather large opening, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He did not hesitate to attack decisively. The true intent of the cloud-shattering heavenly star fist was unleashed, causing starlight to descend on the stage, clearing away all the clouds surrounding the stage. Everyone clearly saw Ling Yu send the Divine Firmament Sect's Fang Yun flying with one punch, unable to retaliate at all. All right. The Purple Flame Sect disciples immediately cheered. No one expected Ling Yu to win so easily. Junior brother Ling, your strength has improved so much in just a few days. The disciple with the surname Lu, who was defeated earlier, was slightly startled, before a hint of joy appeared on his face. Ling Yu was naturally happy that Ling Yu had such strength. The petite woman with the family name Bai said, perhaps little martial uncle might not lose to that little Thunder Saber Feng Yu. Even if he can't win, he can still fight to a draw. Little Thunder Saber Feng Yu? I wonder how far his Purple Thunder 7 Strikes has progressed. At the mention of the Little Thunder Saber Feng Yu, the Purple Flame Sect disciples all revealed dejected expressions. Ling Yu was the future star of the Purple Flame Sect. Not only did he have great talent and a powerful bloodline, but he also had Yi Zifeng as his master. He was also willing to work hard, and at such a young age he became the #1 core disciple. Many people felt that with Xiao Qin around, the Purple Flame Sect would be able to suppress the Divine Firmament Sect in the future. However, no one expected that Feng Yu of the Divine Firmament Gate was a nobody before he turned 18. The moment he appeared, he kicked up a strong wind in the entire Black Cave Mountain. He was like an existence born to restrain Ling Yu. Ever since he appeared, he instantly overshadowed Ling Yu's limelight in the Black Cave Mountain. Under his lead, the Divine Firmament Sect's core disciples repeatedly came to the Purple Flame Sect's greeting of swords' edges to mock and humiliate them. It was rumored that his master was the Thunder Blade Xiang Tian. He started practicing the saber at the age of 6 and comprehended saber intent at the age of 8. Later, he was taken in as the Thunder Blade Xiang Tian's last disciple. It was only 2 years ago that he began to show his talent. He had been a nobody for 18 years. As soon as he made his debut, he showed off his abilities, displaying the domineering aura of all the outstanding talents of the Black Cave Mountain's younger generation. He obtained the title of Little Thunder Saber. Like Yi Zifeng, the Thunder Saber Xiang Tian was one of the Grave Sea's 10 great bladesmen. Like Yi Zifeng, Thunder Saber Xiang Tian was also a supreme elder of the Divine Firmament Sect. Aside from his shocking talent in the Saber Dao, his comprehension of the Thunder Dao was equally shocking. Most importantly, he had also perfectly fused the two and reached the realm of controlling lightning with his saber. In the past, no matter how much Ling Yu improved, he would eventually lose to the other party. However, Ling Yu easily defeated Fang Yun this time, allowing the Purple Flame Sect's core disciples to see a trace of hope. Senior brother, I'm sorry? Fang Yun said in a low voice before the Little Thunder Saber, feeling somewhat guilty after his defeat. Feng Yu fell into deep thoughts and shook his head. It's my fault. I underestimated his room for improvement. I shouldn't have reminded you. You've already lost in terms of aura, and you've underestimated his improvement in strength. If you didn't know anything from the start, you wouldn't have lost so miserably just because of your bravery. If I gave you another chance, you wouldn't have lost so miserably. It's not that you're weak, don't think too much about it. A glint flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. This Little Thunder Saber was truly extraordinary. Ling Yu showed rage on his face as he said, Feng Yu, it's your turn. There's no rush. No matter how much you improve, you will always be surpassed by me. Feng Yu let out a long laugh. His figure flashed and he landed on the arena. Boom. In an instant, the sky darkened. Endless thunder clouds gathered above the arena from all directions. Thunder rumbled and the sky darkened. Bolts of lightning streaked across the sky, and the weather within a radius of 100 miles changed. Will of Thunder. He actually comprehended the will of thunder. Everyone was shocked. Feng Yu was only 21 years old, and he actually comprehended the will of thunder. The moment Xiao Qin appeared, he shocked everyone. No one had expected that he had already comprehended the will of thunder. Ling Yu, if you can receive 3 moves from me, it will be considered your win. I will personally expel the lightning from your senior brothers and sisters' bodies. Feng Yu had a calm expression as he held his saber. 9 moves? Ling Yu's expression changed slightly. Only 9 moves? This Feng Yu is really underestimating me. After these 3 moves, I will not return to the Purple Flame Sect for 3 years. Feng Yu's expression did not change as he continued. The moment Feng Yu said that, the crowd burst into an uproar. In the past few years, every time Feng Yu led a team to the greeting of Swords Edges, it was torture for the Purple Flame sect disciples. Now Feng Yu actually decided not to come again. A cold smile appeared on Xiao Chen's face. This fellow was really scheming. The fiendish demon battlefield would open 2 months from now. All Xiao Chen needed to do was severely injure Ling Yu in 9 moves. If he prevented Ling Yu from entering the fiendish demon battlefield, he would miss out on a great opportunity. He would lose the chance to catch up to the little Thunder Saber Feng Yu. That way there would be no need to come to the Purple Flame sect every few months to deal a blow to Ling Yu. The many core disciples of the Purple Flame sect felt somewhat nervous, not knowing how Ling Yu would answer. On one hand, they wanted their martial uncle Ling Yu to agree to help them, the core disciples, gain some glory. On the other hand, they feared that Feng Yu was up to something, feeling nervous. Alright, I agree. Ling Yu's eyes flickered for a moment as he decisively made his decision. He did not believe that he could not receive 3 moves from the other party. 1 move. Clang. A saber light flashed and Feng Yu's scabbard flew into the air, turning into a flash of purple electric light as it shot towards Ling Yu. In the sky, the heavy sound of thunder resounded. The sound of thunder shook the 4 directions. Ling Yu's face sank, but he did not choose to retreat. He raised his hand and punched. Bang. The fist light clashed with the scabbard. Ling Yu's figure trembled and he grunted as he took a few steps back. His aura immediately weakened significantly. That scabbard actually attracted lightning in the surroundings. The energy it contained far surpassed Ling Yu's imagination. 2 moves. Right after Ling Yu spoke, he saw Feng Yu press forward, his footwork turning illusory. With every step Feng Yu took, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky. As the electric light shone, Feng Yu's figure suddenly vanished, leaving only 9 saber lights flickering endlessly. Divine Firmament 9 changes. This greatly startled Ling Yu. He simply had not expected Feng Yu to have practiced a consummate technique of the Divine Firmament sect that was extremely difficult to master. All the Purple Flame sect disciples at the greeting of Swords Edges were stunned. Oh no, junior brother is in danger. Divine Firmament 9 changes. He actually managed to practice the Divine Firmament 9 changes. Only now did everyone startle awake. No wonder Feng Yu dared to say that he could defeat Ling Yu in 3 moves. It turned out that he had already practiced the Divine Firmament 9 changes. Feng Yu's figure vanished from the arena, and the 9 saber lights pierced towards Ling Yu from different directions. Each saber light drove countless bolts of lightning. The entire sky turned dark. This Divine Firmament 9 changes was not as simple as the saber light splitting into 9 and disappearing. The more horrifying thing was that each saber light drove lightning, materializing a boundless berserk mysterious phenomenon. What should I do? I can block 6 saber lights at most. Chapter 1668. Divine Firmament 9 changes. This was one of the Divine Firmament sect's martial techniques with the highest requirement for comprehension ability. The moment it was executed, it immediately put Ling Yu in a predicament. Everyone in the Purple Flame sect was stunned. The 9 saber lights stirred up a change in the world. The power of the world they drove was horrifying. Furthermore, it was just 2 moves. The little Thunder Saber Feng Yu still had 1 more move to make. I'll block the 6 saber lights first. Ling Yu made up his mind. After receiving the 6 saber lights, he used his physical body to block the last 3. His physique had already improved significantly. 3 saber lights would not injure him too severely. He just needed to block 1 more saber light. Cloud-shattering heavenly star fist. Starlight flickered. In the blink of an eye, Ling Yu threw 6 punches with all his might. Every time Xiao Qin punched, he shattered a saber light. The shattered saber lights turned into spots of purple light floating in the air. Only 3 saber lights remained. Sweat dripped down Ling Yu's forehead. 6 punches was already his limit. He could only use his body to block the remaining 3 saber lights. He moved his feet and circulated his veritable essence energy, doing his best to avoid getting injured in his vital points. However, just at this moment, the 3 saber lights merged into 1. The thunderclouds for 50 kilometers around suddenly gathered and turned into a clump of dense black clouds. In that instant, the saber light burst forth with resplendent electric light. Wu Yun's physical body also suddenly appeared at this moment, swinging down with his saber. The electric light that the saber light triggered was like a purple flood dragon bearing its fangs and claws, looking like it was alive. Ling Yu was greatly startled. He had not expected Feng Yu's Divine Firmament 9 changes to be so exquisite. It's over. This saber strike was fast and very fast. The angle was also very tricky. The most serious thing was that it completely surpassed Ling Yu's expectations. This was not part of his plan. This turn of events put Ling Yu in an extremely disadvantageous position. 3 moves. Feng Yu revealed a confident smile. The flood dragon roared ferociously, and the saber light chopped down. At this moment, the Divine Firmament Sect core disciples all slowly stood up with smiles on their faces. Anyone with eyes could tell that Ling Yu was finished. Even if he used his Great Desolate Ian bloodline, Feng Yu still had his Great Desolate Ian bloodline. At that time, Ling Yu would only be more severely injured and suffer an even more miserable defeat. The expressions of the Purple Flame Sect disciples were different. After this saber strike, their martial uncle would not be able to recover within 2 months. At that time, the fortuitous encounters in the fiendish demon battlefield would not be fated with him. Wuxia. Something strange happened. The disciples of the 2 sects in the greeting of swords' edges only saw a gust of strong wind. It seemed like a figure dashed forward. In the next moment, a figure suddenly appeared beside Ling Yu. Martial uncle? Ling Yu exclaimed in shock. Xiaoqin had actually come to this arena. Xiaoqin smiled faintly. As he looked at the saber light above his head, he entered deep thought. Then he gently tapped with his sharp spirit finger. Wah! The terrifying lightning flood dragon entered Xiaoqian's body. Like a river entering the ocean, it was silent and unresponsive. The saber in Feng Yu's hand was sent flying. The entire world was silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. They rubbed their eyes, not daring to believe what they were seeing. Xiaoqin had already comprehended the thunder domain. Furthermore, he cultivated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation, a lightning-attributed cultivator. If this saber strike had been an energy of another attribute, Xiaoqin would not have been able to receive it so easily. However, it was lightning. That was nothing. The 10,000 Tribulation Divine Lightning, which was several times stronger than this, was hidden in Xiaoqian's sea of consciousness. Dang! Feng Yu's saber stabbed 3 centimeters into the arena surface. Feng Yu's expression was incredibly unsightly, filled with disbelief. He asked sullenly, "Who are you? Don't you know the rules of the greeting of swords' edges?" Xiaoqin stopped Ling Yu, who was about to speak. He said indifferently, "Naturally, I know the rules of the greeting of swords' edges. No one is allowed to interfere in a duel, including the disciples and seniors of the sect, no matter how severe the casualties are." Feng Yu stepped forward and drew his saber. Electric light flickered on the saber. He said sternly, "Since you know, you still dare to break the rules. In that case, even if I kill you now, your Purple Flame Sect seniors will not dare to say anything." Feng Yu was furious. Aside from the other party easily breaking the second transformation of the Divine Firmament 9 changes, Xiaoqin had also foiled his plan to cripple Ling Yu. It turns out that the people of the Purple Flame Sect are all so ignorant of the rules. The sect is already in decline, about to fall back to a rank 3 sect at any moment. To think that they do not even follow the rules now. Where are the Purple Flame Sect elders? When I return, I will definitely get my Divine Firmament Sect elders to judge this. The Divine Firmament Sect disciples mocked Feng Yu coldly, trying to boost their senior brother's reputation. The various core disciples of the Purple Flame Sect felt confused as they did not know Xiaoqin at all. "Indeed, I broke the rules. What do you want?" Xiaoqin did not care. After all, he was not a member of the Purple Flame Sect. Why would he need to follow so many rules? Xiaoqin was not afraid of this little thunder saber. If the other party made a move, then his hands just happened to be itching recently. Xiaoqin also cultivated the Thunder Dao. He wanted to see who had a deeper comprehension of the Thunder Dao and who had a deeper comprehension of the Saber Dao. "Are you seeking death?" When Feng Yu saw Xiaoqian's indifferent expression, he became enraged. Seeing that the matter had blown up, Ling Yu felt somewhat apprehensive, afraid that Xiaoqian would get injured in the fight with Feng Yu. He quickly said, "Feng Yu, he is my master Yi Zifeng's junior brother. He is not a member of our sect, so he can ignore some rules. In today's fight, consider it my loss. You don't have to honor your bet." Whoosh! Startled cries immediately rang out. No one expected Xiaoqian to have such a great background. Senior Yi Zifeng's junior brother? That can't be. How could Senior Yi Zifeng have a half-step primal core realm junior brother? Could he be Pan Huang's disciple as well? However, Ling Yu would not joke about such a thing, right? All sorts of discussions rang out, all of them expressing confusion, doubt, and shock. A brilliant light flashed in Feng Yu's eyes. He said seriously, "Yi Zifeng's junior brother? Since when did Senior Yi Zifeng have a junior brother like you? Could it be that you are also Pan Huang's disciple? What a joke." Right after Feng Yu spoke, his figure flashed, and he directly hacked at Xiao Chen with his saber. No matter who you are, since you dare to break the rules and spoil my plans, you will have to pay the price. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes, and the cycle heart silently bloomed in his sea of consciousness. The state of cycle spread throughout his entire body. Everyone's movements turned slow in his eyes. In the Great Thousand Realms, it was much harder to execute the state of cycle than in the Kunlun realm. It could be maintained for even shorter periods of time, not even an instant. However, when facing an opponent of Feng Yu's level, Xiao Chen needed to bring out the state of cycle if he wanted to win quickly after the other party drew his saber. Even if it took less than an instant, it would be sufficient. Cassia. A saber light arrived first despite being launched later. The lunar shadow saber was drawn. The gentle autumn water of the moonlight flickered on the saber, looking like ripples of water. The melodious sound of the saber being drawn sounded like spring water dripping from the mountains, pleasing and relaxing. This startled Feng Yu. He had not expected Xiao Chen's saber light to be so fast and so ruthless. The instant it appeared, it broke Feng Yu's saber technique. Whoosh. Feng Yu took 4 or 5 steps back and his expression suddenly turned grave. You're drawing the saber. Everyone used the saber. They all knew that the seemingly simple drawing the saber contained a lot of skill. Whether a bladesman's saber Dao cultivation was high or not, one could easily tell from drawing the saber. Xiao Chen's drawing the saber had already reached a certain level. Feng Yu could sense many things that others could not. In that instant, the other party's saber technique already surpassed Feng Yu's. Furthermore, Feng Yu's cultivation was higher than Feng Yu's, and Feng Yu had made the first move. However, Feng Yu was the one who retreated. Just looking at the facts, there was no need to say anything. Z. A long saber wound appeared on Feng Yu's chest. Blood flowed out and dyed his clothes red. I still did not dodge it. How is this possible? Feng Yu's expression changed completely, greatly startled. As he looked at Xiao Chen, he could not understand. I clearly dodged it already. How could I still get injured? You don't understand? It's normal that you don't understand. Now that you understand, how can I deal a heavy blow to you? Xiao Chen retorted indifferently. You don't understand? In that case, go back and practice for a few more years. With your level, don't come back to the Purple Flame sect. You will only be humiliating yourself and embarrassing your master. It was like thunder roared in Feng Yu's mind. His eyes turned horrified. That's impossible. How could I embarrass my master? I started practicing the saber at 6 and only made my debut at 18. Chapter 1669. Xiao Chen's first use of the state of cycle in the Great Thousand Realms stunned the Divine Firmament sect's little thunder saber Feng Yu. Even now, he still could not understand how he had been struck by Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen was overconfident, believing that he could definitely enter the top 10 of the younger generation of the Gravesea in the Saber Dao. Even if he was not in the top 3, he was definitely within the top 10. Moreover, this was only a conservative estimate. In his heart, he even felt that he was number 1. Before Xiao Chen appeared, the truth was more or less the same. None of the bladesmen of the same generation in the 3 blessed lands could defeat him. Those bladesmen who could defeat Xiao Chen were undoubtedly true inheritors of the various sections. They were already of a higher generation. Xiao Chen still had time to catch up. However, Xiao Chen was only a half-step primal core cultivator. He simply could not figure it out. Fellow Taoists from the Divine Firmament chapter, aren't you going to treat your senior brother's injuries? When Xiao Chen saw that whatever little thunder saber kept muttering to itself, he felt somewhat annoyed. With a glance, he gestured for the Divine Firmament sect disciples outside the pavilion to take Feng Yu away. The few of them immediately blushed. They had come to the Purple Flame sect many times, but this was the first time they were ordered like this. Senior brother, let's go. So. A few Divine Firmament sect core disciples flew to the arena in the cloud and helped Feng Yu up. Feng Yu woke up from his stupor and looked at Xiao Chen crazily. I had dodged it. Why was I still stabbed? He could not accept this result at all. This was even more humiliating than being defeated. How could he not understand it? Who was he? He was the proud disciple of Thunder Dao Xiang Tian. He was known as the disciple most likely to inherit his master's title. If Xiao Chen could not even understand the saber techniques of his peers, that would be a huge joke. Xiao Chen recalled some things and said indifferently, go back and practice for a few more years. I have practiced the saber for many years, and you have practiced the saber for many years. There is nothing hard to accept. The other party resembled Xiao Chen when he was young. They both cultivated the Thunder Dao and had the same talent for the saber. It was just that their experiences were different and their personalities were different. Perhaps one day he would surpass her, but not now. Brother Fengyu, we can go now. Although Lingyu had lost, he was extremely happy to see Fengyu's current appearance. Who told you to keep coming to the Purple Flame sect to cause trouble? Let's see if you still dare to come in the future. The Divine Firmament sect disciples felt embarrassed. They could not stay any longer, so they quickly left with Fengyu. After the other party left, Lingyu immediately asked, "Martial uncle, how did you do it? I did not understand that move either." "You are not a bladesman. There is no point in asking these questions." "That's true. It's not good." Lingyu face-bombed and said, "I forgot to get those Divine Firmament sect disciples to remove the electric light from my senior brother's bodies." Xiaoqun said softly, "That's not a problem. Let me do it." Xiaoqun was still very confident in the Thunder Dao. So he checked on the injured core disciples. Xiaoqun sent his veritable essence energy into the other party's body. Without any hesitation, he absorbed all the tyrannical lightning-attributed veritable essence energy from the other party's body. Xiaoqun had already cultivated the Thunder Domain, which was an entire level higher than Fengyu's Will of Thunder. This tyrannical lightning-attributed veritable essence energy was nothing to him. That's great. The three core disciples who had originally looked weak and worried, now revealed a hint of joy. This way they could still enter the fiendish demon battlefield 2 months from now and seek their own fortuitous encounters. "Many thanks. Are you really Senior Ye's junior brother?" The rescued disciples asked out of curiosity after they expressed their thanks. Xiaoqun thought for a while before replying, "You can say that. I already dealt with the electric light in your bodies. You will be fine after a few days of rest." These people were greatly startled. They had not expected Yi Zifeng to have such a young junior brother. No matter what, it is all thanks to Martial Uncle this time. Otherwise, who knows how long this Fengyu would continue to be arrogant. In the past few years, our Purple Flame sect has been in a sorry state because of him. Furthermore, those true inheritors could not make a move, so they could not do anything to him. "Martial Uncle, you really did a good deed for the Purple Flame sect. This is the first time I saw Fengyu suffer so much, feeling so sullen. However, the Thunder Saber Xiang Tian is extremely protective of his disciples. Martial Uncle, you have to be careful after injuring his disciples." Right. That Fengyu has another senior brother who is a true inheritor. He is already an early-stage major primal core cultivator, and his talent is no weaker than Fengyu's. Furthermore, he has cultivated longer and is even harder to deal with. Xiaoqun smiled faintly and did not think too much. He did not believe that the Thunder Saber Xiang Tian would really attack him. After this matter, Xiaoqun recalled that the opening of the fiendish demon battlefield was getting closer. He really had to make more preparations. Just by looking at the fight between the core disciples of the Purple Flame sect and the Divine Firmament sect, one could see how intense the competition in the fiendish demon battlefield was. Furthermore, this was just the tip of the iceberg. Every blessed land had dozens of sections. Xiaoqun did not fear the core disciples. However, even the true inheritors of rank 3 sects were a threat to him, not to mention the true inheritors of rank 4 sections. However, the various sects did not have many true inheritors. The requirements to become a true inheritor were extremely harsh. Take the Purple Flame sect for example. Xiaoqun seemed to know that there were only 5 or 6 true inheritors. Since he was going to the fiendish demon battlefield, he did not want to be just a passerby. Xiaoqun needed to seek guidance from Yi Zifeng. Coincidentally, he had to ask about the questions he had 3 days ago as well. After chatting with the Purple Flame sect core disciples for a while, Xiaoqun took his leave. Lingyu's eyes darted around and he quickly followed. Martial Uncle, when does the special training you mentioned start?" Xiaoqun recalled that Lingyu was talking about killing Qi training. "Let's start tomorrow. I happen to cultivate the Saber Dao as well. After this special training, when you meet that Fengyu in the future, your chances of victory should be much higher. There is still a bottle of life juice source here. Refine it as well. Try to break through to the late-stage minor primal core realm in 2 months." Lingyu immediately went wild with joy. This was truly timely help. In the past few days, he had already personally experienced the benefits of the highest quality life juice source. At the summit of the mountain where the immortal mist was the densest, was Yi Zifeng's closed-door cultivation place. This was the forbidden land of the Purple Flame sect disciples. Xiaoqun went up unobstructed and discovered that Yi Zifeng had already appeared long ago, apparently waiting for him. "You should not have made a move. At the very least, you should have waited until you broke through to the primal core realm before making a move." Xiaoqun knew that he could not hide the matter of the greeting of swords edges from Yi Zifeng. he only asked, "Why?" When the Thunder Saber Xiang Tian was young, he lost to me once. He was not convinced and wanted to fight me. I have been avoiding him for the past few years. His disciple kept coming to seek trouble for Ling Yu. In reality, he was the one who incited it. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Senior brother, are you saying that I ruined his plan? Yes, but that is just a small matter. I have been waiting for you for a long time already. Actually, I also have some questions that I want to ask you. Senior brother, may I ask? What exactly is your bloodline? This question stunned Xiao Chen. After hesitating for a while, he answered honestly, the dragon race's blue dragon bloodline. Yi Zifeng revealed an expression of understanding. Then he muttered, no wonder your aura back then felt familiar but also hard to recall. The Azure Dragon bloodline. That makes sense. However, why are you still alive? I really cannot figure it out. Ah. This greatly startled Xiao Chen. He simply could not understand why Yi Zifeng said that. It is very strange, right? I find it strange as well. You are only a peak veritable personage, but you already opened a soul pool. If it were an ordinary person, their soul would have scattered long ago. However, you are still alive and well. Xiao Chen revealed a doubtful expression. Soul pool? What is that? That is the place where soul Dao cultivators store soul energy. It is the most mysterious place in the human body. It is hidden in the forehead at the end of the sea of consciousness. Don't check it. With your cultivation you will not be able to sense it. Xiao Chen's heart immediately thumped heavily. He immediately thought of the immortal pill that he swallowed before he transmigrated. Don't overthink. The world is vast and there are all sorts of wonders. Even the blue dragon bloodline, which disappeared for tens of thousands of years, can reappear. What else is impossible? In any case, you will not understand. Yi Zifeng's words made Xiao Chen relax. There was indeed no need to dwell on this question. I want to enter the fiendish demon battlefield. Senior brother, please help me. It was better to return to reality and worry about things that were closely related to his strength. Chapter 1670. Fiendish demon battlefield? Yi Zifeng said softly, I know. Before you came, I already told the sect master about this. At that time, the Purple Flame sect will have a spot for you. However, Xiao Chen thought to himself, this senior brother is really thoughtful. Before I even said anything, he already took care of this matter in advance. However, what is it? However, don't overthink it. With your strength, you are not at the peak of the entire Black Cave Mountain. In the 3 blessed lands, the gap is even greater. You are not on the same level as the top 10 true inheritors. Yi Zifeng's words were already very tactful. If it were someone else, they would have been much more direct. With your strength, don't overthink it. Just go in and play. That was the general gist of it. When Xiao Chen heard that, he was stunned. However, this was the truth. After all, every sect had true inheritors. True inheritors were not like Ling Yu and Feng Yu, who had high talent but mediocre cultivation. Instead, true inheritors were at least major primal core cultivators. In the outside world, any true inheritor could rival a rank 3 sect elder like Elder Tang. The peak true inheritors might not be much weaker than the Iron Hand Yama. There was no helping it. They had high talent, abundant resources, strong bloodlines, and high cultivations. They were at the peak in every aspect. All in all, their combat prowess would naturally be terrifyingly high. If you want to gain something, you need to break through to the primal core realm. However, I don't think you can break through this bottleneck quickly. Personally, I do not recommend forcefully breaking through. There is no need to waste your future for a fiendish demon battlefield. Yi Zifeng's suggestion was very far-sighted. If one forcefully broke through, they would not be able to fully unleash the strong foundation that they laid in the veritable essence stage. Using short-term benefits in exchange for long-term benefits was indeed not very wise. After gaining Yi Zifeng's opinion, Xiao Chen's originally somewhat restless heart about the fiendish demon battlefield slowly calmed down. Compared to his senior brother, Xiao Chen's mentality is still somewhat lacking. Many thanks for senior brother's advice. Otherwise, I really would not know when I would be able to calm down, Xiao Chen said sincerely with a cupped fist salute. Yi Zifeng smiled warmly. How unfortunate. If you were born earlier, Master would definitely like you a lot. When I was your age, I couldn't see through it. There was a hint of guilt in his eyes. When he was young, he seemed to have done something impulsive. Xiao Chen didn't want to ask too much, so he changed the topic. Senior brother, is Master still alive? At the mention of Pan Huang, Yi Zifeng revealed a smile. Master opened his 9 acupoints many years ago, opening 9 divine veins in his body. His physical body is already immortal, reaching an undying body. If there are no accidents, he can live for a very very long time, so long that he can't live any longer. But with Master's personality, it's hard to say. Xiao Qin had heard from the Jiao snake that Pan Huang naturally liked to take risks and was restless and calm. He liked to go to the most dangerous forbidden areas. The places he went to were definitely forbidden areas that could threaten his life. It was hard to say whether he would be able to survive until now. Yi Zifeng waved his hand, and a string of Buddhist beads and a bottle of medicinal pills floated towards Xiao Qin. "This is," Xiao Qin said, feeling doubtful. Yi Zifeng said softly, "Previously when I stood guard for you, I discovered that you already started to practice the Buddhist sect's profound grade saber technique, the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. You even comprehended the saber's true meaning. With this saber technique, I don't need to give you the secret manual of the saber. When I visited the hidden spirit temple in the past, an esteemed monk who condensed a bodhisattva gave me this Buddhist bead. I believe it will be of some help to you. There is also a bottle of purple cloud pill, a medicinal pill for treating injuries. I refined it in my free time. Although we do not purposely go to the fiendish demon battlefield, we still have to snatch the fortuitous encounters that we should. After all, it is a remnant that a divine vein powerhouse left behind. If not for the fact that senior brother cannot enter, even I would be interested in it, much less those true inheritors." Xiao Qin rejoiced in his heart. The senior brother of his was really good. The most important thing was that Xiao Qin had heard from Lingyu that Yi Zifeng rarely gave gifts. However, when he did, it would definitely be an important gift. "Thank you, senior brother." After obtaining the bracelet and the medicinal pill, Xiao Qin left in joy. As Yi Zifeng watched Xiao Qin leave, he muttered, "We both came from the Kunlun realm. Back then, Master might have been like junior brother now. However, he possesses the Blue Dragon bloodline. Don't make the same mistake I did back then." Yi Zifeng had only entered the Purple Flame sect for a few days, but he had already helped Xiao Qin a lot. First, he resolved the Black Lotus Church's pursuit. Next, he protected Xiao Qin, preventing his bloodline from being exposed. Now, Yi Zifeng gave Xiao Qin a precious bracelet and life-saving medicinal pills. This was completely unlike the senior brother that he had just met. Xiao Qin remembered all these favors in his heart. Xiao Qin returned to Lingyu's courtyard. The first thing Xiao Qin did was take out the Buddhist beads and study them. The Buddhist beads were polished from the scarlet pearls, one of the 7 treasures of the Buddhist sections. The pearls were red and glossy, and there were a total of 12 of them. Each of them had Buddhist scriptures carved on them. The scarlet pearls were said to be born in the bellies of a rare fish beast that lived in a forbidden sea. That kind of fish beast was naturally intelligent and had lived for many epochs. They were very rare. The people of the Buddhist sects revered them as holy beasts. After they died and were cremated, they would produce pearls similar to the sariras of eminent monks, the scarlet pearls. According to the legends of the Buddhist sects, the ancestor of this fish beast formed a fate with the primitive Buddha before the primitive Buddha became a Buddha. The descendants of these fish beasts were born with a Buddhist nature and could stand shoulder to shoulder with eminent monks. Over the epochs, the number of such fish beasts had dwindled. Hence, every scarlet pearl was a priceless treasure that could be formed into a string of Buddhist beads. Furthermore, they had the support of eminent monks all year round. The value of their existence was immeasurable. Most of the time, these Buddhist beads polished from scarlet pearls were known as sariras. Xiao Qin had spent a lot of effort in the Book of the Epics before he managed to find this information. After Xiao Qin learned of it, he was startled. Back then, the eminent monk that gave senior brother the Buddhist beads must have held an extremely high position in the hidden spirit temple. For senior brother to give it to Xiao Qin would not be able to repay this favor. It looked like senior brother was really worried about Xiao Qin clashing head-on with those true inheritors. Xiao Qin also did not want Xiao Qin to force a breakthrough in the heat of the moment, wasting the foundation that he laid earlier. Senior brother really put in a lot of thought. Without breaking through, Xiao Qin would have to fight with these true inheritors. The 3 moves of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique were undoubtedly Xiao Qin's greatest trump cards. Breaking the mundane, resolving the mundane, and entering hell. As long as Xiao Qin refined one move, he would be able to fight with those true inheritors. Learning 2 moves would be sufficient for him to compete with them. Mastering all 3 moves would allow him to suppress them. Understanding his senior brother's intentions, Xiao Qin no longer hesitated. He held the Sarira Buddhist beads in his right hand and closed his eyes to comprehend them. Xiao Qin circulated breaking the mundane in his body as he gently moved the Buddhist beads with his thumb. Soon the Buddhist beads gave off a faint light. A gentle Buddhist light radiated from Xiao Qin's palm, covering him in a layer of pure and holy light. Xiaoqin did not know anything about Buddhism. He only managed to comprehend the true meaning of breaking the mundane after seeing what happened to the Iron Hand Yama. By chance, Xiaoqin understood that since the Buddha heart existed, he was Buddha. Whether it was broken or not, it did not matter. Only then did he comprehend the true meaning of the saber. However, Xiaoqin had only just reached the threshold. He had not truly condensed the Buddha heart, so the swastika on his forehead could not appear. Now, with these Buddhist Saraira pearls, he would be like half an esteemed monk when he held them. Although Xiaoqin could not explain the Buddhist principles, he could understand them in his heart. Cultivating the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique would definitely yield twice the result with half the effort. Combined with Xiaoqian's high comprehension ability, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Many people could not comprehend the true meaning of Buddhist sect martial techniques because they did not understand the Buddhist Dharma. With these Saraira Buddhist beads, Xiaoqian would be very different. He would be able to sweep away the greatest obstacle to cultivating the Buddhist sect's cultivation techniques and martial techniques. Suddenly, Xiaoqian's various experiences flashed through his mind like a painting. As the painting unfolded in this gentle Buddhist light, it was like he experienced the mundane world all over again. This time, Xiaoqian's comprehension was even deeper than the previous time. The number of scenes that appeared was also several times greater. Countless scenes layered over each other, bringing out the pinnacle of the mundane world's troubles. Birth, old age, sickness and death, resentment and hatred, separation from love, unattainable. However, Xiaoqian's heart was already as clear as a mirror. With the Saraira Buddhist beads in hand, he could see everything clearly. Xiaoqian shouted, and the mundane world turned into flames, burning fiercely in the entire room. Breaking the precepts and achieving peace. Furthermore, using the mundane world as a furnace to temper my Buddha heart. As the fire burned, it looked very scary. Xiaoqian stood in the center of the fire, his eyes closed as he held the Saraira Buddhist beads. A Buddhist light shone on his palm, looking calm. The strand of golden Buddhist light on Xiaoqian's forehead grew increasingly resplendent as if it would come out at any moment. Chapter 1671. The Mundane World as a Furnace, Forging My Buddhist Heart. Amid the flames of the mundane world, Xiaoqian held the Buddhist Saraira pearls, releasing a gentle Buddhist light from his entire body. Xiaoqian used this fierce flame to continuously refine himself, seeking to condense a Buddhist heart. As the mundane world churned, Xiaoqian, who was like an old monk in meditation, appeared unmoving. In reality, he was reincarnated in the mundane world again and again. One moment he was a merchant. The next moment he was a commoner. The next moment he was a general. The next moment he was an elegant noble clan young master. Every incarnation ended in misery, experiencing all sorts of suffering. This cycle continued for a total of 7 days. Then, the resplendent golden light on Xiaoqian's forehead finally turned into a swastika and flew out. As the swastika spun on Xiaoqian's forehead, it gave off an intense and piercing golden Buddhist light. Xiaoqian suddenly opened his eyes. As he held the Buddhist Saraira pearls, he looked like a glaring guardian deity. An extremely tyrannical Buddhist might spread out. The flames that the mundane world turned into vanished. Now, only the solemn Buddhist might that belonged to him remained in the entire cultivation room. That Buddhist might was tyrannical and ferocious, containing a murderous aura. It did not tolerate any small tricks or impurities, exuding might without anger. With a thought, Xiaoqian's hand, which was fiddling with the Buddhist Saraira pearls, suddenly stopped. The swastika on his forehead returned. The Buddhist light in the entire cultivation room disappeared in an instant, leaving only silence. Only the lingering gentle Buddhist light on Xiaoqian's body proved that everything that happened earlier was real. Good. I finally condensed this Buddhist heart. Breaking the mundane can be considered to have reached a higher level. Xiaoqian revealed joy on his face. After 7 days of closed-door cultivation and the support of the Buddhist Saraira pearls, he gained some comprehension of Buddhist principles. In the illusions of the mundane world, Xiaoqian experienced all sorts of life, experiencing all the worries of the world. The short 7 days felt like 70 years. Xiaoqian finally managed to cultivate the Buddhist heart that only esteemed monks of the Buddhist path could. It was just like the skeleton dragon star venerate. When he executed breaking the mundane earlier, he had a swastika on his forehead. However, that was not a true Buddhist heart. It was just a fake Buddhist heart that the skeleton dragon star venerate imitated using his strong soul energy. He did not understand the true meaning of the saber technique or Buddhist principles, so he could not condense a Buddhist heart. He could only use his cultivation to force it. However, Xiaoqian truly had a Buddhist heart. Xiaoqian could already bring out 30% of breaking the mundane's might. Xiao Chen's cultivation was limited, so he could not bring it out. When Xiao Chen reached the Cloud Sea realm, he would naturally be able to unleash the full might of breaking the mundane without any obstruction. This was unlike the skeleton dragon Star Venerate, who could barely bring out 30% of its might with his Cloud Sea cultivation. As he held the Buddhist prayer beads, he started to think. Right now, he had a total of 4 directions for his cultivation. The sabers. Chin needed to. Saber. Dao. The sabs saber chin of Saba Chin. The sabers of Sab's technique sabers of Sab's. Was. Demon Chin Tian Chin Xiao Now. Xiao breaking Chin Chin. Mok. Chin dragon heart. So. And. Chin. The heaven. Xiao Chen would spend some time comprehending resolving the mundane and entering hell after he broke through to the primal core realm. Next was the army breaking saber technique. After all, breaking the mundane could only be used as a trump card. It exhausted too much energy and could not be used frequently. As for the army breaking saber technique, it was a peak martial technique of the Divine Shield Army. After that, Xiao Chen modified it, turning it into a saber technique with great offensive power. Breaking vast armies, breaking mountains and rivers, breaking stars and breaking the world. These 4 great killing moves were incredibly mighty. If Xiao Chen continued to cultivate them, there would be many more areas for him to explore. They were very suitable for ordinary battles. As for the final flawless saber technique, it was too weak back then in the Kunlun realm. Now it looked like it was somewhat lacking in might. Xiao Chen could only give up on it for now. In the future, when his saber Dao improved further, he would perfect it. The second direction was movement techniques. Xiao Chen's current movement technique, the new fish dragon art, was something he had modified from watching ferocious beasts. He used their characteristics to change the angle of his body and raise his speed. At that time it looked fine. However, now that he thought about it, it was riddled with flaws. Although Xiao Chen was fast, he could not control it as he pleased. He felt like he lost control. In that kind of movement technique, his martial technique and mental cultivation method could not keep up, causing the power of his attacks to decrease. In the end, Xiao Chen's horizons were too narrow. He had not seen many movement techniques. If he had an opportunity in the fiendish demon battlefield, he would have to find a movement technique to make up for this shortcoming. As for what Xiao Chen needed to do now, he had to make full use of the new fish dragon art's nearly uncontrollable speed. The third direction was the physical body. He already had 4 cauldron strength now. However, he had yet to obtain a truly powerful physical body cultivation technique in the Great Thousand Realms. In the end, he did not know how to nourish, circulate, and control his energy. He was unable to bring out the true vital qi of his physical body. He estimated that his physical body could withstand 10 cauldron force without any problem. Unfortunately, without a cultivation technique, he could not cultivate so much strength. The last direction was the power of bloodline. This was the strongest but also the most helpless. He could find fortuitous encounters in the fiendish demon battlefield for movement techniques and physical body cultivation techniques. Alternatively, one could spend a large sum of money to obtain it in an auction. However, the cultivation of bloodline power was very difficult to obtain. As for some of the trump cards that Xiao Chen was already familiar with, he did not need to practice them. Dermic World, the Ice Blood Lightning Dragon, and the Dragon Blood Soul Breaking Finger would all grow stronger as his cultivation increased. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen decided to stake it all on this. Before the fiendish demon battlefield opened, he would focus all his energy on practicing his saber techniques. In order to make his strong points stronger, Xiao Chen would spend the remaining time on the army-breaking saber technique. After refining his Buddha nature for 7 days, Xiao Chen vaguely gained new comprehensions for this army-breaking saber technique. He could infuse a trace of the Buddhist might of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique's unparalleled ferocity and killing chi into the army-breaking saber technique. It's decided then. I'll familiarize myself with breaking the mundane and continue to strengthen the might of the army-breaking saber technique. Xiao Chen put away the Buddhist Sarira pearls and made up his mind. In the following time, aside from spending 2 hours guiding Ling Yu every day, Xiao Chen followed his plan to practice his saber techniques. Ling Yu's strength improved rapidly. Now he could spar with Xiao Chen. The two could be considered to have gained something. Xiao Chen used Ling Yu to practice his saber, finding his flaws and improving them. If Ling Yu wanted to defeat Feng Yu, sparring with a bladesman like Xiao Chen was undoubtedly the best choice. In the blink of an eye, more than 1 month passed. Before they knew it, the two had made great improvements. By relying on the life juice source that Xiao Chen gave Ling Yu successfully broke through to late-stage minor primal core realm. More importantly, under the tempering of Xiao Chen's killing qi, Ling Yu's aura underwent a complete transformation. His entire temperament had undergone a complete transformation, and all the edges of his body had become sharper and sharper. The sharpness that Ling Yu unintentionally gave off was pressing and intimidating, giving off a shocking tyranny. As for Xiao Qin, his army-breaking saber technique finally reached great perfection. With the addition of the ferocious Buddhist might to the 4 killing moves, one could no longer see any trace of the Divine Shield Army's Thousand Army Sword technique. It became Xiao Qin's unique army-breaking saber technique. It even vaguely surpassed the Thousand Army Sword technique. As for breaking the mundane, Xiao Qin could control it as he pleased. With a thought, the Buddhist mark on his forehead could appear. Martial uncle, with your current strength, when you use it at full power, you are already no weaker than the true inheritors of our Purple Flame sect. However, your cultivation. Ling Yu, who had seen Xiao Qin's many trump cards and horrifying saber techniques, gave Xiao Qin an extremely high evaluation. Xiao Qin smiled and shook his head. There is no point in saying that. The difference in cultivation is still a difference. We cannot ignore it. Tell me, who are the strongest disciples in the 3 blessed grotto heavens? At the mention of this, Ling Yu felt excited. He nodded and said, the strongest disciple of our Black Cave Mountain is the Divine Firmament Sect's Shangguan Lei. He already reached early-stage major primal core realm long ago, and his talent in the Thunder Dao is exceptionally terrifying. Martial uncle, you have to pay attention to him. He is also the Thunder Saber Xiang Tian's disciple and Feng Yu's senior brother. However, he is different from Feng Yu. Aside from the Thunder Dao, his comprehension of the Wind Dao is similarly startling. He is known as the Wind Thunder Berserk Saber. Xiao Qin nodded to indicate that he understood. Just the cultivation of such a person would inspire fear in others. Furthermore, Shangguan Lei cultivated 2 different types of energy at the same time. He could not be underestimated. The strongest disciple of the Heavenly Shaking Mountain is the Confucian Institution's Wang Yueming, a member of the Confucian school. He cultivates righteous qi and follows the Tao of the ancient sages. His sword techniques are grand and majestic, giving off an overwhelming righteous qi. As for the Padala Mountain, they do not pay much attention to the rankings. However, everyone knows that the strongest disciple of the Padala Mountain is the Profound Light Temple's Zhen Yuan. Zhen Yuan's cultivation is very high. I heard that he even cultivated the Iron Dharma body. The strength of his physical body is startling and incredibly strong. Chapter 1672. The Divine Firmament Sect's Shangguan Lei, the Confucian Institution's Wang Yueming, and the Profound Light Temple's Zhen Yuan. Xiao Qin silently memorized the names of these 3 people. They were the 3 strongest true inheritors of the Blessed Enclave. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Xiao Qin would not fight them head-on. Xiao. Just then, Xiao Qin and Ling Yu simultaneously felt a powerful aura descend upon this courtyard. Someone is coming. What a familiar aura. It should be one of our sect's heir disciples. Ling Yu said as he looked at Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin's heart skipped a beat and he nodded thoughtfully. Let's go out and take a look. The 2 of them walked out of the courtyard and saw a purple-robed young man standing under a small tree in front of the door. Judging from his age, he was probably older than Xiao Qin, but not by much. As he stood there was a gentle warmth radiating in all directions. Flowers, trees, insects, birds, and beasts all revealed a lazy look, like a warm ray of sunlight in winter. What a powerful flame domain. He could control it as he pleased. It was just a very small detail, but Xiao Qin felt that this purple-clothed youth was not to be underestimated. It's Hua Yunfeng, our sect's top true inheritor. Ling Yu did not dare to be slow. He stepped forward and cupped his hands. Greetings, senior brother Hua. Although he was older than the other party in terms of seniority, he was still young and inexperienced. His strength was also inferior to the other party, so he still had to call him senior brother. Hua Yunfeng chuckled and said, Greetings, little martial uncle. Is senior brother Hua here to look for martial uncle Xiao Qin? Ling Yu asked based on his intuition. Normally, this senior brother Hua was elusive and had never taken the initiative to seek him out. Hua Yunfeng nodded. Then he glanced at Xiao Qin thoughtfully, revealing a confused expression. Xiao Qin said indifferently, Brother Hua, if you have something to say, just say it. The fiendish demon battlefield is about to open. Normally, the competition between the various sects of our Black Cave Mountain is intense. However, at such a time, the various blessed lands would do their best to organize themselves and advance and retreat together. At the very least, when the people from the Blessed Enclave meet, they can take care of each other. That will be helpful to everyone. Xiao Qin listened carefully and felt that it made sense. However, what does that have to do with me? Xiao Qin retorted confidently. What did this have to do with him? They, the true inheritors, had formed an alliance. How could they think highly of him? Furthermore, Xiao Chen was not considered a member of the Purple Flame sect. He only relied on his backer to obtain a spot, so he was very free. Hua Yunfeng smiled and said, "That's right. What does it have to do with you? I can't figure it out either. But the organizer, Shangguan Lei, called you out by name and told me that I must invite you along." Shangguan Lei. The expressions of Xiao Chen and Ling Yu changed at the same time. Ling Yu whispered to Hua Yunfeng about the greeting of sword's edges. After Hua Yunfeng heard that, he revealed a contemplative expression. Then he said softly, "No wonder. In that case you don't have to go. I'll help you. If this Shangguan Lei wants you to go, nothing good will come out of it. It is better not to go." Xiao Chen thought to himself, Hua Yunfeng is really direct. However, if I reject Shangguan Lei like this, won't that incite even greater jealousy? In the end, Xiao Chen voiced the doubts in his heart for Hua Yunfeng's consideration. Hua Yunfeng analyzed that Shangguan Lei has a very good relationship with Feng Yu. To Feng Yu, Shangguan Lei is both a senior brother and half a master. When Feng Yu was young, Shangguan Lei taught him when he practiced the saber. Now that you embarrassed him so much, Shangguan Lei will definitely remember it. I am also very clear on Shangguan Lei's character. He will definitely take revenge for the smallest grievance. When he is not angry, it is like a sudden clap of thunder. Right now he should not be angry. If we don't go, we might really anger him, making things even more troublesome. Xiao Chen said indifferently, "Let's go then." Hua Yunfeng revealed a grateful expression. If Xiao Chen really chose not to go, he would be stuck in a difficult position. "Make your preparations. We will depart tomorrow and head for the Divine Firmament sect's thunder-controlling peak. At that time, all the true inheritors of the Black Cave Mountain will be there. No matter what, I will do my best to resolve this conflict." Hua Yunfeng showed some helplessness. Clearly, he felt somewhat depressed that he had to put in so much effort to resolve this matter. Before coming, Hua Yunfeng had not expected something like this to happen between Xiao Chen and Shangguan Lei. However, no matter what, Xiao Chen felt grateful to the other party. At the very least, this Hua Yunfeng was a magnanimous person. He showed everything on his face, not beating around the bush and dealing with things hypocritically. After Hua Yunfeng left, Ling Yu asked in a fluster, somewhat distracted, "Martial uncle, what should we do?" The strongest true inheritor of the Black Cave Mountain wanted to seek trouble for Xiao Chen, who could feel at ease. More importantly, Xiao Chen was the cause of this trouble. Xiao Chen looked at the sky with a somewhat complicated expression. After a while he said to Ling Yu, "Go out tonight. Let Martial uncle be alone for a while." "Martial uncle, don't take things too hard," Ling Yu said somewhat worriedly. Xiao Chen felt speechless in his heart. He smiled bitterly and said, "I've experienced several things that were even more difficult and dangerous than this. How can I take things too hard because of this?" After Ling Yu left, Xiao Chen sat alone in the courtyard in silence. Ao Jiao flew out of the immortal spirit ring with little yellow feather. Then she looked at Xiao Chen somewhat worriedly. However, she was not too worried. Seeing Ao Jiao appear, Xiao Chen was slightly stunned. After not seeing her for a long time, Ao Jiao now looked increasingly more human. There was practically no trace of her being an item spirit. In reality, Ao Jiao could no longer be considered an item spirit. Her connection to the lunar shadow saber was so weak that it was negligible. Suddenly Xiao Chen discovered something strange. He smiled in pleasant surprise and said, "Ao Jiao, you grew taller." "Really?" Ao Jiao exclaimed in shock. She had not noticed this before. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Come over and compete with me." A look of embarrassment flashed on Ao Jiao's face as she walked over to Xiao Chen's side. Indeed, she had grown significantly taller. Previously, she had been as tall as Xiao Chen's shoulders. Now she was as tall as Xiao Chen's chin. Xiao Chen sighed. He felt that time passed really fast. He thought back to when he first met Ao Jiao. Her ferocious appearance was still vivid in his mind. Without her companionship in the Sky Dome realm and the Kunlun realm, Xiao Chen would have died countless times already. "Xiao Chen, what are you thinking about?" Ao Jiao asked curiously as she stepped back and looked at Xiao Chen. Ling Yu knew that Xiao Chen was definitely not afraid. The Kunlun realm had faced many big scenes and many difficult situations, but Xiao Chen had never feared them. From that inexperienced youth in Mo City to surpassing Ling Yu, then the Thunder King. Now he surpassed the Kunlun realm and entered the Great Thousand Realms. Xiao Chen had long since become capable of holding his own. He remained calm in the face of danger and dealt with them calmly. Xiao Chen took out the lunar shadow saber. Without drawing it, he just looked at Ling Yu and said, I'm thinking about how to face tomorrow's situation. Unfortunately, there is too little information. I can't think of anything. It was already too late to search for information about Shangguan Lei. There was no point in thinking too much. So, Ao Jiao asked. So, I'll just stop thinking. Clang. Right after Ling Yu spoke, Xiao Chen instantly drew the lunar shadow saber. The streamlined white blade was about half Xiao Chen's height. Not including the hilt, it was already 1 meter long. When the sunlight reflected off it, it gave off a glow like that of autumn water rippling faintly. Ao Jiao, do you think this saber is sharp enough? Xiao Chen asked softly as he looked at the flickering blade. Ao Jiao did not know what he meant. After thinking for a while, she said, the lunar shadow saber is a peak divine weapon in the Kunlun realm. However, in the Great Thousand Realms, it is only a treasure tool. Even among treasure tools, it is not at the peak. Furthermore, there are even stronger Dao tools above treasure tools. After a pause, Ao Jiao had no choice but to speak the truth. The weapons that the true inheritors of rank 4 sects use are all peak treasure tools. The lunar shadow saber, it is no longer sharp enough. Xiao Chen said sullenly, if a bladesman's saber is not sharp enough, how can he intimidate the weak? There was a faint sorrow on Xiao Chen's face. His white robes were clean, and his tall and straight figure appeared somewhat frail. While Xiao Chen was referring to the lunar shadow saber, he was actually referring to himself. If Xiao Chen were strong and unparalleled, the divine firmament sect's Shangguan Lei would not dare to call him out and humiliate him without any fear. After tomorrow's battle, I will seal the lunar shadow saber. Xiao Chen said softly. Sealing the lunar shadow saber did not mean that he would retire. Instead, he would seal all his past glory and start anew in this Great Thousand Realms. Sealing the saber to show his ambitions. His ambitions were not high, but to continuously surpass himself. Chapter 1673. Sealing the saber? Ao Jiao was startled, feeling somewhat surprised. However, this was within reason. She did not feel too disappointed in her heart. Being able to accompany Xiao Chen to the end of the Sky Dome realm and the Kunlun realm meant that she had completed her mission long ago. After coming to this Great Thousand Realms, there were many things that were unfamiliar to her. She felt somewhat out of place. Actually, the lunar shadow saber was no longer suitable for Xiao Chen. However, because of his feelings and reluctance, Xiao Chen kept using it until now. As an item spirit, Ao Jiao had a master like Sang Mu in her previous life. Now she had a master like Xiao Chen. To Ao Jiao this was already the greatest fortune. With such a life, what was there to be dissatisfied with? Xiao Chen closed his eyes and gently tapped the saber with his right hand. The saber trembled and a buzzing sound came from the air. Ao Jiao paled as she took 2 steps back. In that instant, Xiao Chen had severed the final connection between Ao Jiao and the lunar shadow saber. Master! Feeling a strange pain in her heart, Ao Jiao held her hand over her chest and took a few steps back. Xiao Chen turned around and placed Ao Jiao in his left arm. Then he stabbed the lunar shadow saber into the ground. Ao Jiao's body felt somewhat weak. However, her pale face blushed slightly. She smiled and said, if I don't call you that in the future, I probably won't have the chance to call you master again. Xiao Chen sat down and pulled Ao Jiao into his embrace. He revealed a gentle smile as he looked to the front. You know that I have never treated you as an item spirit. Along the way, I have experienced many obstacles, many trials and tribulations. If not for your company, how could I have survived until today? Xiao Chen lowered his right hand, which held the saber, and grabbed Ao Jiao's smooth left hand tightly. Ao Jiao felt a gentle warmth coming from Xiao Chen's palm. She looked at Xiao Chen's face and coincidentally Xiao Chen's gaze landed on her at the same time. Their eyes met. There was no need to say many words. As the gentle breeze blew, Xiao Chen's thoughts drifted. He could not help but think of the scene of Ao Jiao hugging him during the recasting of the lunar shadow in Mo City. That day, the spring breeze had stirred the young man's heart, and the seed of ambiguity had already been planted. It was also on that day that Xiao Chen became Lunar Shadow's owner. In front of the Thunder King Sang Mu, he swore that he would not let Ao Jiao shed tears. Fortunately, Xiao Chen remembered that it was to save Ao Jiao. When he was imprisoned and faced the enemy alone, Ao Jiao cried because her heart ached for him. If he could do it all over again, Xiao Chen would still choose to imprison Ao Jiao, putting her in danger. He still remembered the most dangerous 7th layer of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. The heart tribulation was very difficult. Between the real and the fake, he was trapped by a heart demon. Ao Jiao risked her life to save him, enduring the final lightning tribulation alone. He slept alone, wishing that he would never wake up from that dream, never opening his eyes for 10,000 years. The relationship between the two was no longer just that of a master and an item spirit. Jie. Just at this moment, a few strange sounds that spoiled the mood rang out. Little Yellow Feather stood on a tree branch in the courtyard, its back facing the two. It looked up at the sky with an expression that said, "I don't know anything, I can't see anything." Ao Jiao giggled, but she was not willing to get up. "It feels good to be in your embrace. Do you know? I thought a lot earlier. I thought about my previous life and this life. I thought about all the battles I fought for you. If there is a next life, I would really be willing to be the blade in your hand again." However, Xiaoqun did not say anything, not saying anything. If there was a next life, he would definitely change his choice. Ao Jiao spoke softly and Xiaoqun listened quietly. Most of the time it was Xiaoqun speaking and Ao Jiao listening. However, today it was the other way around. This was because Xiaoqun knew that their parting might be coming soon. If Xiaoqun still did not listen, there would be no more chances. Little Yellow Feather's occasional cries accompanied Xiaoqun's, and he just listened quietly. Night fell and the waning moon hung high in the sky. The bleak and cold moonlight filled the courtyard. However, when the moonlight landed on the two, it did not feel cold at all. Instead, they hugged each other even tighter. At some point in time, Ao Jiao stopped speaking and Xiaoqun looked over. Under the bleak and cold moonlight, Ao Jiao's exquisite face looked exceptionally gentle. Her red lips were tender, and there was a faint affection in her eyes. Amid the affection, there was also a trace of anticipation. Xiaoqun lowered his head and paused for a moment. Then he no longer hesitated and kissed those tender red lips. At this moment, an ambiguous flame ignited with this kiss. Little Yellow Feather, who was on a tree branch, turned around and entered deep thought. Then it flapped its wings ferociously. A flame surged out and as the wind blew, it burned the two's clothes clean. Under Little Yellow Feather's deliberate control, the flame did not harm the two at all. However, this only made the ambiguous flame even more intense. Little Yellow Feather nodded in satisfaction. Then it flapped its wings and soared into the air, not lingering any longer. After a while, the courtyard was filled with the alluring scenery of spring. The two vented the suppressed feelings in their hearts. Early the next morning, when the first rays of sunlight shone down, Xiaoqun opened his eyes with some difficulty. Ao Jiao, who was beside him, was no longer there. When he looked around, the entire courtyard was empty. There was only a sharp blade flickering with a cold light stuck in the ground. Xiaoqun put on his clothes and slowly walked over. Then he pulled the saber out of the ground. As he looked at the autumn water-like luster on the saber's edge, he remained silent for a long time. "Martial uncle, why is there another woman in your courtyard? Furthermore, there is a strange yellow-feathered bird with a bad temper." At some point, Ling Yu had walked in, asking with a confused expression. Disappointment appeared on Xiaoqun's face as he asked softly, "What happened after that?" "Master told me to send them off. When they left the heavenly shaking mountain, that girl told me to pass on a message to Martial Uncle." "What message?" "She told Martial Uncle not to worry about her. She would help Little Yellow Feather search for its race and unlock some of its final memories." Also, as expected, with Little Yellow Feather taking care of her, Xiaoqun did not worry about Ao Jiao's future. He continued, "What else?" "She said that if Martial Uncle finds another saber, don't forget your original intention and change its name to Moon Seeking." When Xiaoqun heard that, he felt stunned. His expression turned somewhat stiff and unsightly. "Don't forget your original intention. Moon Seeking. Which moon?" Ao Jiao knew and so did Xiaoqun. "Where is she now? How long has she been gone?" After a while, the calm on Xiaoqun's face vanished as he asked impatiently. "She has been gone for a long time already, almost 4 hours. She entered the Transrealm Transportation Formation long ago, but I do not know where she went." For a moment, Xiaoqun felt disappointed and frustrated, not saying anything for a long time. "Martial Uncle, are you all right?" Ling Yu asked somewhat worriedly. Later, Martial Uncle still had to go to the Divine Firmament Sect's thunder-controlling peak. He did not know how that Shangguanlei would make things difficult for Martial Uncle. Given Martial Uncle's current state, the situation was not good. Xiaoqun forced a smile and said, "I'm fine. I just need some peace and quiet." Ling Yu left helplessly. Before he left, he shook his head slightly, wondering what Martial Uncle experienced last night. At the stone table, Xiaoqun took out a cup of wine and started drinking alone in silence. After this battle, the Lunar Shadow Saber would be sealed, along with the glory of the past. However, many memories would remain in Xiaoqun's heart, something that he would never forget. Here's a toast to you. Xiaochen took out the wine and raised his cup to the lunar shadow saber stabbed into the ground. The saber trembled as though replying to Xiaochen, I'll offer you a toast as well. One man and one saber started drinking. The man was drunk and so was the saber. In the courtyard, the lunar shadow saber buzzed as it moved in the air, dancing in the air. Scenes of the past appeared in the surroundings. Those were scenes of the past, Xiaochen dancing with the saber. From the Sky Dome realm to the Kunlun realm, and finally to the battle with Chu Chaoyin. When the scenes ended, Xiaochen put down his wine cup and stood up. Then he stretched out his hand and grasped the lunar shadow saber tightly. The saber was like an arm, connected by blood and mind. Looking at the limpid saber, Xiaochen smiled in satisfaction. Then he sheathed the saber and walked out of the courtyard. Hua Yunfeng had been waiting for a long time with the 6 true inheritors of the Purple Flame sect. I've kept everyone waiting, Xiaochen said with a cupped fist salute. Hua Yunfeng and the other true inheritors knew that Shangguanlei would make things difficult for Xiaochen soon. They felt some sympathy for Xiaochen's misfortune and did not feel upset about waiting. High in the starry heavens, Ao Jiao sat on Little Yellow Feather as they flew to the great realm where the Golden Crow race was. The bliss from last night still lingered on her pretty face. Sealing the saber to show her determination was Xiaochen's new life. How could it not be Ao Jiao's new life as well? Chapter 1674. Hua Yunfeng looked at Xiaochen and said sullenly, Don't overthink. I will do my best to help you deal with it as long as it is within my ability. Xiaochen nodded and said nothing. There were many fortuitous encounters in the fiendish demon battlefield, competing with the other 2 blessed lands. Hua Yunfeng had to work together with Shangguanlei. At the very least, he could not create an opponent like Shangguanlei for himself, lest it lead to unnecessary conflicts. Of course, Shangguanlei did not dare to be too presumptuous. He also needed Hua Yunfeng's help to deal with the other 2 blessed grotto heavens. Between the 2, there was only a relationship of using each other. After this point they would definitely return to their original state. If not for the fact that the fiendish demon battlefield was about to open, no matter what, Hua Yunfeng would have helped Xiaochen endure it. No matter what, at the very least, Xiaochen represented the Purple Flame sect. Unfortunately, it just so happened that Xiaochen could not fall out with Shangguanlei. From Xiaochen's point of view, he had no choice but to go. Otherwise, if the other party targeted them in the fiendish demon battlefield, it would be even more problematic. It would be better to deal with it in advance. Unless Xiaochen was willing to give up on this fortuitous encounter in the fiendish demon battlefield, he would not be able to do so. However, he really couldn't give up. If Xiaochen could not even clear this stage, he would go to Ancestor Dragon City in the future. So what if they faced those geniuses and outstanding talents who were even stronger than Shangguanlei? They might as well not go. Xiaochen didn't think too much about it. He just took it as stepping into the boundless world. Hua Yunfeng raised his head to the sky and roared. After a while, a large eagle flew over from a distant mountain peak. The wingspan was at least 100 zhang. 5 or 6 people standing on it was nothing at all. The eagle brought everyone to Black Cave Mountain's Divine Firmament sect's thunder-controlling peak. The 2 sects were not far from each other, and the eagle was extremely fast. It didn't take long before they saw a mountain shrouded in thunderclouds. Purple lightning struck down continuously, illuminating the surroundings. Before Xiaochen even got close, he could already feel the dense lightning-attributed spiritual energy. He had to admit that this mountain peak of the Divine Firmament sect was truly blessed by the heavens. If a lightning-attributed cultivator cultivated in this peak, he would definitely improve at a godly speed, far surpassing others. It was somewhat similar to the Thunder Emperor Valley in the Sky Dome realm when Xiaochen was in the Sky Dome realm. However, the layout was different. Suddenly, the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning in Xiaochen's sea of consciousness leaped about, as if half of it wanted to escape. Xiaochen quickly suppressed it. If the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning accidentally jumped out, he would be the first to bear the brunt of it and be blasted into meat paste. Even now, Xiaochen's divine lightning, I could only use the power of the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning a little. As they got closer and closer, the lightning falling from the sky became clearer and clearer. The bolts of lightning were like terrifying ancient dragons that flickered in the sky, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, causing everyone to feel a wave of fear. Lightning had always been the most overbearing manifestation of the wrath of the heavenly Tao. Ordinary people would feel fearful of it. This was especially true for evil demons, Yin spirits, and other such existences. It was a devastating blow. Thunder Controlling Peak, I wonder what the story behind this name is. I heard that the lightning on this thunder-controlling peak was left behind by a sovereign personage many years ago after he failed his tribulation. After the Divine Firmament sect occupied this peak, there were people who extracted this tribulation lightning for their own use. Hence, the name Thunder Controlling Peak. A senior brother at the side explained to Xiao Chen when he saw that this was his first time here. Xiao Chen revealed an expression of understanding. No wonder the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning in his sea of consciousness stirred, eager to give it a try. It turned out to be a bolt of tribulation lightning. However, Xiao Chen had experienced many lightning tribulations, and the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning did not show any signs of abnormality. It looked like the lightning tribulation of this sovereign personage was indeed extraordinary. Could it be that there is no end to it? Xiao Chen asked casually. Logically speaking, if one continuously extracted it for a long time, it would run out sooner or later. The Divine Firmament sect was a sect where everyone from the sect master to the outer sect disciples cultivated the Thunder Tao. At the very least, not for now. The core source of the lightning did not decrease by much. Furthermore, the Divine Firmament sect laid a lightning guiding formation, replenishing the lightning-attributed energy for a long time. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. This Divine Firmament sect is really ambitious. The lightning guiding formation drains an astronomical amount of resources. They are trying to become a rank 5 sect. This is a fact that everyone knows. Unfortunately, my Purple Flame sect is unable to obtain such a good peak. If we can obtain a Purple Flame divine peak, everyone can cultivate our sect's Purple Flame art. We might even be able to catch up to the Divine Firmament sect. Xiao Chen did not say anything. It looked like the Divine Firmament sect was indeed strong. Even the Purple Flame sect's true inheritors acknowledged their inferiority. After about 7 minutes and a round of inspection, Hua Yunfeng's group finally arrived at the summit of Thunder Controlling Peak. The summit was flattened and turned into a huge platform. A purple plaza was in the center. There were many stone pillars erected in the plaza, and at the top of each stone pillar, there were thunder flames burning, illuminating the entire plaza with brilliant lights. The special aura formed by the thunder flames formed a lightning dome flickering with electricity in the sky above the plaza. It looked like a cage descending, looking very strange. The location of this gathering was this Thunder Flame Plaza. After the group arrived, they discovered that the true inheritors of the other sects of the Black Cave Mountain had already arrived. The Divine Firmament sect's true inheritors sat in the middle of the tall platform. The other sects took their assigned seats. Xiao Chen casually looked around. None of the true inheritors here were below the major primal core realm. Indeed, it was as Xiao Chen expected. Those who could become true inheritors of this blessed land would definitely have high cultivations. Among this group of true inheritors, Xiao Chen stood out. Many people looked at him with doubtful expressions. They found it strange that the Purple Flame sect brought a half-step primal core disciple. What is this? Don't they know that this is a gathering of true inheritors to discuss the alliance? How can they let someone with such low cultivation enter? This is too ridiculous. However, the Purple Flame sect was a rank 4 sect after all. Everyone was very clear on Hua Yunfeng's strength. Hua Yunfeng was an expert second only to Shangguan Lei. Even in the 3 blessed lands he could rank within the top 10. Although everyone felt doubtful, no one dared to voice it. Brother Hua, I have been waiting for you for a long time. A purple-clad man with a squarish face and sharp eyes from the Divine Firmament sect's side stood up and spoke to Hua Yunfeng. If Xiao Chen guessed right, this person was Shangguan Lei. I came late. Brother Shangguan, please forgive me. It's fine. I understand. Some honored guests definitely have to put on airs. Shangguan Lei smiled faintly and stepped forward. Let me introduce everyone. This is young Master Xiao Chen. He is Senior Yi Zifeng's junior brother. It was really difficult for him to come this time. The crowd immediately set the place abuzz with some disbelief. Such a young man with such low cultivation was actually Yi Zifeng's junior brother. Who was Yi Zifeng? He was one of the 10 great bladesmen of the Grave Sea. He had already reached peak star venerate many years ago. More importantly, Yi Zifeng was Pan Huang's disciple. This was something that the entire Grave Sea knew. Hua Yunfeng showed a somewhat embarrassed expression. Unexpectedly, Shangguan Lei announced Xiao Chen's identity the moment he arrived. Clearly, Shangguan Lei had an ulterior motive, harboring malicious intent. Senior Yi Zifeng is a senior that I respect a lot. He is also the opponent that my master respects the most. However, how did he produce a junior brother like you? You ignored the rules and attacked my junior brother, nearly causing him to fall into a demonic heart. Indeed, Shangguan Lei's face sank and he changed the topic, shouting directly. Shangguan Lei's shout contained the rage of thunder and the power of the world. causing 100 bolts of lightning in the sky above Thunder Controlling Peak to descend at the same time. Whoosh! With Shangguan Lei's furious shout, the light of the entire platform instantly turned gloomy. Even the 100 bolts of lightning could not illuminate the platform. Everyone's heart sank. Everyone felt a strange pressure. Only now did they understand why Shangguan Lei had sent Xiao Qin here. As everyone looked at Xiao Qin, they could not help showing a sympathetic gaze. This Shangguan Lei was famous for seeking revenge for the smallest grievance. Anyone who offended him would not have a good ending. Shangguan Lei's furious shout made the 5 Purple Flame sect true inheritors feel somewhat uncomfortable. However, Xiao Qin did not react at all. His expression remained the same, not changing at all. Before Hua Yunfeng could say anything, Xiao Qin stepped forward and looked at the other party. Shangguan Lei, Wind Thunder Berserk Saber Shangguan Lei. Let me ask you too. How did the Thunder Saber Xiang Tian produce a disciple like you? Shameless, arrogant, and conceited. Shangguan Lei's shout also contained the Thunder Dao. Right after he spoke, he drove 100 bolts of lightning in the sky. However, these 100 bolts of lightning were even more berserk and resplendent than the one Shangguan Lei drove. Under Shangguan Lei's deliberate control, the dim light in the Thunder Flame Plaza suddenly brightened up, restoring its original brightness to its original state. Chapter 1675. One in the open and the other in the dark represented a secret competition between 2 great Thunder Dao geniuses. No one expected that an outsider like Xiao Qin could actually attract 100 lightning bolts to light up the plaza in this Thunder Flame Plaza. This was tantamount to declaring war on Shangguan Lei. Everyone felt a terrifying aura spreading in the plaza. Oh no! Shangguan Lei is angry. This white-clad person is really bold. To think that he dares to clash with Shangguan Lei in the Thunder Flame Plaza. Everyone was shocked. Originally, they thought that Xiao Qin would not be able to resist Shangguan Lei's strong aura. Who knew not only did Xiao Qin withstand it, but he even pushed back this pressure. This resulted in a situation where both sides competed against each other. Shangguan Lei revealed a cold smile as he unleashed an indistinct killing qi. In an instant, everyone felt a chill spreading through their bodies. Hua Yunfeng thought to himself, oh no. Just as he was about to make a move to stop this, he discovered that it was already too late. The opposing Xiao Qin and Shangguan Lei suddenly unleashed their thunder domains. Rumble. Resplendent electric light immediately burst out of the two. Countless electric lights flickered on their bodies, crackling endlessly. A formless electric field spread out in all directions from the ground. Retreat. Hua Yunfeng's group, who was behind Xiao Qin, quickly retreated. At this moment they could no longer interfere. Once they did, they would suffer the attacks of the two's thunder domains. The consequences would be dire. Even Hua Yunfeng would not have a good time. Of course he would not take this risk. Hua Yunfeng was a very realistic person. As long as it was within his capabilities, he would have no problem taking care of Xiao Qin. However, it was not worth it for Hua Yunfeng to take the risk when it was beyond his capabilities. At the very least, in Hua Yunfeng's opinion, Xiao Qin was not worth his full help. The true inheritors of the various sects all stood up at this moment with grave expressions, clearly shocked. However, Shangguan Lei himself was even more shocked. To think that a half-step primal core brat could clash with him in the Thunder Dao and not be defeated. Interesting. Let's see how long you can hold on for. Shangguan Lei roared ferociously as he endured Xiao Qin's thunder domain. Then he took a step forward and threw a palm strike. He did not add much of his cultivation to this palm strike, only the power of lightning to deal with Xiao Qin. He did not believe that his Thunder Dao could not suppress the other party. Boom. The supreme tribulation lightning in the sky sent down 1,000 lightning bolts at the same time as Shangguan Lei's palm strike. With a thought from Shangguan Lei, thousands of lightning bolts gathered and turned into a lightning ferocious beast that bared its fangs and claws, covering half the sky. The might of this palm strike caused the world to change color, and the wind to blow and clouds to surge, bringing with it an enormous pressure. Just by using his Thunder Dao cultivation, the strength that Shangguan Lei displayed was already so terrifying. Everyone felt a deep fear in their hearts. He was truly worthy of being the strongest true inheritor of the Black Cave Mountain. With such strength, no one present could compete with him. The 10,000 tribulation divine lightning in his sea of consciousness flared up, raring to go. This made Xiao Qin feel like he could no longer suppress it. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Qin did his best to suppress the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning, drawing out the power of the lightning tribulation that he could fully control. Whoosh! Xiao Qin clenched his teeth and did his best to suppress the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning, drawing out the power of the lightning tribulation that he could fully control. Whoosh! Chen also threw a palm strike. 1,000 lightning bolts descended from the sky as well, looking very intimidating. The lightning bolts gathered and turned into a ferocious flood dragon. It did not fear the lightning ferocious beast that Shangguanlei gathered. The lightning flood dragon and the lightning ferocious beast each covered one side of the sky, plunging the entire plaza into a storm of lightning. Bang! The two palms clashed and the two formally clashed. A resplendent and dazzling white light burst out from the two palms, piercing the eyes. The berserk lightning attributed energy kicked up a strong wind. Strands of uncontrollable lightning attributed energy wreaked havoc in the plaza. Bang! 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 Aside from the ancient stone pillars that had existed for an unknown period of time, everything else in the Thunder Flame Plaza shattered and blasted into nothing. Without exception, the true inheritors of the various sects immediately brought out their veritable essence energy shields to protect themselves as though they were facing a great enemy. When the electric light slowly vanished, two figures stood in the boundless dust cloud. Everyone was shocked to discover that Chen did not move back at all, but Shangguanlei did. That's impossible. In the clash of the Thunder Dao, in Thunder Controlling Peak's home ground, Chen actually knocked back Shangguanlei in that earlier palm strike. Shangguanlei's expression turned sullen. Although his strong cultivation prevented him from getting injured, he simply could not accept that his Thunder Dao cultivation was weaker than Chen's. However, he simply could not accept that his Thunder Dao cultivation was actually weaker than Chen's. Chen paled and blood leaked out of the corner of his lips. Although he had defeated the other party, he had not expected this. Although he had defeated the other party, Chen did not have it easy. Shangguanlei's Thunder Dao was exceptionally tyrannical and ferocious. If not for Chen having a good foundation and a physique comparable to that of a major primal core venerate, that earlier palm strike would have taken away half his life. Cultivation, it was still cultivation that was lacking. If Chen's cultivation were equal to the other party's, the other party would not have just taken a step back. Chen would have been instantly sent flying. Shangguanlei, what are you trying to do? If you want to find an opponent, just look for me. Why the need to bully a half-step primal core venerate? Just at this moment, Hua Yunfeng's cold voice rang out. Hua Yunfeng could no longer stand by and watch. Based on Shangguanlei's expression, it seemed like he really wanted to make a move. That was Hua Yunfeng's bottom line. He absolutely could not just watch as the other party made a move. Hua Yunfeng was very clear on how strong Shangguanlei was. Earlier, the other party only brought out his Thunder Dao cultivation, his late-stage major primal core realm cultivation, and his terrifying saber technique. If Chen used his full power, given his current cultivation, he would not be a match for Shangguanlei. Shangguanlei smiled coldly. Humph, don't worry. Shangguanlei will not go to the extent of making things difficult for a half-step primal core cultivator. However, there are some things that need to be resolved today. He is in the wrong for interfering with my junior brother's duel with someone else. If I, Shangguanlei, do not seek justice for my junior brother, will everyone be able to bully the disciples of my Thunder Saber Xiang Tian's line in the future? The true inheritors of the various sects discussed in whispers. Given this, Shangguanlei did indeed make sense. Chen could not be bothered to rebut. He was not a 3-year-old child. The truth of the world was always in the hands of the strong. If Chen were strong enough, then the truth would be another matter altogether. Hua Yunfeng entered deep thought. What do you want? Just say it. Good, I've been waiting for you to say that. Let this brat fight my junior brother fair and square. As long as he agrees, I will not use this matter to make things difficult for him. I will also not make a move on him in the fiendish demon battlefield. The moment Shangguanlei said that, Hua Yunfeng and Chen revealed doubtful expressions. Could it be that this Shangguanlei did not know that Chen forced back Fengyu with one saber strike? Whoever loses will have to give up and enter the fiendish demon battlefield. Shangguanlei showed a sullen expression as he added another condition, the stakes. Chen, don't tell me that you do not even dare to accept this bet. That would make me look down on you. Shangguanlei revealed a smile on his face, not afraid that Chen would not accept it. Everyone exclaimed. This bet seems somewhat big. The fiendish demon battlefield opened once every 20 years. Just a small gain could change a person's life. If Chen could not enter, then the loss would be too great. These people had gathered here to discuss the fiendish demon battlefield. Chen said calmly, if you insist on doing this, there is nothing I cannot accept. At most, I will just defeat him again. Are you sure that you can defeat me? Whoosh. Just at this moment, a figure soared through the air. The little thunder saber Feng Yu suddenly appeared and landed on top of a stone pillar. Bathed in the light of the thunder flame, Feng Yu showed a stern expression. His entire being gave off an unfathomable aura. Xiao Qin frowned slightly. The other party had already broken through to peak minor primal core realm. However, it would be difficult for him to defeat Xiao Qin with just this. Hua Yunfeng's expression changed slightly. Then his gaze fell on the saber in Feng Yu's hand. There is something wrong with that saber. Xiao Qin used my saber then? A purple flame sect true inheritor took out his saber, wanting to hand it to Xiao Qin. This true inheritor's saber was a superior grade treasure tool forged from divine materials. It was incredibly sharp and could provide the user with many other wondrous uses. Thank you. Xiao Qin rejected the other party's help. Then he leaped into the air and landed on a stone pillar facing the little thunder saber Feng Yu. How could he borrow someone else's saber for his final battle? Chapter 1676. There were a total of 108 ancient stone pillars in the Thunder Flame Plaza. An everlasting thunder flame burned at the top of each stone pillar. The stone pillars were both decorations and part of the lightning guiding formation. Xiao Qin and the little thunder saber Feng Yu each stood on a stone pillar. Both of them were excellent cultivators of the lightning Tao. Not only did the thunder flame not injure the two, but it even benefited them. Normally they could just sit on it and cultivate. As the little thunder saber Feng Yu looked at the nearby Xiao Qin, his heart raced slightly. His senior brother had deep intentions in arranging this duel for him. Feng Yu had to pick himself up from where he fell. Only by defeating Xiao Qin could he truly get rid of the mental barrier in his heart. For the sake of this duel, his senior brother Shangguanlei had put in a lot of effort. Not only had he sought medicinal pills from his master to raise his cultivation to peak minor primal core realm, but he had also fought with Xiao Qin with the lightning Tao. Before the duel he had even fought with Xiao Qin with the lightning Tao, exhausting and injuring Xiao Qin. Most importantly, the saber in his hand. I have to win. I have no way out of this duel. When Feng Yu thought about the consequences of losing, his gaze slowly calmed down. In contrast, Xiao Qin appeared calm. However, the thunder flame around him flickered, making his expression look somewhat unsettled. Shangguanlei showed a sullen gaze, having high hopes for his junior brother. Xiao Qin stood casually on the stone pillar in no rush to come out. He did not feel any psychological burden in the first place. Furthermore, he happened to be slightly injured and could not exhaust the lightning-attributed energy. On the other hand, Feng Yu kept observing Xiao Qin's openings. At the same time he raised his aura. As his aura rose, the thunder flame under Feng Yu's feet burned even more fiercely. After 15 minutes, it turned into a 30-meter-long blazing thunder flame. A strong fighting spirit spread in Feng Yu's heart, and the ground trembled slightly. Everyone could feel his desire for victory and his determination to win. One was a peak minor primal core realm, and the other was a half-step primal core realm. Originally, the victor should have been obvious. However, due to the clash of the lightning Tao between Xiao Qin and Shangguanlei, everyone sensed Xiao Qin's strength and knew that he could not be underestimated. On the contrary, this made it hard for others to judge who would win and who would lose. A person who could surpass Shangguanlei in the Thunder Tao definitely could not be underestimated. I won't wait any longer. From the beginning to the end, he could not detect any flaws in Xiao Qin's aura. He felt that the other party was like a pool of stagnant water, unchanging even after 1,000 years. Feng Yu lost his patience and leaped out of the raging lightning fire. In the eyes of the many true inheritors, that lightning-fast figure was like a bolt of lightning. They could not see Feng Yu's figure. Wah! In the time it took for a spark to fly, Feng Yu drew his saber. The might of the great path of thunder swept out from his body, shocking the surroundings. Everyone was shocked and quite a few people revealed stunned expressions. This was actually a Tao tool. No, it was a fake Tao soldier, not a real Tao soldier. What was a Tao weapon? It was naturally a weapon that contained the great Tao. At the very least, it contained a complete great Tao. It could allow the owner of a Tao tool to grasp great Tao energy in advance. If it contained the Thunder Tao, then the person wielding the saber would be able to bring out the complete great Tao energy of the Thunder Tao and control the Tao might. To forge a Tao tool, aside from requiring extremely harsh materials, it also required a person who had attained the Tao to nurture and protect it. This would take a long time. If one slacked off, all their previous efforts would go to waste. The saber in Feng Yu's hand was not a true Tao tool. The Tao in it was incomplete. The true inheritors present were all outstanding talents of their sections. They could tell with one glance. Even so, this saber had been nurtured for at least 100 years. Although the Thunder Tao contained in it was incomplete, It was compatible with the cultivation technique that Feng Yu cultivated. Furthermore, given Feng Yu's cultivation, he might not be able to grasp a true Dao tool. Such a fake Dao tool could be perfectly grasped. Controlling it would be easy, making it easier for him to bring out his full potential. Xiao Chen is going to lose. The moment this saber appeared, many people immediately came to this conclusion. They shook their heads slightly, finding it unfortunate. Even Xiao Chen revealed a surprised expression when he saw a Dao tool for the first time. Unexpectedly, a Dao tool was so miraculous. When Feng Yu saw the surprised expression on Xiao Chen's face, he revealed a sinister smile. Using the speed of his charge, he exuded a vast aura. Feng Yu swung his saber at Xiao Chen's head. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before the saber light landed, the strong saber technique caused cracks to appear in the stone pillar under Xiao Chen's feet. Several rocks fell off. This saber technique was as heavy as a mountain. Not only did the stone pillar under Xiao Chen find it unbearable, but it also compressed the air, making breathing difficult. Xiao Chen instantly drew the lunar shadow saber and did not hesitate to swing it. This saber strike arrived first despite being launched later. The saber flickered with an autumn water-like luster. Although the light was not bright, it was still very dazzling and eye-catching. For the sake of blocking Feng Yu's saber strike, Xiao Chen did not dare to underestimate it, using his full power. The Taiji diagram formed by Yin essence energy, Yang essence energy, and veritable essence energy in Xiao Chen's dantian spun slowly. Shadows flashed in the surroundings, forming an even larger Taiji diagram. Dang! The two sabers clashed, producing a startling clang that shook everyone's eardrums. It was even louder and crisper than thunder. Feng Yu took a step back. He felt his palm go numb and his internal organs trembled. His qi and blood surged and he nearly vomited a mouthful of blood. Xiao Chen was not in a good state either. After all, the other party's cultivation was high. Furthermore, Xiao Chen controlled the Thunder Dao's Dao might. Without using his Saber Dao's Great Dao energy, Xiao Chen had to use his full power to block this saber strike. Kasie. Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out. Xiao Chen's lunar shadow saber broke in half. That earlier strike already surpassed the limits of what it could endure. Xiao Chen immediately vomited a mouthful of blood, and his complexion paled slightly. When the sword is broken, the man is king. When the saber is broken, the man is king. Swordsmen and bladesmen were independent from cultivators and had their own titles. This was because they had a far greater affection for their weapons than other cultivators. Although the description of a broken sword and a broken saber 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 were exaggerated, they were not far off. With their minds connected, it was hard to avoid severe injuries. Seeing this scene, the Purple Flame Sect's Hua Yunfeng's group immediately paled, and they quickly stood up. However, just as they stood up, a strong wind containing tyrannical killing qi surged over. Shangguan Lei smiled coldly as he looked at them without saying a word. His threat went without saying. Ha! Before my Dao tool, a medial-grade treasure tool is indeed worthless. Indeed, you cannot withstand a single blow. Xiao Chen, it looks like you are destined to die today. Feng Yu, who originally thought that Xiao Chen would be tricky to deal with, laughed loudly. Heaven is helping me. As he spoke, he charged forward again with a monstrous aura. He simply did not give Xiao Chen any chance to catch his breath. All he wanted was to take advantage of Xiao Chen's weakness to take his life. Buzz. Suddenly, the half-broken lunar shadow saber buzzed endlessly. A cold light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. The great Dao might that Xiao Chen had been suppressing for a long time burst out in an instant. The Dao disc behind him quickly condensed into a point and extended 3 meters. Xiao Chen's great Dao might was unleashed to its peak in an instant. The complete Dao might smashed apart the Thunder Dao might that Feng Yu forcibly put up in an instant. His overwhelming aura vanished. The half-broken lunar shadow saber chopped down with the Saber Dao's great Dao might. A huge force surged over and Feng Yu's pseudo-Dao tool flew out of his hand. Whoosh! At some point in time, Xiao Chen's left hand grasped the remaining half of the saber. Blood gathered at the tip of the saber as he ferociously thrust it forward. Nearly the instant Feng Yu's pseudo-Dao tool left his hand, Xiao Chen stabbed it into his chest. Then he used the momentum to hack it down with a palm strike. Holding the half-broken saber in his hand, Xiao Chen leaped into the air. When he landed, he stomped on Feng Yu's chest. By feigning weakness, Xiao Chen made the other party lower his guard before ending the battle with a lightning-quick strike. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen ended the battle, which should have been a fierce battle, with one move. It was so fast that before many people could react, Xiao Chen had already stepped on Feng Yu, preventing him from getting up. Seeing Feng Yu's unresigned gaze, Xiao Chen said indifferently, "I said you don't understand, so you don't understand. How can you change your saber at the last moment before a great battle? So what if I give you a Dao tool? You will not be able to hold it either." "Xiao Chen, you are seeking death." Shang Wanlei roared and raged. Wind and lightning appeared, surging with thunder and boundless hurricanes as they charged over. "Shut up!" Xiao Chen raged in his heart. He quickly turned his head back and could not be bothered to suppress the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning in his sea of consciousness. Then a loud sound rang out. That horrifying tribulation lightning in the sky sent down a thick bolt of lightning, striking Xiao Chen. The 108 ancient stone pillars in the Thunder Flame Plaza collapsed. The entire thunder-controlling peak turned chaotic. Electric light flashed everywhere, startling the countless major characters of the Divine Firmament sect. The core of the tribulation lightning that the thunder-controlling peak relied on to survive actually started leaking out uncontrollably. Within the thick pillar of tribulation lightning, Xiao Chen's expression turned exceptionally terrifying. At this moment, Shang Wanlei's strong aura appeared extremely laughable before him. Xiao Chen was like a river before the sea, scaring Shang Wanlei into stopping in his tracks. 6 purple petals spun quickly in Xiao Chen's right eye, locking onto Shang Wanlei. This caused the other party to tremble and feel a pressure of death enveloping him. Right now, the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning was no longer under his control. Even Xiao Chen feared the consequences of executing the divine lightning eye. Furthermore, this Shang Wanlei did not dare to take even half a step forward. "Shang Wanlei, I am not here today because I did something wrong to apologize to you. Furthermore, it is not because I, Xiao Chen, am afraid of you. I only want to tell you one thing. Don't treat me, Xiao Chen, as a pushover that you can squash at will. If you anger me, I will kill both of you." Chapter 1677. Xiao Chen stomped on Feng Yu's chest and shocked Shang Wanlei with his lightning-like aura. Then the tribulation lightning enveloped Xiao Chen. No one dared to doubt Xiao Chen's words. Right now, Xiao Chen was like a thunder god, inspiring fear in all the true inheritors present. No one knew what was going on with the terrifying lightning-attributed energy in Xiao Chen's body. To think that it actually triggered the lightning core of the Divine Firmament sect's sovereign tribulation lightning. In his sea of consciousness, Xiao Chen felt the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning slowly absorbing it. More accurately, it should be devouring, slowly swallowing up the tribulation lightning. Furthermore, this was not an ordinary tribulation lightning but a lightning core, the core source of the tribulation lightning. Under the stimulation of this lightning core, the bottleneck of Xiao Chen's cultivation loosened somewhat. Xiao Chen's body did not explode and die as he expected. Although this was a good thing, he could sense many of the Divine Firmament sect's major characters flying towards thunder-controlling peak. Xiao Chen did not dare to go overboard. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for him to leave. Xiao Chen used his greatest willpower to suppress the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning once more. Aside from fearing the Divine Firmament sect's star venerates, Xiao Chen also feared that his physical body might not be able to endure absorbing too much tribulation lightning. After a while, the pillar of electric light encasing Xiao Chen vanished. Then Xiao Chen kicked Feng Yu, who was on the ground, and took the other half of the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning. After a while, the pillar of lightning enveloping Xiao Chen disappeared. Xiao Chen kicked Feng Yu, who was on the ground, and took the opportunity to pick up the other half of the saber. Feng Yu was severely injured, but his foundations were not damaged. He would recover after some time. Shang Wanlei stepped forward and quickly caught Feng Yu. Then he checked on Feng Yu's injuries. But after this battle, it would be hard to get rid of the shadow in Feng Yu's heart. His future might be ruined. Feng Yu was defeated by a broken saber. Furthermore, he held a false Dao tool. No one would be able to accept such a result. As Shang Wanlei looked at Xiao Chen, rage burned in his eyes, nearly spewing out. However, he did not dare to act rashly. Earlier, Xiao Chen already revealed his strength. At the very least, Shang Wanlei could not clash head-on with him in this thunder-controlling peak. Most importantly, Xiao Chen's last words caused his heart to palpitate. Xiao Chen's strength was much stronger than he had imagined. The reason why Xiao Chen dared to come to the thunder-controlling peak was not because he wanted to apologize or resign himself to humiliation. Xiao Chen wanted Shang Wanlei to understand that he could not rely on his higher cultivation to do whatever he wanted. He wanted to point out and humiliate Xiao Chen by name. Impossible. Xiao Chen exuded a spirit that said he would rather die in glory than live in disgrace, and it caused the hearts of every true disciple present to tremble. If anyone wanted to hit on him, they would have to think twice. I was too heavy-handed and offended you. Shangguanlei, remember your promise. Farewell. Since he had achieved his goal, there was no need for Xiaoqin to stay any longer, nor was he willing to stay any longer. He turned around and flew back. Looking at Xiaoqian's departing figure, every single one of the true disciples felt a wave of disbelief, and they did not dare to imagine it. Just a half-step primal core cultivator trampled on the little thunder saber and clashed with Shangguanlei, and he could still leave safely. After this battle, Xiaoqian's name would definitely shake the three blessed lands, attracting the attention of the true inheritors of the various sections. Furthermore, Shangguanlei's WeChat would definitely suffer a huge blow, no longer as famous as before. Hua Yunfeng smiled faintly. Now he discovered that he was completely wrong. This Xiaoqin did not need his protection at all. Xiaoqin did not come here to resolve the conflict between him and Shangguanlei. This was because Hua Yunfeng knew that there was no way to resolve this. Shangguanlei was a vengeful person, proud and arrogant, not letting Hua Yunfeng see his strength. When Shangguanlei looked at you, he would always look down on you, treating you like a soft persimmon that he could squash at will. Xiaoqin only wanted to prove one thing by coming here: do not provoke him. If you provoked him, you would not have a good time either. No one would care about the pleas of the weak. Only the rage of an expert could deter others, instilling fear in the other party, preventing them from acting rashly. This was the truth of the world, it had never changed. Not long after Xiaoqin left Thunder Controlling Peak, he discovered that he could not move. Several invisible wills of soul directly locked down the entire space. Xiaoqin froze in the air, unable to advance or retreat. In front of him, there were several old men with blurry figures in midair, looking at him coldly. How bold of you! You nearly destroyed the foundation of my divine firmament sect, yet you want to leave just like that? But who sent you? What method did you use to destroy the lightning core of the King Tribulation Lightning? Cold, ferocious roars entered Xiaoqian's soul. His mind buzzed in extreme discomfort. Xiaoqin cursed in his heart. To think that this group of Cloud Sea old fogies actually attacked him. Just as Xiaoqin was at a loss, a thunderous voice rang out in the sky. Let him leave. Since when did my divine firmament sect fall to such a level? The moment this voice rang out, the several old men blocking Xiaoqin showed somewhat unsightly expressions. But Martial Uncle Xiang, he destroyed the lightning guiding formation and absorbed a lot of tribulation lightning cores. Humph, are you trying to embarrass Yi Zifeng? That person coldly snorted, and the few old men immediately felt waves of fear. Their scalps went numb and they didn't dare to say another word. Xiaoqin immediately felt relaxed. After some analysis, he realized that the person who spoke was the Thunder Saber Xiang Tian. This Thunder Saber Xiang Tian truly lived up to being one of the Grave Sea's 10 great bladesmen, equal to senior brother. Just this boldness alone was much greater than that of these star venerates. As his body moved freely, Xiaoqin didn't say anything and directly left this place of trouble. When he saw the peak of the Purple Flame sect, he completely relaxed. Fortunately, he did not absorb too much of that lightning core. Otherwise, the Thunder Blade Xiang Tian might not have shown himself. Landing at the foot of the mountain, Xiaoqin reported his identity. After a quick check, he was let through. The red-clad administrator whom Xiaoqin had met when he first arrived personally came out to welcome him. Ah, Brother Xiao. No, Martial Granduncle, we meet again. Administrator, he appeared exceptionally warm. After the matter, Yi Zifeng had indeed given him and that white-bearded old man a big gift. Even the sect master personally instructed him to take good care of this junior brother of Yi Zifeng. Martial Granduncle, did you fight? Administrator, he asked casually when he saw Xiaoqin go out. Xiaoqin did not hide it. I went to the Divine Firmament sect's Thunder Controlling Peak. The red-clad administrator revealed a doubtful expression. Thunder Controlling Peak? I heard that Shangguanlei is gathering the true inheritors of the various sects today to discuss the alliance in the fiendish demon battlefield. Xiaoqin nodded and said, I am one of the people invited. The red-clad administrator recalled the recent news of Xiaoqin defeating the Little Thunder Saber. Then he looked at Xiaoqin's travel-weary appearance. He thought that Xiaoqin would not have a good ending if he went to Thunder Controlling Peak and faced Shangguanlei, so he immediately dropped this topic. Xiaoqin was rather relaxed and did not mind. The battle of the lunar shadow sealing the saber was over. Xiaoqin had tossed aside all the burdens of the past and set out on a lighter journey. The most important thing was that although the earlier battle only lasted 2 moves, it was delightful, achieving his goal. Alright. Administrator, do you know where most of the inner sect disciples cultivate? I do. I'll bring Marshal Granduncle there. There's no need to be so polite. I'll go over myself. As the opening of the fiendish demon battlefield approached, Xiaochen recalled that he still had an agreement with a certain girl. He was going to bring her to the fiendish demon battlefield and work together. Halfway there, Xiaochen happened to see a group of inner sect disciples walking over. When he looked up, he happened to see Yang Qing among them. Xiaochen immediately felt that this was a coincidence. Just as he was about to look for the other party, he ran into them. When Yang Qing saw Xiaochen, she showed a stunned expression. She greeted Zhou Wei and Zhou Wei's senior brothers and sisters before quickly walking over. I thought that you were no longer in the Purple Flame sect. During this period, I asked around among the outer sect and inner sect disciples, but there was no sign of you. Where did you go? When Yang Qing saw Xiaochen, she found this strange. Then she rejoiced. Me? I have a senior brother here. During this period, I've been staying with him, Xiaochen said directly, not hiding anything. Yang Qing asked doubtfully, senior brother? What senior brother has such a high status that he can directly take in an outsider? Oh, I understand. Yang Qing's voice stopped. She thought that Xiaochen might not have passed the test and was forced to stay in the sect to do odd jobs. She had heard that true inheritors in the sect could take in servants. Those servants' treatment was no worse than that of outer sect disciples. Finding this strange, Xiaochen asked, I haven't said anything yet. What do you understand? Yang Qing feared hurting Xiaochen's sore spot. She smiled and said, it's fine. I understand. I'm already in the top 10 of the inner sect and obtained the right to enter the fiendish demon battlefield. Will your senior brother bring you there? Xiaochen shook his head and said, my senior brother will not go, but he managed to obtain a spot for me. Upon hearing that, Yang Qing was even more certain of her guess. For him to be able to obtain a spot for Xiaochen, he had to be a true inheritor. It looks like you are doing well. In that case, I can rest assured. The agreement of alliance still stands. When you go to the fiendish demon battlefield, senior sister, junior brother, and I will take care of you. Yang Qing saw that Xiaochen was still a half-step primal core cultivator and that she had improved rapidly in the sect in the past 2 months. Yang Qing felt that her strength already surpassed Xiaochen's. However, she still remembered the agreement and had no intention of giving up on Xiaochen. Xiaochen laughed hoarsely. In that case, many thanks for your care. You can go first. I think your companions are getting impatient waiting. All right. See you in the fiendish demon battlefield. Chapter 1678. 3 days later, the matter of Xiaochen defeating the Little Thunder Saber at Thunder Controlling Peak and calmly leaving in front of Shangguanlei spread throughout the 3 Blessed Lands. The various sects in the Blessed Lands all knew of this white-robed bladesman who dared to tyrannically trample on the Little Thunder Saber before Shangguanlei, not giving him any face at all. What was even more terrifying was that Shangguanlei actually let Xiaochen leave, not daring to make a move despite his anger. Who was Shangguanlei? He was the strongest true inheritor of the Black Cave Mountain, a late-stage major primal core cultivator just 1 step shy of breaking through to peak major primal core. Even an ordinary star venerate might not succeed in killing Shangguanlei. Shangguanlei was tyrannical and arrogant, seeking revenge for the smallest grievance. However, he was such a ruthless person who had been famous in the Grave Sea for a long time. Shangguanlei watched as Xiaochen left, not daring to say anything at all. This was simply inconceivable. This piqued everyone's curiosity about this white-robed bladesman's identity. Back at the Purple Flame sect, Xiaochen did not know that he had already caused a huge commotion in the 3 Blessed Lands. Xiaochen was currently making one final push to enter the fiendish demon battlefield, continuing his preparations. Back then, after Xiaochen said his goodbyes to Yang Qing and the others, he formally sealed the Lunar Shadow Saber away. From then on, he would no longer care about any of his past glory. He would only bury his pride deep in his heart. The tribulation lightning he absorbed at Thunder Controlling Peak not only loosened his bottleneck but also raised his Thunder Dao cultivation by another level, reaching the peak of the Thunder Domain. The next step was to break through and grasp the Thunder Dao. More importantly, Xiaochen's Divine Lightning Eye was about to break through the 3rd layer and reach the 4th layer. This was an unexpected joyous matter. The cultivation of the Divine Lightning Eye was abnormally slow. With every increase in layer, its might would undergo a tremendous change. This was especially so after the 3rd layer. The 3rd layer of the Divine Lightning Eye could only overlap 6 bolts of Tribulation Lightning. However, the 4th layer could overlap 10 bolts of Tribulation Lightning. Its might would undergo a tremendous change. For the past 3 days, Xiaochen had been anxiously trying to make a breakthrough. If he succeeded, he would have a chance to enter the fiendish demon battlefield and show off his abilities. He would no longer fear a head-on clash with the top 10 true inheritors of the 3 blessed lands. Meanwhile, in the heaven-shaking mountains' blessed land, a door plate with the words, Confucian Institution, flickered above the clouds of the 2 main peaks. It was faintly discernible, like a courtyard in a fairyland. The memorial tablets of many Confucian predecessors and sages stood in the Confucian Institution's imperial ancestral temple. A portrait of the martial epic's Confucian sage hung on the wall. Yueming, in this fiendish demon battlefield, if you want to obtain the fortuitous encounter left behind by that divine vein expert, you should go to the fiendish demon battlefield. Your chances should be very high. However, if you fight Shangguanlei head-on, your chances of victory are still only 50%. As for that profound light temple's Jin Yuan, I have to admit that this little monk is the strongest of the 3 of you. In the study of the imperial ancestral temple, an ethereal voice that contained a righteous aura came from outside. A young man dressed like a Confucian scholar was in the study. He exuded a righteous aura and wore a carefree scarf on his head. His temperament was free and easy, giving off an ethereal feeling. He was holding a book and calmly reading it. When he heard the words outside the room, he slowly put the book down. This person was the strongest true inheritor of the heavenly shaking mountain, Wang Yueming. The righteous aura on Wang Yueming's face turned into a proud sharpness that spread out. Mister, although that Shangguanlei is the strongest true inheritor of the Black Cave Mountain, it is undeniable that he is bold but not astute, arrogant and conceited. However, I am more concerned about the Purple Flame sect's Hua Yunfeng. This person is the one who truly hides his strength. There is also our heavenly shaking mountain's Cloud Mountain Academy's Baiyu. Her righteous aura is no weaker than mine. However, the hardest to shake would still be that group of people from the Padala Mountain. The Buddhist sect's cultivation techniques are a greater deterrent to fiendish demons than the supreme techniques of my Confucian sect. Ah, you are rather open-minded. Recently, a newcomer appeared in the Purple Flame sect. He defeated the Little Thunder Saber in one move and even left calmly before Shangguanlei. You have to pay more attention to him. Wang Yueming entered deep thought. There are really a lot of newcomers recently. Not long ago, I heard that there was a disciple with the Yen cohort in the Padala Mountain's Profound Light Temple. In a debate about Buddhist principles, he defeated a senior monk with the Shen cohort. Although these people are not strong enough, they might still be variables. You have to be careful. As Wang Yueming spoke, the old man outside silently walked in. Whoosh! The old man stretched out his hand, and a folding fan silently landed in Wang Yueming's hand. This is... Wang Yueming was startled. The instant the folding fan entered his hand, he found it incredibly heavy. With one look, he could tell that the ribs of the fan were not ordinary wood. It even contained a profound aura. However, it was not a Dao tool or a Dao tool. Wang Yueming gently opened the folding fan and saw 2 simple lines of a poem written on it. A loyal heart for all eternity, bright like the sun and moon. A body of righteousness writes the spring and autumn. Master used 20 years to write these words. With this aid, you will definitely be able to gain something in the fiendish demon battlefield. Wang Yueming's expression turned grave. He immediately knew how precious this folding fan was. His teacher had spent 20 years on it. Every word contained his teacher's spirit, qi and spirit, containing the purest righteous aura of the Confucian sect. Divine Firmament Sect, Thunder Controlling Peak. Above the Thunder Flame Plaza, Shangguanlei looked at the majestic figure in front with his back facing him, not daring to raise his head. Everyone says that the disciples of my line are bold but not astute, arrogant and conceited. No matter how strong they are just boorish men. However, they do not understand that if one cultivates the Thunder Tao like others, considering everything carefully and acting cautiously, how can one comprehend the true meaning of thunder? The Thunder Tao should be arrogant and proud in the first place. Only then can one bring out the tyrannical true meaning of thunder to its fullest. 3 days ago, the lightning guiding formation was broken, and the Tribulation Lightning's lightning core was destroyed. Someone left a heart demon in your junior brother. I do not blame you, Shangguanlei. I only blame you for not having the courage to charge up at the very end. The Thunder Saber Xiang Tian enunciated every word. Every word struck Shangguanlei's heart and soul, making him feel exceptionally unbearable. Master, Shangguanlei knows his mistake. Where is the mistake? Afraid of death. Shangguanlei lowered his head and whispered, feeling somewhat sullen. At that moment, when Shangguanlei faced Xiao Chen's questioning and the power of the lightning tribulation, he had indeed felt death approaching. If Shangguanlei forced himself to attack, it would definitely end in mutual destruction. He could not accept that. In that case you can die now. Bang! The thunder saber Xiang Tian turned around and struck Sheng Guanlei with a palm strike without any warning, sending him flying and landing in a sorry state. This startled Sheng Guanlei. He felt a horrifying and terrifying lightning restriction planted in his body. When other people's disciples go to the fiendish demon battlefield, their master will give them all sorts of tools. I will only give you one restriction. The moment you enter the fiendish demon battlefield, it will activate. If you cannot break through to peak major primal core realm in half a month, you will explode and die. Every night, before your cultivation improves, you will suffer from the torture of lightning. Xiang Tian continued, if you are not willing, I can remove the restriction now. Sheng Guanlei did not hesitate to fall to one knee. This disciple understands master's intentions. I will definitely not let you down. The thunder saber Xiang Tian nodded slightly. Before you go and check on your junior brother. It is just a heart demon. If he can walk out of it, his accomplishments will be even greater. He possesses the bloodline of the great desolate Ian's 10,000 races and is innately compatible with the Thunder Dao. It would be a pity to cripple him. Yes. The opening of the fiendish demon battlefield approached. The top 10 true inheritors of the 3 blessed lands all received instructions from their masters. However, Xiang Tian was the only one who directly gave his disciple a life-ending restriction. Time flew. The opening of the fiendish demon battlefield drew closer. Xiaoqian finally broke through to the 4th layer of the divine lightning eye. With a thought, 4 purple petals spun rapidly in his right eye. I did it. Joy appeared on Xiaoqian's face. He felt even more confident about his trip to the fiendish demon battlefield. He also vaguely anticipated it. Once the fiendish demon battlefield opened, the inner sect elites, core disciples, and true inheritors of the 100 peak rank 3 sects of the 3 blessed lands and several rank 4 sects would all pour in. In the blessed lands, any 3rd grade sect's inner sect disciple could stand on their own and be comparable to the elders of other sects when they traveled outside. However, the fiendish demon battlefield would welcome hundreds of elites to kill and obtain fortuitous encounters. The intensity of the competition made one's blood surge just thinking about it. Who in the martial Dao did not desire to stand out among the elite outstanding talents, obtain fortuitous encounters and rise up? Chapter 1679. There were only 2 days left before the fiendish demon battlefield opened. Xiaoqian asked Ling Yu about the situation in the fiendish demon battlefield. The two of them had their own expectations for the fiendish demon battlefield. Since his martial uncle asked, Ling Yu naturally told him everything he knew. Martial uncle, I have never been to the fiendish demon battlefield either. However, some of the senior and junior brothers in the sect who have been there left detailed information. First of all, this fiendish demon battlefield is an independent world, boundless. Even now, the fiendish demon battlefield has not been completely explored. Based on what we know, there are a few places with the greatest attraction. The first is the 10,000 Weapon Pavilion. The 10,000 Weapon Pavilion contains all the weapons that the Divine Vein Powerhouse collected. There are profound weapons, treasure weapons, Dao tools, and even eternal divine weapons. The Divine Vein Powerhouse has lived for who knows how long. Even now he has collected many weapons. The weapons that he collected, be they profound weapons or treasure weapons, are all peak quality. As for Dao tools, even the most inferior ones are Dao tools. In the outside world, Dao tools are priceless, supreme treasures. Xiaoqian understood now. A Dao tool contained a complete Dao. It would take 100 years or even several hundred years to nurture one. The value of any Dao tool was inestimable. Even rank 4 sects did not have many Dao tools. Being able to obtain a Dao tool in the 10,000 Weapon Pavilion was indeed a great fortuitous encounter. It would be of great help to raising one's strength. However, in the past 1,000 years, only 2 Dao tools have been circulated. It is simply too difficult to obtain a Dao tool. The restrictions left by the Divine Vein Powerhouse are always like this. The higher the value, the more horrifying the restrictions. Ling Yu paused for a moment before continuing. Next is the 10,000 Flower Garden. There are all sorts of herbs and immortal flowers in there. Spirit plants that are thousands of years old or even tens of thousands of years old can be seen everywhere. There is also the 10,000 Book Pavilion, which contains all sorts of cultivation techniques and martial techniques that the Divine Vein Powerhouse collected in his lifetime, including the Buddhist, Taoist, and Confucian sections. These 3 great lands of fortuitous encounters have always been the favorite places of true inheritors. The competition there is the greatest, and the fortuitous encounters there are also the greatest. Aside from that, there are also many places of fortuitous encounters such as the Buddha-seeking platform, Tao Comprehension Mountain, Black Flame Mountain, Frost Lake. The treasures hidden in those places are all different. Xiaochen entered deep thought. This fiendish demon battlefield was much larger than he imagined. Indeed, this was an independent world. The means of that divine vein powerhouse were truly incredible. Right, there are still some forbidden areas that Martial Uncle should pay attention to. The forbidden area was not to be barged in. 9 out of 10 people who went in never returned. How about this? I'll help Martial Uncle get a jade slip. I'm afraid I'll forget some important information just by relying on my memory. To be cautious, Ling Yu felt that it would be better to thicken his skin and ask for a jade slip for his Martial Uncle to look at. He had always been an impatient person. Once he made up his mind, he hurriedly left. This stunned Xiaochen somewhat. Just as he wanted to ask what was going on with the fiendish demons in the fiendish demon battlefield, he disappeared. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the fiendish demon battlefield that the 3 blessed lands had anticipated for 20 years finally opened again. Boom. The region of sea where the 3 blessed heavenly lands intersected gave off a world-shaking, boundless might. No matter which sect was in the depths of the blessed lands, they all saw an island rising from the sea and hovering in the sky. The island itself was shrouded in pitch-black fog. However, the multicolored light above the island was very colorful. Spiritual energy spread out, forming a strong contrast. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, countless figures soared into the sky and rapidly flew toward the island. All of them had extremely excited expressions on their faces. There were 30-odd people from the Purple Flame sect qualified to enter the fiendish demon battlefield. There were 5 true inheritors, 20 core disciples, and the top 10 elites of the inner sect. The fiendish demon battlefield was extremely dangerous. Although there were many fortuitous encounters, those who were not strong enough would just be sending themselves to death if they went. There was a total of 33 sects in the entire Black Cave Mountain. That was about 600 or 700 people. With the 3 blessed lands added together, there were about 2,000 disciples participating in the fiendish demon battlefield. Xiaochen's group had gathered at the summit long ago. With Hua Yunfeng in the lead, they flew to that island together. The island and the sky looked very close. However, when they set off, they discovered that it was actually quite a distance away. After leaving the Black Cave Mountain, the group continued flying for 1 hour before arriving near the island. Fortunately, these were all sect elites. Under the influence of the Starry Sea's gravity, flying for 1 to 4 hours was nothing. Xiaochen casually sized up the place and happened to notice Yang Qing. She found it strange that he was in the middle of a group of core disciples. Xiaochen gave her a friendly smile as a greeting. Then he shifted his gaze to the black foggy island. The entrance to the fiendish demon battlefield was there. Although it looked like an island on the outside, it was astonishingly large. The island hidden in the fog was somewhat illusory at first, giving off the illusion that it was a mirage. However, the dense black fog slowly thinned, and some scenes on the island started to appear. The most eye-catching thing was naturally the entrance to the fiendish demon battlefield, the ancient and mysterious gate. It was unknown what the gate was made of. It was covered in rust and appeared very ancient. A statue of a great desolate Aeon holy beast stood on each side. Although it was a statue, it gave off a very lively feeling, appearing very realistic. It gave off a dignified aura. Everyone waited patiently. Once the time was up, that mysterious gate would open automatically. Why are those monks not here yet? Ling Yu muttered in a soft voice. Only the sects of the Black Cave Mountain and the Heavenly Shaking Mountain had arrived, each in a different location. Xiaochen also felt curious. He wanted to see how strong and dressed the orthodox Buddhist sects of the Great Thousand Realms looked like. They are here, Ling Yu said softly as he looked into the distance. He saw a group of bald monks in the distance wearing Buddhist monk robes. Under the lead of a monk with bronze-colored skin, a square face and a serious expression, they were rapidly approaching the island. These monks stood on golden lotus platforms, flying in the air with exceptional ease. Now, all the elites and outstanding talents of the 3 blessed lands had gathered together. That monk is the profound light temple's Zhen Yuan. I heard that he is the strongest true inheritor of the 3 blessed lands. He is even stronger than Shangguan Lei and Wang Yueming. That is what the rumors say. However, no one has seen them truly fight before. Ling Yu, who was beside Xiaochen, whispered, "He cultivates the Diamond Prajna Sutra and already condensed an Arhat Dharma body many years ago. His Diamond Prajna palm is extremely tyrannical." Xiaochen secretly paid attention but could not make out much. That Zhen Yuan did not smile and his expression was stern. Zhen Yuan did not leak any of his aura, looking like an ordinary novice monk with nothing special about him. However, Shengguan Lei and Wang Yueming cast their gazes on this Zhenyuan monk at nearly the same time. Xiaochen looked around and fixed his gaze on Wang Yueming, the strongest true inheritor of the heavenly shaking mountain. As he held a folding fan in his hand, he exuded a graceful air, appearing scholarly and otherworldly. This fan seems to be extraordinary. Xiaochen entered deep thought as he muttered to himself. As they were about to enter the fiendish demon battlefield, Xiaochen carefully observed the true inheritors of the various sections. If there was anything he needed to pay attention to, he would secretly memorize the appearance. Who is that person? Suddenly, Xiaochen discovered a white-clad monk not far away from that Zhenyuan monk. This monk had delicate features and held Buddhist prayer beads in his hand, giving off a gentle and casual feeling. The two looked at each other. That person smiled faintly at Xiaochen, confusing him. Do I know him? Doubts filled Xiaochen's heart. There did not seem to be such a person in his memories. He had never interacted with monks before. Strange, Xiaochen muttered to himself. However, he kept an eye out for this person. At the same time, Lingyu introduced the strong true inheritors of the various sects to Xiaochen, focusing on the top 10 of the 3 blessed heavenly lands. Kaxie. The ancient and mysterious gates on the island automatically opened. An ancient and desolate aura came from within, accompanied by terrifying roars. The fiendish demon battlefield officially opened. Chapter 1680. Xiaochen came to this conclusion because a male Purple Flame sect disciple was currently trying to persuade Yang Qing to join his team. Who are you? The destination was the same. This was really a coincidence. This would save them a lot of trouble. There were all sorts of complicated environments. Of course, most of the places were ancient and desolate. However, that was true. Yang Qing stood up and walked over to Xiaochen's side, explaining softly. Xiaochen showed shock on his face. The other party's way of thinking was rather unique. However, it was rather compatible with Xiaochen. If not for the fact that he had agreed to the other party before entering the sect, it would not be wrong. It would be true that fiendish demons could be seen everywhere. Never mind, I'll put these minor details aside for now. Xiaochen asked, do you intend to move with just the 2 of us? Bang. The 2 palms clashed. Senior brother Wu paled and took 3 steps back. Someone behind him caught him. The moment Xiaochen stepped through the door, he immediately felt a vast, mighty force everywhere. The space here was clearly of a higher level than that of a blessed land. Suddenly, a strange thought appeared in Xiaochen's mind. I couldn't tell that you're quite popular. The danger was clear. After the other party was far away, Xiaochen smiled and said, your charm is really great. If I were not capable, I might have fallen earlier. These were the 3 most popular places. The temptation was the greatest and the competition was the most intense. Yang Qing felt that she had good judgment. Xiaochen also believed that she would not be wrong in recognizing people. You as well. Now Xiaochen verified his guess. This Yang Qing hid a lot of her strength. After giving instructions, Hua Yunfeng led the true inheritors away, leaping up and disappearing from where they were. The fiendish demon battlefield was fraught with danger. Immediately, Lingyu fell heavily to the ground, his bones nearly shattering. He lay on the ground in agony, moaning in pain. Martial uncle, given our physiques, there is no need to waste time here. Lingyu possessed a great desolate Ian bloodline in the first place. Furthermore, he had refined the golden life juice source. His physique was no weaker than a true inheritor's. You are going to the Buddha-seeking platform as well? Yang Qing asked curiously when she saw the expression on Xiaochen's face. Xiaochen stretched out his hand, preparing to knock Xiaochen unconscious. After entering the fiendish demon battlefield, there were no rules. Xiaochen shook his head and said, I'm afraid I can't travel with you. I have to go to the Buddha-seeking platform. The inner sect disciple who was addressed as Senior Brother Wu turned to look at Xiaochen and asked in confusion. A place that contained fortuitous encounters, treasures, and inheritances would definitely be accompanied by many dangers. Indeed. With one more person taking care of this fiendish demon battlefield, it will definitely be safer. Xiaochen sweated in his heart. The other party really thought too much. If Xiaochen wanted to obtain a Dao tool, he would have to clash with the peak true inheritors. Now was not the time. Go. Half-step primal core? So that was how it was. No matter who you found to open the back door, just stay here properly. You have no right to speak in the fiendish demon battlefield. Lingyu smiled and said, I haven't thought about it yet. However, it will definitely be the 10,000 flower garden, the 10,000 book pavilion, or the 10,000 weapon pavilion. I'm waiting for martial uncle to decide. Yang Qing was not surprised at the strength Xiaochen displayed. She smiled and said, I just knew that my judgment would not be wrong. You probably evolved by becoming a true inheritor's servant and just endured it for a while. As for Xiaoqin, that went without saying. Naturally, Xiaoqin's first choice for practicing the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique was the Buddhist holy land of the fiendish demon battlefield, the Buddha-seeking platform, to improve his saber technique further. Furthermore, he had the support of the Buddhist Saraira pearls. Compared to ordinary people, his chances of finding fortuitous encounters in the Buddha-seeking platform were much greater. Hua Yunfeng gathered all the Purple Flame sect disciples and looked at them expressionlessly. Yang Qing smiled and rejected, "Thank you, Senior Brother Wu, for your kind intentions." Ling Yu showed an expression of pity. "In that case, I'll leave with the other junior brothers. Martial Uncle, take care." Their physiques were much stronger than those of the core disciples and inner sect elites. After sensing for a while, they could barely adapt to the environment here. There was no need to waste time meditating. Xiaoqin stood up and acted as if nothing had happened. Then he went to where the Purple Flame sect's inner sect disciples gathered. The 20-odd inner sect disciples had formed groups, and only one group had not left yet. Xiaoqin nodded and waved the Buddhist Saraira pearls on his wrist. "I have a fate with Buddha." Although many years had passed since the Buddha-seeking platform, some Buddhist might still lingered on it. As Xiaoqin looked at Yang Qing, who could keep up with him, he entered deep thought. The first time he saw her, he felt that she was extraordinary. Xiaoqin said with a smile as he walked over. "Whoosh." Senior Brother Wu, whose arm was already completely numb, felt a chill when he saw the smile on Xiaoqin's face. Then he quickly led the other inner sect disciples far away. However, this was no wonder. Xiaoqin's confrontation with Shangguan Lei and the news of his fight with the Little Thunder Saber only spread among the true inheritors and a small portion of the core disciples. Only the true inheritors and a small portion of the core disciples knew about it. The inner disciples still did not know their names. Yang Qing did not know much, so it was hard to avoid making a mistake. Yang Qing nodded. "What's wrong? Are you afraid?" The human heart is hard to fathom. Even in the same sect, having too many people will only result in delays and all sorts of trouble. With these lessons, the latecomers all sat down on the ground and adapted to the might and pressure of this place first. However, Xiaoqin did not move at all. His expression did not change. He smiled faintly and said, "On account that we are from the same sect, I'll overlook this palm strike of yours for now. Quickly scram." Ling Yu was raring to go at the side, clearly excited. His strength had improved greatly, and he had high hopes for the fiendish demon battlefield. "Martial Uncle, let's go as well." The ancient and mysterious doors opened, and the disciples of the various sects immediately rushed to the island. "Junior sister Yang Qing, come with us then?" In this fiendish demon battlefield, Xiaoqin would definitely choose to travel alone. Senior Brother Wu revealed an expression of understanding. He thought that Xiaoqin was a relative of an inner sect elder and that Yang Qing had taken a liking to him because of this relationship. To think that Xiaoqin had hidden so much of his strength. "Where are you going?" Xiaoqin asked. Xiaoqin and Yang Qing traveled side by side. As they rose and landed, they moved quickly, moving at a high speed. After bidding each other farewell, Xiaoqin sent off the other party with his eyes. At this moment, many disciples could no longer hold themselves back. They forcefully endured the might and pressure and left the safe zone, preparing to adapt to the environment as they traveled. Whoosh, whoosh. Fiendish demons filled the place. Every time the fiendish demon battlefield ended, less than half of the disciples returned alive. After arriving at this fiendish demon battlefield, junior brothers will have to search for fortuitous encounters. I will only say one thing. The Purple Flame sect does not like killing its own sect members. If we are discovered, I will personally make a move. He is my companion. Before we entered the main sect, we agreed to work together to roam the fiendish demon battlefield. Let's go then. The ferocious beasts and fiendish demons in that place would more or less be a deterrent. Rest well for now. We will make further plans after we adapt to the environment here. Xiaoqin hid his strength from her and she hid her strength from him as well. Could she be thinking the same thing as him? However, to Xiaoqin's surprise, Yang Qing did not team up with anyone else. Xiaoqin nodded, and the two followed the crowd and passed through that mysterious door. I'm not afraid. Don't worry. Where are you going? I do not need too many good companions. One is enough. Two is already heaven's blessing. If they went to the 10,000 weapon pavilion, all Ling Yu needed was a good treasure weapon. How could Xiaoqin care about a good treasure weapon? Yang Qing nodded and said, let's go to the Buddha-seeking platform first. We definitely cannot go to the 10,000 weapon pavilion now. There are people everywhere. Even if we obtain fortuitous encounters, it will not be easy to get away. On the other hand, this kind of place that people tend to overlook is safe enough. Even if they had a bad start, they could still put it this way. However, there was a large portion of people who remained calm. Although the fortuitous encounters in this fiendish demon battlefield were great, they were not in a rush. The fiendish demon battlefield sounded like a boundless, desolate battlefield with fiendish demons everywhere. In reality, the depths of the battlefield was a small world. Several cries of pain rang out. It turned out that many sect disciples soared into the air after entering. In the end, they were caught off guard. Unexpectedly, the pressure of the world here was so great. Most importantly, Xiao Chen's goal was different from Ling Yu's. Chapter 1681. After leaving the safe zone enveloped by the mysterious gate, the entire environment immediately changed. A dense ancient aura surged over, desolate and ancient. There was also a weak but omnipresent fiendish qi. That fiendish qi looked ordinary. However, if one breathed it in for a long time, it would make one irritable, bloodthirsty and murderous. Xiao Chen did not know where that divine vein powerhouse found such a place and made it his resting place. Everyone could find information about the fiendish demon battlefield. As for how much they knew, it would depend on their position in the sect. The jade strip that Ling Yu obtained would definitely be more detailed than what Yang Qing could find. For example, Yang Qing only knew the rough location of this Buddha-seeking platform. However, Xiao Chen knew the specifics. Xiao Chen took out the jade strip and sent his spiritual sense into it. A blurry three-dimensional map appeared in his vision. Then, he continuously compared the three-dimensional map and finally matched the fiendish demon battlefield with the real world. Xiao Chen muttered the words Buddha-seeking platform in his heart. A flickering red dot immediately appeared in the distance on the three-dimensional map, looking incredibly clear. This was a special map that the Purple Flame sect's senior brothers had drawn over a long period of time and integrated into the Jade Strip. Only rank 4 sects could make such a Jade Strip, and only core disciples could obtain it. Of course, the map was not omnipotent. Most of the places were covered in black fog, places that had not been explored before. Come with me. After confirming the direction, Xiao Chen led Yang Qing forward at full speed. Along the way, the two occasionally ran into elite disciples of the other holy lands. After exchanging cautious glances, they carefully left. There were no rules in the fiendish demon battlefield. One had to be wary of fiendish demons, but so did the disciples of the other sections. Bang! Suddenly, the sounds of intense fighting came from a small hill not far in front. Xiao Chen opened his heavenly eye and immediately saw clearly. It turned out that a few disciples had discovered a stalk of strange grass that could raise one's physique. Elite disciples of the various sects continuously joined in to fight the ferocious beasts guarding the natural treasures. Xiao Chen casually glanced at it before ignoring it. He had the life juice source and did not care about this strange grass. As for Yang Qing, she only glanced at it indifferently before ignoring it. They continued on their way. The two purposely increased their speed. However, everyone was restricted in this fiendish demon battlefield, unable to move at full speed. Half a day later, a towering skyscraper surrounded by countless Dao wheels appeared in the duo's sight. Myriad Weapon Pavilion. Yang Qing exclaimed softly, and a hint of passion flashed in her eyes. No one would not be tempted when they saw the countless beautiful Dao wheels. By grasping a Dao tool, one would be able to sense the existence of the Dao in advance. It also had boundless benefits to one's comprehension of the Dao. Owning a Dao weapon was the dream of every disciple. Most importantly, a Dao tool that could catch the eye of a divine vein powerhouse would definitely be of superior grade or peak grade. Perhaps a Dao tool might grasp 2 or even 3 Daos, mutually nourishing each other. Rumor had it that 800 years ago, a disciple of the Divine Firmament Gate obtained a Dao tool that contained 2 Daos. To this day, they were treated as treasures, placed in the Divine Firmament sect's Divine Weapon Pavilion and not easily shown to others. As for that disciple who obtained a Dao tool, he advanced to the Cloud Sea realm at a young age, possessing great fortuitous encounters. Over the past 10,000 years, there were many similar legends left behind, attracting the people who came later to the 10,000 Weapon Pavilion. Right now, at least 100 people had already passed by the two, rushing to the Myriad Weapon Pavilion. Let's go. Xiao Chen urged indifferently. Confused, Yang Qing asked, "You don't have the desire to go to the Myriad Weapon Pavilion?" "Naturally I do. However, not now. Once I go, I have to take out a Dao tool." Xiao Chen's tone was relaxed as if he was speaking the truth. Yang Qing smiled and said, "Take out a Dao tool? That's too difficult. Not to mention the competition among many peak true inheritors. Even without competition, Subduing a Dao tool would not be easy under the suppression of the myriad weapon pavilion's Dao might. Xiaoqun smiled and did not argue. 4 hours later, a mountain range appeared before the two. According to the map in the Jade Strip, the Buddha-seeking platform was at the summit. This was the only place in the fiendish demon battlefield that had anything to do with Buddhism. The Buddha-seeking platform produced all sorts of wondrous items with a connection to Buddhism. For example, the famous 5 trees and 6 flowers of Buddhism could be found here. Those were wondrous flowers and fruits that were hard to find in the outside world. They were incredibly precious. Be it monks who cultivated Buddhism or those who cultivated the martial Tao, they would receive great benefits after consuming them. However, it was not easy to go up. The flowers and trees in the mountain were boundlessly messy. Dangerous, ferocious beasts hid everywhere. The way to the summit was on the mountain path. Without any other choice, the two could only follow the mountain path to the summit. Several people walked on the mountain path. They all opened their eyes wide as they carefully looked into the depths of the forest. Xiaoqun had the heavenly eye. With a sweep of his gaze, he could easily see every blade of grass and tree in the depths of the forest. Suddenly, the Buddhist Sarira beads on Xiaoqun's wrist gave off a faint heat. Xiaoqun understood. This was the Buddhist Sarira beads forming a strange connection with some kind of wondrous Buddhist flowers and plants. Their Buddhist natures were connected, so there was a connection between them. Wait for me for a while. After saying that, Xiaoqun followed his senses and entered the forest. The connection intensified, and the Buddhist Sarira beads gave off a weak Buddhist light. Xiaoqun looked around and fixed his gaze on a white flower. 5 petals spread out gracefully. There were large patches of pale yellow on the petals. The alternating yellow and white gave off an exceptionally refreshing fragrance. White jasmine flower, one of the 6 flowers of the Buddhist sect's 5 trees and 6 flowers. Xiaoqun revealed joy on his face. This flower grew on trees and could be consumed orally. Of course, it could be used to brew tea or refine medicinal pills to bring out its effects to the fullest. The white jasmine flower tasted elegant and refreshing. After consuming it, it could directly increase one's cultivation. 1 petal was equivalent to 10 years of cultivation. Of course, the effects would decrease as time passed. However, even if it could not increase one's cultivation in the end, it could stabilize one's cultivation and condense veritable essence energy. To cultivators, this was simply wondrous. To Buddhist sect people, it was even more useful. Not only could it increase one's cultivation, but it could also allow one to understand Buddhist principles, increase one's affinity with Buddhism, and strengthen one's wisdom. Any one of the 5 trees and 6 flowers was innately connected to Buddhism and could strengthen one's wisdom. Xiaoqun leaped up gently and stretched out his hand to pluck this white jasmine flower. However, he sensed that something was wrong. Xiaoqun casually looked around and saw many pairs of scarlet eyes staring at him from the darkness in the depths of the forest. Dodge! After plucking the flower petal, Xiaoqun immediately flashed, fleeing into the forest. Chi! Sharp cries came from the forest. 4 or 5 small, scarlet macaques bared their teeth as they gave chase. The macaques were astonishingly fast in the forest. Furthermore, they were more accustomed to the environment of the fiendish demon battlefield. Their speed was even faster than Xiaoqun's. Fearing that he would startle some other ferocious beasts, Xiaoqun did not make a move. He executed the new fish dragon art, and a layer of purple flames covered his entire body. Xiaoqun moved like a phantom, knocking down many trees as he charged out of the forest and appeared on a small mountain path. The bloodthirsty macaques that had been chasing him immediately stopped their pursuit. They stood on a tree branch and roared at him endlessly. Xiaoqun had long discovered that this mountain path contained remnant Buddhist might. It was much safer than the forest. In the past, there were believers who bowed with every 3 steps and knelt with every 9, sincerely worshipping Buddha. Indeed, when Xiaoqun arrived on the path, those bloodthirsty macaques immediately stopped chasing. One bloodthirsty macaque was as strong as a late-stage minor primal core cultivator. If Xiaoqun got surrounded in the forest, he would be in some trouble. White jasmine flower. Seeing Xiaoqun appear, the fragrant white jasmine flower in his hand, which was filled with a Buddhist nature, immediately attracted the attention of many people on the mountain path. Damn! What a fellow! He actually managed to escape the bloodthirsty macaques without getting injured at all. He is really lucky. He just arrived and he already found a white jasmine flower. When they noticed that Xiaoqun was unharmed, many of the people with ulterior motives immediately withdrew their thoughts. It was definitely not as simple as luck for Xiaoqun to emerge unscathed from the forest. Of course, the most important thing was that Xiaoqun wasted this treasure, munching on 3 petals of the white jasmine flower. Tastes pretty good. You should try it as well. Before the envious gazes of the crowd, Xiao Qin gave the remaining 2 petals to the somewhat stunned Yang Qing. Yang Qing ate it just like that. Although the Buddhist sect's 5 trees and 6 flowers could be consumed directly, this was a wondrous herb. Who would be so ungrateful as to consume it directly? Furthermore, it was so careless. Chapter 1682. Unlike those cultivators who risked their lives in the dense forest and searched everywhere, Xiao Qin only needed to rely on his senses to easily find his target. Fortunately, the strange smell would disappear with a gust of wind. Otherwise, it would be quite embarrassing. Compared to the other nervous expressions, it formed a sharp contrast. Only true experts could reap some benefits. Actually, this principle applied everywhere in the fiendish demon battlefield. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. After saying that, he shoved it into Yang Qing's mouth. All right. I'll go and meet him. I can't just watch as he destroys our opportunity. Right at this time, a miserable cry attracted Xiao Qin and Yang Qing's attention. Suddenly, something strange happened. A heaven-shaking roar came from the depths of the forest. Countless trees were uprooted. A grade 3 monastery's monk suggested. Xiao Qin continued walking forward. Soon, he felt the Buddhist prayer beads on his wrist heat up. He revealed a smile and quickly entered the dense forest. Buddhist cultivators were not all kind-hearted people. For many people, Buddhist cultivators and martial cultivators were only a method to become stronger. The white jasmine flower truly had boundless wondrous uses. The profound light temple was different. The largest temple of the Padala mountain did not fear the purple flame sect at all. I can cultivate Buddhist cultivation techniques and martial techniques to become stronger, but I don't have to abide by the precepts and respect the precepts. Xiao Qin smiled. Take it. This is just the beginning. Senior brother Yan Feng, you are a disciple of the profound light temple. You are no weaker than the purple flame sect. That kid's main strengths are his body movement technique and his strong body. Senior brother Zhen Ding cultivates the greater teleportation body technique and the Vajra indestructible body, which completely restrains him. If he went to the 10,000 flowers garden, the 10,000 weapon pavilion, or the 10,000 book pavilion, he would not be able to do so. This MT-seeking mountain has always been our exclusive property. It's him again. Where did he come from? Seeing that Xiao Qin's harvest was increasing, their dissatisfaction intensified. As they looked at Xiao Qin and Yang Qing's backs, rage flashed in their eyes. What made Xiao Qin even more happy was that his Buddha heart was also strengthened further. The Buddha light between his eyebrows was hidden and not emitted. If not for his long hair fluttering in the wind, one might even mistake him for a monk from a temple. The loss outweighed the gain. For the sake of a white jasmine flower, the strongest of the 3, senior brother Ma, ended up half dead, losing the chance to continue obtaining fortuitous encounters. Puchi. Whoosh. Xiao Qin was deep in thought. The environment of the jungle was complicated. It was too risky to search inside. After a while, Xiao Qin walked out again with a jasmine flower. After swallowing all 3 jasmine flower petals, the Taiji Yin-Yang True Essence diagram in Xiao Qin's Dantian expanded by 20%. It's a major primal core realm ferocious beast, a black iron demonic ape. Just like that, he walked along the main path towards the Buddha-seeking platform at the peak of the mountain. His harvest alone was more than enough to surpass everyone combined. 5 bald monks were gathered together. Then he snatched the white jasmine flower from the unconscious man's hand and stomped him to death. Once he succeeded in breaking through, he would be able to make up for it both internally and externally, and his strength would definitely increase by another level. A giant black ape that was 30 meters tall appeared with a roar. However, Xiao Qin did not care. He casually swallowed 3 flower petals and left the remaining 2 for Yang Qing. However, it was not easy to obtain it safely. With a moment of carelessness, he was bitten by the bloodthirsty macaque. His blood immediately flowed out of his body at an alarming rate. Even major primal core venerates could only try their luck outside and see if they could discover the strange plants in the forest on the main road. The eyes of the yellow-faced monk called Yan Feng flashed as he made up his mind. The effect of increasing his cultivation base was not very good. Xiao Qin felt that his cultivation base had only increased by about 20%. Apart from that, Xiao Qin also discovered another effect. After consuming the jasmine flower, his Buddha heart became even stronger. But to Xiao Qin this place was too interesting. His Saraira Buddhist beads were like a cheat. There were the 5 trees and 6 flowers of the Buddhist sects in the depths of the forest. There were many natural spirit herbs, and the jasmine flower was just one of them. Quick, quick, go and save senior brother Ma. These two were late-stage minor primal core cultivators. Facing this black iron demonic ape was somewhat taxing. They executed their martial techniques at the same time and quickly struck the black iron demonic ape. This was far weaker than the legendary 10 years of cultivation increase. This had a lot to do with Xiaoqin reaching a bottleneck in his cultivation. In senior brother Ma's hand, there was only a single jasmine flower. The two people who came to his rescue had dim expressions on their faces. The life juice source cleansed Xiaoqian's physical body and strengthened his physique. The jasmine flower strengthened his cultivation and cleansed his veritable essence energy. The two complemented each other, one internal and one external, greatly benefiting Xiaoqian. Aside from those who cultivated beneficence, monks who focused on cultivating grand aspirations and incense had very few restrictions in the first place. Firstly, it was a waste. Secondly, it could not be digested quickly. Where did this evil Buddhist monk come from? Xiaoqin showed an angry expression. This was forcing him into a dead end. This strange flower melted the moment it entered his mouth, continuously cleansing his veritable essence energy. The moment Xiaoqian said that, the other monks all nodded in agreement. Yang essence energy and the principles of yin and yang slowly circulated in his body, giving off a faint glow. His entire body was filled with energy. In the dense forest, a young man about 500 meters from the main road was captured by 50 bloodthirsty rhesus monkeys, entering a bitter battle. Yang Qing put away the jasmine flower. However, she did not dare to eat it like Xiaoqin. Jasmine flower. However, there were still several bloodthirsty rhesus monkeys behind. Finally, the remaining two fled to the main road and watched as the black iron demonic ape went far away. Aside from the jasmine flower, Xiaoqin harvested all sorts of strange Buddhist flowers and herbs. This was a rewarding journey. Of course, Xiaoqin still focused on the jasmine flower. Xiaoqin was different. He possessed a great desolate Yin bloodline, and his physique had reached the level of a great primal core venerate. Following that, the two seemed to be taking a leisurely stroll through the mountain road. However, every once in a while Xiaoqin would obtain a strange flower or herb, feeling relaxed and satisfied. Buddhist sect cultivation focused on merit, aspirations and incense offerings. Actually, this was easy to understand. If monks were monks, they would truly be a group of ascetic monks who did not eat the food of the mortal world. In a world where the strong preyed on the weak, there was no way for them to survive. His companions guarding the main road immediately charged in to save him. The two moved very quickly. However, by the time they arrived, senior brother Ma had already fainted. His face was pale and teeth wounds covered his entire body. When Yang Qing saw Xiaoqian's changes, she muttered in her heart, not understanding what was going on. As a result, Xiaoqian's body started to emit a strange and unpleasant smell. These were all impurities that flowed out of his veritable essence energy. As Xiaoqian consumed more jasmine flowers, he felt the effects of his veritable essence energy becoming increasingly obvious. As his veritable essence energy was continuously cleansed, it became increasingly clear and crystalline. The impurities were slowly removed. More importantly, his injuries were not something that could be easily healed. What a fellow. A half-step primal core veritable personage actually monopolized 80% of the strange flowers and herbs in this Buddha-seeking mountain. Be careful. Just as Xiaoqin obtained another white jasmine flower and prepared to leave the forest, a strong Buddhist might suddenly appeared on the main road. This Buddhist might merged with the strong wind, containing the rage of a guardian deity, wanting to force him back. No matter where one went, a rank 4 sect would have a strong deterrent effect. If the Buddha-seeking mountain came to settle the score, the monastery they were in would not be able to endure the pressure. Xiaoqin could only say that he had chosen the right place to go to the Buddha-seeking platform. Xiaoqin had only entered the fiendish demon battlefield for slightly more than a day. His current harvest could be said to be one of the best. The black iron demonic ape's scarlet eyes shone with a spiritual light. Its two palms smashed over like two mountains, sending the two flying. Xiaoqin easily obtained another white jasmine flower. This made the eyes of the other sect disciples searching hard on the main road green with envy. Being able to obtain this white jasmine flower before breaking through to the primal core realm was like heaven helping them. However, the effects of condensing veritable essence energy were very obvious. That Taiji veritable essence energy diagram became more tangible. Clearly, no ordinary person would be able to reap benefits from the forest. Yang Qing shook her head and said, "I did not do much for this white jasmine flower. I don't want it." Xiaoqin had already traversed 2/3 of the mountain road. His harvest was bountiful. This trip was not in vain. However, the black iron demonic ape's skin was as tough as steel. The two's attacks could not break through its defense at all. Chapter 1683. Where did this evil monk of the Buddhist sect come from? To think that he was so sinister, sneak-attacking Xiaochen at his most crucial moment. Xiaochen did not think too much. He faced the other party's Buddhist might and gathered 4 cauldron force before throwing a punch. With a deafening bang, the two fists collided, creating a boundless shockwave that rolled out in all directions. Xiaochen clearly saw that monk's face. His complexion was yellowish and his skin was bronze. With one look, it was clear that this monk cultivated the Buddhist Vajradharma, giving him an incredibly strong physical body. Indeed, as expected, you are not an ordinary half-step primal core cultivator. The strength of your physical body is really startling. Yan Feng smiled coldly and shouted, "However, now scram back." Yan Feng shouted, and the energy in his fist light increased significantly. Surging vital qi surged out, pressing over like it could topple mountains and flip seas. "You are seeking death." Enraged, Xiaochen narrowed his eyes. Then he merged his veritable essence energy and vital qi and pushed hard. Amid a loud rumble, Xiaochen pushed Yan Feng back like he was a mountain. After pushing Yan Feng away, the bloodthirsty macaques behind him charged over at this moment. Left without a choice, Xiaochen could only expose his strength. He used his body as a saber and released the great Tao's might. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiaochen threw 6 punches, his fist lights like sabers. The wind howled, looking like resplendent saber lights blossoming in the depths of the forest. After 6 punches, Xiaochen knocked back the bloodthirsty macaques. However, such an intense battle attracted the attention of the many ferocious beasts in the depths of the forest. Roar! Roar! Terrifying roars came from the depths of the forest. Xiaochen sensed several major primal core ferocious beasts rushing over. He did not dare to linger. With a few flashes, he arrived on the mountain path protected by the Buddhist might. On the other side, Yang Qing was surrounded by a group of bald monks. They did not use any killing moves on her, just holding her back, not letting her come over to support Xiaochen. On the path, Yan Feng looked at Xiaochen. Xiaochen had just landed a heavy punch on him, but his body seemed fine. However, his body seemed to be completely fine. He was completely unharmed and his expression was cold. Benefactor, going too far is as bad as not going far enough. You have to leave him a way out. If you monopolize all the resources of this Buddha-seeking mountain, what will happen to us, the people who entered the fiendish demon battlefield who worked so hard to enter? Hearing the other party's reasoning, Xiaochen smiled and said, "According to you, what should I do?" When Yan Feng saw that Xiaochen seemed to have the intention to negotiate, his expression turned much warmer as he said, "Give us some of the white jasmine flowers and other rare Buddhist herbs you obtained. Let's work together on the Buddha-seeking platform. With the help of us Buddhists, we can give you more opportunities on the Buddha-seeking platform." You should also know that compared to the fortuitous encounters on the Buddha-seeking platform, the flowers and plants in this dense forest are completely not worth mentioning. Xiaochen did know that there was an ancient temple in the Buddha-seeking platform that was completely preserved. There were many Buddhist weapons, Buddhist treasures, and even perfectly refined Buddhist pills. In the depths of the monastery there was a kind of wisdom tea. After drinking it, it could condense a cultivator's soul force. It could increase a major primal core cultivator's chances of breaking through to the Cloud Sea realm. In the past, there was a legend that a Black Cave Mountain disciple obtained the wisdom tea and broke through to the Cloud Sea realm in less than 10 years. However, the Buddha-seeking platform was now occupied by a group of fiendish demons. Fiendish demons were not like ferocious beasts. They were life forms that existed before the martial epoch was formed. They were born after the destruction of the immortal epoch. After the heavenly court collapsed, the immortal qi went out of control, and all sorts of objects manifested themselves. For example, stones, trees, flowers, and even ordinary livestock. There were all sorts of strange things here. After they manifested themselves, they turned into monsters. They were neither human nor ghost, neither immortal nor demon. They were known as fiendish demons. However, after the destruction of the immortal epoch, the immortal qi of the heavenly court became impure. Hence, most of the fiendish demons had violent tempers and were bloodthirsty. Before the birth of the martial epoch, fiendish demons had wreaked havoc in the world. Fiendish demons slaughtered the various races. This lasted until the sage ancestors of the Buddhist, Taoist, and Confucian sects appeared and fought with the fiendish demons. Only then did they gain the upper hand, killing the other party and ushering in the martial epoch. In this age, one could no longer run into fiendish demons in the ordinary world. Even if one ran into them in this special place, the bloodlines of the fiendish demons would be diluted, no longer having the might of their ancestors. However, ferocious beasts could not compare to them. Be it in intelligence or strength, ferocious beasts could not compare to fiendish demons. If Xiaochen wanted to enter and obtain fortuitous encounters, he would be of great help. With the help of the Buddhist sects, it was indeed a great help. The Buddhist sect's cultivation techniques and martial techniques were very effective against fiendish demons. However, based on Yanfeng's expression, it seemed like Xiaochen had something to ask of him, wanting to hand over the white jasmine flower and the other Buddhist sect herbs. Was that possible? Xiaochen said coldly, "You are overthinking. If you are willing to work together, I can share some of the benefits from the Buddha-seeking platform with you. However, you can stop dreaming if you want the natural treasures that I obtained along the way." Yanfeng smiled and said, "It's fine. I will soon show you who is the one living in a dream." Whoosh. Yanfeng's figure turned around and a Buddhist light flowed. Then he suddenly appeared in front of Xiaochen. His skin gave off a metallic glow. This was the Profound Light Temple's indestructible iron body, a cultivation technique for the physical body. Xiaochen's expression did not change. He gently stomped on the ground, and a boundless killing qi surged out together with his aura like a tsunami. Under the suppression of such a strong aura, Yanfeng's speed immediately slowed. A cold light flashed in Xiaochen's eyes as he attacked at lightning speed. A melodious saber hum resounded in the surroundings. Da, da, da. Xiaochen sent out 3-hand saber strikes at the same spot, giving off metallic clangs. Yanfeng grunted as he got knocked back 100 meters. He had not expected Xiaochen to be so strong. The Profound Light Temple's true inheritors are fighting with the Purple Flame Sect's people. It's him, that white-clad person. He gained a lot on this Buddha-seeking mountain. He is very strong. I just guessed that someone would be jealous. Indeed, the Profound Light Temple's people could not resist making a move. Furthermore, it is an early-stage major primal core true inheritor. This is going to be a good show. Xiaochen was a celebrity in Mt. Mountain. His every move would attract a lot of attention. Previously, every time he came out of the forest he would always have a harvest, and it had already caused a commotion. However, due to the Purple Flame Sect's reputation and Xiaochen's strength, they did not have the courage to do so. Now that they saw Xiaochen fighting with the Profound Light Temple true inheritor, they were not surprised. This Buddha-seeking mountain had always been the exclusive property of that group of monks. I wonder who will win. What else is there to say? Must be that bald monk. After all, he is a true inheritor of the Profound Light Temple. For him to have such a high cultivation base, he must have cultivated his way up. You should know that it is the hardest for a Buddhist to improve their cultivation base. Right. This white-clad bladesman is merely a half-step primal core cultivator. Although his physical body is astonishingly strong and his movement technique is terrifying, he is not a primal core cultivator. However, this Profound Light Temple monk not only has a higher cultivation, but his physical body and movement technique are also no weaker than the white-robed bladesman's. It's hard to say. The white-robed bladesman has not drawn his saber yet. Indeed, only now did the crowd notice Xiaochen, who was fighting an intense battle with Yanfeng. Even now, Xiaochen still had not drawn his saber. No one could think of a reason. What? After Yanfeng was knocked back by Xiaochen again, he patted his clothes and smiled. Interesting. However, I have already cultivated my indestructible iron body to the 5th layer. With your cultivation you can forget about injuring me. As long as I land one punch you will be finished. Xiaochen frowned slightly. The other party's physical body combined with the indestructible iron body was indeed difficult to deal with. Indeed, none of the true inheritors of a rank 4 sect were easy to deal with. If Xiaochen's cultivation was higher, he would not have to put in so much effort. However, it would only take a little more effort. The other party was not Shangguanlei, so he would not find it difficult to deal with. Right after Yanfeng spoke, Xiaochen shot over. He stretched out his hand and 7 beams of light shot out from his clothes. These were the 7 deadly sins that he had not used for a long time. The 7 sabers each gave off a different state. Under Xiaochen's control they merged into one. Then he stretched out his hand and grasped them tightly. Dao Might appeared. With the saber in hand, Xiaochen's aura suddenly changed, becoming boundlessly tyrannical, swallowing mountains and rivers. The great Dao Might immediately put Yanfeng in an extremely difficult position. What saber is this? Yanfeng was somewhat startled. When he saw Xiaochen's aura change, it felt like he was holding a Dao tool. Xiaochen smiled faintly. First there was a saber god. Then there is a divine saber. The saber is not important. What is important is the person holding the saber. Don't think that I can't do anything to your body of metal. Chapter 1684. With the saber in hand, Xiao Qian's attacks immediately turned sharp. Holding up his saber, Xiao Qian did not dodge. He directly chopped at the opening at the left rib of the profound light temple's Yan Feng. There was nothing special about this move. It was just fast, so fast that everyone seemed to see a modeled afterimage. It was as fast as lightning. First came the electric light, then came the thunder. This reminded everyone of what Xiao Qian said earlier. First came the saber god, then came the divine saber. The important thing was not the divine saber but the person who grasped the saber. Xiao Qian compared himself to the saber god. Originally, everyone looked down on him. Now they no longer dared to underestimate him. It was just an ordinary move, but it was an eye-opener for everyone, causing them to cry out in surprise. Facing Xiao Qian's careless saber strike, Yan Feng hesitated. He had purposely revealed the opening. Yan Feng had many openings. However, he did not care about them earlier. The indestructible iron body made Yan Feng's physical body incredibly strong, suppressing Xiao Qian's physical body. Yan Feng did not feel any pressure when clashing head-on with Xiao Qian's fist light and palm saber. As Yan Feng said, he could not injure him at all. However, Yan Feng no longer felt confident when facing this saber strike. "Open!" Yan Feng shouted. Suddenly, a scripture shining with resplendent golden light flowed on the surface of his skin. His Buddhist might increased greatly, and his indestructible iron body improved further. It was like he truly had the golden arhat protecting his body. Xiao Qian smiled coldly. Everything was within his expectations. Suddenly, he raised his saber and chopped down at the speed of lightning. Then he suddenly stopped. The saber move changed, like a sudden turn of a mountain peak. However, it flowed smoothly, looking wondrous. As Yan Feng raised his saber, it turned into an unending chain of huge waves. The saber light spread out, looking like the huge waves of a long river, one wave after another. By perfectly merging the ferocious mysteries in the chain of attacks, the might of this saber strike appeared boundlessly tyrannical. Even an outsider bladesman could tell that this was extraordinary, indescribably wondrous. Good. Many people cheered in unison. There was practically no one here who could send out such a saber strike. Yan Feng's face immediately sank. He who was immersed in Xiao Qian's saber technique, felt it even more deeply. All of a sudden, it was as if the wasteland had been struck by lightning. Suddenly, it was as if they were in the middle of the ocean, facing the monstrous waves that were thousands of miles long. He was like a lonely boat in the night, looking around without anyone to rely on. Retreat. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, Yan Feng decisively chose to retreat. He also could not let Xiao Qian's saber strike his weak point. The consequences would be hard to predict. He only took one step back, and in that one step he formed a seal with both hands. Between his fingers, a sacred flower bloomed and 7-colored light filled the air, bringing with it a gentle Buddhist light. As long as the angle deviated, it would not be able to dodge Xiao Qian's saber strike. As long as Yan Feng did not strike at his weak point, he was confident that he could block Xiao Qian's attack and instantly counterattack. Change. Xiao Qian laughed loudly and his saber technique changed again. He materialized the boundless surging wave to its limits. Then he pulled it back, not even a splash of water spilling out. This was another perfect move. The spectators even forgot to praise him. It was indescribably wondrous. Breaking 1,000 armies. Suddenly, a heavy crashing sound rang out in the air. The crashing sound made everyone's heart beat faster, wanting to leap out of their chests. Yan Feng felt like he was in a bloody battlefield amid thousands of soldiers as Xiao Qian swung his saber. He wanted to use this saber strike to chop apart thousands of soldiers and sweep away the boundless dust. Breaking the stars. Then, when the saber light was about to chop down, Xiao Qian gently pulled back the saber tip. The aura of breaking 1,000 armies was completely absorbed into the saber tip. Starlight filled the sky, and the saber tip became boundlessly resplendent. It gave off a light even more dazzling than the stars, flickering among the stars in the universe. It seemed like this move of the saber could sweep away the clouds for 5,000 kilometers around and destroy the stars in the universe. This startled Yan Feng. Suddenly he could not keep up with Xiao Qian's change in moves. In other words, Xiao Qian used his startling talent in the saber Dao to forcefully take the lead by one move. Breaking the world. Breaking 1,000 armies, breaking the stars, breaking the world. After stacking 2 moves, Xiao Qian changed his move to breaking the world and chopped down while Yan Feng's expression changed to one of shock. When the saber descended, it was like a lone knight galloping alone, carrying a momentum that could sweep through the world. Xiao Qun pointed at Yan Feng's initial opening. I admit defeat. While he was surprised and bewildered, Yan Feng suddenly gave up resisting and shouted loudly. Buzz. The saber that swept through the world suddenly stopped when it was about 2 centimeters away from Yan Feng's opening. The saber trembled continuously, buzzing endlessly. The saber intent that Xiao Qun emitted spread out in the surroundings. Yan Feng's heart pounded heavily. You wanted to say something. Pa. Xiao Qun raised his saber horizontally and slapped Yan Feng's face, sending him flying. After he landed on the ground, he bounced off into the distance. On the mountain path of Mount Inquiring, countless people were watching this scene in the open and in the dark. Who could have imagined that a profound light temple true inheritor would end up in such a state when facing Xiao Qun? Everyone could see the situation of the match very clearly. When Yan Feng admitted defeat, anyone with a discerning eye could see the reason behind it. Only by admitting defeat could Yan Feng survive. After Xiao Qun attacked with his saber, his inconspicuous flaw became a fatal flaw after Xiao Qun changed his moves continuously. This was a fatal opening that Xiao Qun had forcefully created with his exquisite saber techniques. If Xiao Qun struck Yan Feng, he would definitely be crippled. Although everyone could tell that Yan Feng had left behind so many openings because of his carelessness, it was not easy to tell. However, everyone knew that even if he hadn't been careless, it was only a matter of time before he was defeated by Xiao Qun. There was no other reason other than the fact that the saber art was simply unbelievable and superb. Damn, he can't be that person, right? Oh. It's that mysterious expert that spread through the various sects, the top core disciple of the Black Cave Mountains Divine Firmament sect. I heard that this bladesman defeated him in one move right in front of Shangguanlei. That is really possible. He happens to be from the Purple Flame sect, and his saber techniques happen to be startling. Furthermore, we are not familiar with him. There are too many coincidences. This is the truth. Immediately, startled cries rang out. The person who dared to anger Shangguanlei into trembling but did not dare to make a move was the idol of many people. Who would have thought that they would meet here? It's you? As Yan Feng lay on the ground, he revealed an expression of relief when he heard everyone's discussion. Yan Feng had heard of the Black Cave Mountains' mysterious bladesman as well. However, he had not taken it seriously. Yan Feng was very clear on what kind of person Shangguanlei was. He did not believe that a nameless nobody would force Shangguanlei into not daring to make a move. There had to be more to the story. However, after exchanging moves with Xiao Qun, Yan Feng started to believe it. The white-robed bladesman before him might not be without trump cards that even Shangguanlei feared. I am not being merciful with this saber strike. The venerable Xian Bei once saved my life, so I will not kill someone from the profound light temple. However, if you keep mocking me, don't blame me for being merciless. Xiao Qun snorted coldly as he looked at Yan Feng, not saying anything more. He had always been decisive when it came to killing. This Yan Feng had already crossed his bottom line. If it were someone else, even if that person begged for mercy, Xiao Qun would still chop down his saber. However, since the other party was from the profound light temple and chose to admit defeat, Xiao Qun could spare his life. However, there was only one chance. If there was a second time, Xiao Qun would not be polite. After a while, Yang Qing looked at Xiao Qun with a strange expression. No matter what, she could not have imagined it. Xiao Qun would be the person who charged into the Divine Firmament sect and was viewed as a legend by the many inner sect disciples of the Purple Flame sect. Yang Qing's first impression was that she had always thought that Xiao Qun had become the servant of a true inheritor. Furthermore, because she was too familiar with Xiao Qun, she had never thought that Xiao Qun was the mysterious bladesman who fought with Shangguanlei. Yang Qing looked at Xiao Qun and said seriously, "Young Master Xiao, you really hid yourself deeply." Xiao Qun smiled helplessly. "I have never hidden anything from you. I already said from the start that I came to find my senior brother. It is just that you did not believe me. However, my senior brother is indeed Senior Yi Zifeng. He is fully capable of obtaining a spot for me." Right after Yang Qing spoke, Xiao Qun paused for a moment before continuing, "You, on the other hand, have been hiding very deeply. Even now I cannot see through you." Yang Qing appeared slightly startled, somewhat surprised. Xiao Qun smiled and said, "Back on the ship, I already paid attention to you. At that time I thought that I already saw through you. Only now do I realize that I cannot see through you completely, never before. However, what does that matter? I only need to remember that you once shielded me without any hesitation. That is enough." Chapter 1685. When Xiao Qun came out, he would definitely have a stock of the Buddhist sect's strange plant. Xiao Qun suspected that he had run into a mutated black iron demonic ape. I can't care anymore. If it is not mature, so be it. It is better than someone else taking it away. The white-clad monk was none other than the Black Lotus Church's holy son Ming Xian. Right now he had another identity. Yan Shi, a newly advanced disciple of the Profound Light Temple. He was like a pool of lightning, shocking the various ferocious beasts in the forest. Peak Major Primal Core. Young Master Xiao, how did you escape unharmed? People like Shengguan Lei, Zhen Yuan, and Wang Yueming definitely would not come. They would definitely go to a land of greater fortuitous encounters. After a loud sound, frost covered that black iron demonic ape's entire body. Yang Qing's peak palm strike knocked it back into the forest. The two smiled at each other and continued heading for the summit. Yan Feng's strength could not be considered at the peak among the true inheritors of the three blessed lands, but there was no need to underestimate him. Even if he could not rank in the top 10, he could still make it into the top 30. This seemingly simple action actually exhausted a lot of mental and physical strength. Fortunately, he did not disappear completely. I can still sense his general direction. After Xiao Qin and Yang Qing went far away, the group of monks from the Padala mountain gathered together again. With one final leap, a faint purple flame covered Xiao Qian's entire body as he dodged that black iron demonic ape strike. Then he landed firmly and heaved a sigh of relief. Based on this trend, it really might be possible. Even senior brother Yen was defeated by him. Who else could stop him? When Xiao Qin looked over, he saw a black wall appear. When he looked up, he discovered that it was a 30-meter-tall black iron demonic ape. Right after the figure vanished, this black iron demonic ape smashed the tree that Xiao Qin had just stood on into powder with one palm strike. Bang! When Xiao Qin turned his head back, he saw a horrifying scene. The black iron demonic ape had actually followed him silently, right above him. Young Master Xiao, are you all right? Yang Qing's complexion paled somewhat, and her voice sounded somewhat weak. Clearly, the rebound from her earlier palm strike made her feel somewhat uncomfortable. Just as Xiao Qin was about to make his move, a few voices suddenly rang out in unison. Waves of righteous qi spread out in all directions and soared into the sky. Xiao Qin, who was fully focused on fleeing, felt a little tired after a short while. Damn it! How did this black iron demonic ape manage to hide its aura so well with such agility? The black lotus mark on Xiao Qian's body was now immeasurably weak because he had taken the snow lotus. Strange, the black lotus mark left by Master has become so weak. However, this Yin Feng seemed to have forgotten Xiao Qian's final warning. If there was a next time, he would not be lenient. There's no rush. My senior brother Zhen Xian will come later. We already made an agreement. At that time, my senior brother will definitely be able to take down this white-robed bladesman. This was something that could only be done after one's control over one's strength had reached the pinnacle. Xiao Qian's heart sank. He knew that he had guessed correctly. This was a mutated black iron demonic ape. The black iron demonic ape was crystalline and flawless. The holy son Ming Xian, who originally thought that after entering the fiendish demon battlefield, he could easily find Xiao Qin by sensing the black lotus mark. The holy son Ming Xian entered a berserk state, and the ice on his body fell off. Unyielding might. To the people of the Buddhist sect, no one could endure Xiao Qin monopolizing so many strange flowers and herbs. How terrifying. Young Master Xiao, be careful. Every time Xiao Qin dodged, he would be in danger. This mutated black iron demonic ape was ridiculously strong. Even if there were no other reasons, Xiao Qin would not be willing to fight with such a ferocious beast. It would not end well. He just knew that this earth and fire golden lotus would not be that easy to obtain. Xiao Qin took out a brocade box and carefully moved his body. Just as he put away the earth and fire golden lotus, he sensed a dangerous aura. The most important thing was that it was extremely rare. It could not grow on a large scale like the white jasmine flower. The earth and fire golden lotus had very high environmental requirements. It could only grow in special places. It's fine. I trust you. Whoosh. However, the expression of Yang Qing, who was at the side, changed drastically. Her fine black hair suddenly turned white, and the surrounding temperature plummeted. White snow drifted in the air. However, it did not seem like it had truly matured yet. Xiao Qin did not dare to face it head-on in the depths of this forest. Who knew what other monstrous ferocious beasts would come? Xiao Qin nodded. That was truly dangerous earlier. That black iron demonic ape's movement technique was simply too agile. As it leaped, it did not make a sound. This was simply incredible. The mountain path was an absolutely safe zone. Along the way, no ferocious beasts dared to come here. Inside Buddha-seeking mountain, the black lotus mark was weak, appearing and disappearing at times. This made it very difficult for Xiao Chen to determine Xiao Chen's position. Fortunately, the mountain path was already not far away. Xiao Chen's strength was definitely not just at the early stage Major Primal Core realm. It might even be at the peak Major Primal Core realm. Earth and Fire Golden Lotus. Xiao Chen revealed an expression of joy. The Earth and Fire Golden Lotus was one of the 6 flowers of the 5 trees and 6 flowers, 1 grade higher than the white jasmine flower. When cultivating in the Buddhist sect, one's Buddha heart was extremely important. It was helpful in comprehending the various ancient Buddhist scriptures and strengthening one's wisdom. Many Buddhist sect martial techniques even had a direct requirement on one's Buddha heart. If one's Buddha heart was not strong, the might of the Buddhist sect martial techniques would be weakened. Relying on the new fish dragon art movement technique, Xiao Chen dashed wildly, dodging the various attacks of this black iron demonic ape. On the mountain path, Xiao Chen and Yang Qing continued walking leisurely. Occasionally the Buddhist Sarira beads would sense something, and Xiao Chen would enter the forest. The strange flowers and herbs of this Buddha-seeking mountain all had the effect of strengthening one's Buddha heart. When they reached a certain level they would undergo a qualitative change. Yan Feng sincerely felt that he was inferior to Xiao Chen. However, it was impossible for him to give up on the strange flowers and herbs of this Buddha-seeking mountain, especially the white jasmine flower, one of the 5 trees and 6 flowers. Xiao Chen gently pushed off with his feet and leaped up, vanishing from a tree branch. The golden lotus petals had not even opened yet. It was like a shy girl covering her face with her hands. At some point in time, it had silently landed in front of Yan Feng. This mutated black iron demonic ape actually ignored the taboo and crossed the mountain path. For Xiao Chen to defeat Yan Feng, it was sufficient for him to dominate this Buddha-seeking mountain. After all, he was a true peak true inheritor. He would go to the 10,000 flower garden, the 10,000 weapon pavilion, and the 10,000 book pavilion. Suddenly the black iron demonic ape's aura soared, instantly reaching a horrifying level. This startled Xiao Chen and Yang Qing at the same time. Just as Xiao Chen was about to say something, an intense roar suddenly rang out. The 30-meter-long demonic ape in the forest stood up again. At this moment, on a slope some distance away from the Buddha-seeking mountain, a white-clad monk frowned heavily, revealing a confused expression. "Senior brother Yan, what should we do? Are we just going to watch him collect all the strange flowers and herbs of this Buddha-seeking mountain?" This time Yang Qing was truly shocked. As she looked at Xiao Chen's sincere gaze, she remained silent for a while before saying, "Thank you. However, there is definitely no conflict of interest between us. After I obtain something from the back mountain of the Buddha-seeking platform, I will leave." Xiao Chen's face sank and his body shifted back a few steps. Then he soared into the air and landed on a tree branch. Bang! This time the Buddhist Sarira pearl sensed something again. Xiao Chen followed the feeling and discovered a golden lotus flower that looked like it was burning with flames. The holy sun Ming Xian looked in the direction of the Buddha-seeking mountain, and a light flashed in his eyes. In the next moment his figure vanished. Every time Xiao Chen leaped up, he had to make precise calculations and use his full power before he could dodge that black iron demonic ape's attack. It was soundless and didn't make any sound. Yang Qing's palm strike in the air looked like a beam of flowing light amid the snowflakes filling the air. In the time it took for a spark to fly, the snowflakes in the air released motes of light. Chapter 1686. The Holy Words of the Confucian Tao, Unyielding Might. With a few shouts, 4 figures landed before Xiao Chen and Yang Qing with a vast and boundless aura that was as heavy as a mountain. The leader was dressed like a scholar. He had a fair face and no facial hair, exuding a scholarly air. At this moment the 4 arrived with their swords in hand. Their scholarly air turned into a righteous air. Their expressions were resolute, and their eyes shone with an unparalleled sharpness. Their auras soared infinitely. In the blink of an eye, they reached the aura of a peak major primal core cultivator. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. This unyielding might was somewhat similar to his deity's descending. Similarly, it raised one's aura and strength for a short time. However, this unyielding might merged with the righteous air of the Confucian Tao. It was much better than deities descending alone. The 4 each sent out a sword strike. Sword chi surged out, shaking mountains and rivers as they struck the black iron demonic ape. Boom! Space trembled, and that black iron demonic ape's unparalleled aura was forcefully suppressed. Under these 4 sword strikes, it was knocked back. Apart from the leader of the group, the other 3 paled and gasped for breath as they slashed out with unstoppable might. However, the pale-faced scholar sent out several sword flowers in the air. His sword moved like it was a go, and his sword moved like it was a go stone. Metallic clangs rang out crisply and crisply. Great sword technique. Xiaochen could not help praising softly as he watched, entranced. The other party's sword technique was truly exquisite. His sword moved like it was a ghost stone and he used it like a god. He used all sorts of sword moves as he pleased, not sticking to a single pattern. It looked like a random combination, but in reality, every move contained deep meaning. Every time he sent out a sword move, it was a setup. When the 10 moves were over and the setup was set, that pale-faced scholar sheathed his sword and slowly landed. As Xiaochen slowly descended, a trembling sound came from the air. Some of the previously unremarkable sword techniques suddenly exploded out. These sword moves gathered into a resplendent sword light and left a basin-sized wound on the black iron demonic ape's chest. Blood spurted out like a fountain. The demonic black iron ape's ferocity didn't diminish despite its severe injuries. However, it stopped for a moment and roared a few times before choosing to flee back into the forest. After confirming that the black iron demonic ape had truly gone far away, the pale-faced scholar led his 3 companions over to Xiaochen and Yangqing. Xiaochen remained calm and collected, waiting to see what this group of people wanted to do. Although the demonic black iron ape was powerful enough to appear in the Saber Dao, Xiaochen did not need the help of others. Initially, it was only because they had not expected the black iron demonic ape to appear. Furthermore, the black iron demonic ape's ability to conceal its aura was superb, so they did not notice it. However, since Yangqing made a move and helped him gain some time to catch his breath, escaping would not be a problem. Even without the help of the 4, Xiaochen could still solve the problem in front of him, so he didn't feel particularly grateful. Most importantly, Xiaochen felt that the 4 of them were not simply helping him. It felt like they were deliberately showing off their strength. Many thanks to the 4 of you for helping me. I did not ask for your guidance, Xiaochen said as he stepped forward and performed a cupped fist salute. Young Master Xiao is too polite. Even if we did not make a move, young Master Xiao would have dealt with it. I am Wang Su, and these 3 are my junior brothers. We are all from the Confucian institution. The pale-faced scholar was rather honest and did not put on airs of taking credit for himself. The Confucian institution? What is your relationship with Wang Yueming? Xiaochen asked softly, feeling excited. At the mention of Wang Yueming, pride flashed in the eyes of the other Confucian institution disciples. They said, "That is my senior brother. We are all disciples of the same teacher." However, senior brother Wang went to a forbidden land. A forbidden land? Yangqing exclaimed. However, she soon felt relieved. That's right. As one of the 3 great geniuses, Wang Yueming is indeed qualified to enter a forbidden land. Wang Su smiled and looked at Xiaochen. Then he said seriously, "Let's not talk about this for now. Young Master Xiao, what do you think of our strength?" After thinking for a while, Xiaochen answered honestly, "Very strong. If we work together, I would not be able to deal with them easily. This is especially so for young Master Wang. Your sword skills are a great eye-opener. Your sword moves are like Go, and your moves are casual and relaxed, not sticking to one pattern. However, when you reap the harvest, you are swift and decisive. You kill decisively and efficiently." Clearly, Wang Su was very happy to receive such an evaluation from Xiaochen. He smiled humbly and said, "It is not worth mentioning. Compared to young Master Zhao's saber skills, I am still much weaker." "Young Master Xiao, why is this person so long-winded and wishy-washy? Even now, I still do not know what he wants to do." Yangqing's voice rang out in Xiaochen's mind. He smiled and replied, "There is no rush. The people of the Confucian sect are just like that." After chatting idly for a while, Wang Su said, "We all saw young Master Zhao's battle with that profound light temple monk. Actually, if we want to go to the Buddha-seeking platform, there is no need to ally with that group of monks. The righteous qi of our Confucian sect also has a strong suppressive effect on fiendish demons. That black iron demonic ape earlier was a fiendish spirit ape. However, when it faced our Confucian sect's sword techniques, it was still forced to flee." Xiaochen now understood. The righteous qi and the Buddhist sect's Buddhist might were indeed similar on a certain level. At the same time, Xiaochen understood the intentions of the other 4. They wanted to work with him to go to the Buddha-seeking platform. "Brother Wang Su, do you want to work together and go to the Buddha-seeking platform together?" Wang Su nodded and said, "The Buddha-seeking platform is not simple. The fiendish demons in the temples are all intelligent, no different from us. Furthermore, they are already used to the pressure of the fiendish demon battlefield. With the same cultivation realm, the strength they can bring out is stronger than ours." After coming to the fiendish demon battlefield, everyone, including Xiao Qin, had their strength suppressed. It was just a matter of how much. Young Master Xiao saw our strength earlier. What do you think? Do you want to go to the Buddha-seeking platform together? Wang Su revealed a confident expression, feeling very confident in his invitation. Xiao Qin exchanged glances with Yang Qing. Then he said, I'll discuss this with my companion first. The two walked to the side and communicated via voice projection. Xiao Qin said, Miss Yang, I do not care what you think. I'm already very satisfied with the natural treasures in the forest. Right now, we just need to go to the Buddha-seeking platform and take a look at those ancient Buddha statues. That will be enough. Xiao Qin's goal was very firm. It was to improve his Buddha nature and strengthen the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. Everything else was just a bonus. Yang Qing entered deep thought. I don't mind either. However, young Master Xiao, don't be fooled by the benevolent appearance of that Confucian institution disciple. Xiao Qin looked at the other party in shock. This Yang Qing seemed to have a grudge against the people of the Confucian institution. She had not shown such an expression when facing that group of bald donkeys earlier. After the discussion, Xiao Qin felt confident and slowly walked over. How was it? What's the result of the discussion? Wang Su asked. Sure. However, if there are any gains along the way, the two of us want 60%. You can only get 40%. In that case, wouldn't the four of us each get only 10%? A Confucian institution disciple immediately expressed his dissatisfaction. Wang Su's lips twitched slightly. He smiled embarrassedly and said, Young Master Xiao, we are very sincere. In any case, it did not matter. Actually, Xiao Qin could have been more ruthless. 60% or 40% was already a more sincere proposal. That's all then. Goodbye. Since the other party felt that Xiao Qin was not sincere, there was no point in continuing the conversation. So, Xiao Qin waved his hand and took his leave with Yang Qing. Damn it. Big brother Wang Su, this so-called white-robed bladesman is really shameless. We helped him out of goodwill and he actually demanded such a high price. How infuriating. He is simply looking down on the people of our Confucian institution. Elder brother Wang Su, there is no need to be polite with him. We can just snatch whatever he has on him. Seeing Xiao Qin go far away, the people of the Confucian institution all expressed their dissatisfaction. Wang Su showed an uncertain expression, rage flashing in his eyes. Aside from Xiao Qin's strength, Wang Su sought to work with Xiao Qin because of the mysterious item that Xiao Qin had on him. Wang Su guessed that Xiao Qin definitely had some treasure with a deep connection to Buddhism. Otherwise, he could not have gained so much in this Buddha-seeking mountain. However, Wang Su was not confident of making a move on Xiao Qin. Based on the girl beside Xiao Qin, she did not seem to be an ordinary person. Just as Wang Su was at a loss for what to do, a group of people rushed over from below. When he looked up, he saw Yen Feng, whom Xiao Qin defeated earlier, leading a profound light temple disciple towards the summit. The Imperial Light Temple's Zhen Xian. Wang Su immediately revealed a smile on his face. He said indifferently, There will come a time when you beg me. Chapter 1687. There seems to be no path in front. After taking their leave of Wang Su's group of four, Xiao Qin and Yang Qing continued along the mountain path. Finally, they arrived at the end of the mountain path. There was no path in front, only a tall and precipitous cliff. The Buddha-seeking mountain's peak was on the cliff, the Buddha-seeking platform. The only way to get to the Buddha-seeking platform was to fly up in one go. However, the spiritual energy in this fiendish demon battlefield was boundlessly vast, mixed with the ubiquitous fiendish qi. The space here was much larger than that of a blessed land. Aside from this, there was also a fiendish qi mixed with Buddhist might, looking exceptionally strange. Jumping up here was extremely difficult. Many sect disciples gathered here. As they looked at the 3-kilometer-tall cliff, they all frowned and shook their heads. For now, no one was willing to try. When Xiao Qin and Yang Qing arrived, they did not act rashly. Instead, they calmly observed their surroundings. It should not be a problem for me to jump up. The difficult part is what I will face after I jump up. After carefully looking around, Xiao Qin had a rough idea. However, he did not know what the Buddha-seeking platform looked like or what fiendish demons were inside. Clearly, Yang Qing came prepared. She said, There is a huge temple on the Buddha-seeking platform. After jumping up, you will see the temple gates. The temple has the most fiendish demons of varying strength. The strongest is a tree spirit. I heard that it is a distant sea realm cultivator. Of course, that is news from 20 years ago. I do not know if it is still accurate. A tree spirit was not easy to deal with. A tree spirit that became a tree spirit would have a lifespan of at least 1,000 years. Furthermore, it occupied this Buddha-seeking platform and gained a Buddhist heart, gaining intelligence. It would be even harder to deal with. Doesn't that mean that there is no way to go up? With a cloud sea fiendish demon guarding the Buddha-seeking platform, one would die if they went up. How could they possibly go up? Yang Qing smiled and said, "How can that be? No matter what, this fiendish demon battlefield is a place where the divine vein powerhouses pass down their skills in the end. The fiendish demons will not truly take the initiative. Even if they die, the will they leave behind will formlessly restrict the fiendish demon battlefield." Think about it. If there were no restrictions, how could the Cloud Sea experts of the outside world not enter? Xiaoqin understood something. You mean to say that the tree spirit might not make a move personally, but it would be hard to avoid some sort of test. Passing the test left behind by the divine vein powerhouse is the key to obtaining the fortuitous encounter. Yang Qing nodded. That's right. Who is Xiaoqin? Come out. Just as the two of them were discussing, a loud shout suddenly came from the foot of the mountain. It contained Buddhist mantras. The simple sentence caused everyone's eardrums to tremble and their souls to tremble. Many of them even bled from their nostrils and ears. The Buddhist sect's guardian deity Lion Roar. It's the Profound Light Temple's people. Yang Qing's expression changed slightly as she looked down. She saw Yin Feng, whom Xiaoqin had defeated earlier, leading a square-faced monk in yellow monk robes. They quickly leaped up and ran over. Jin Xian. When they saw the square-faced monk, many people immediately revealed shocked expressions. Jin Xian was a true inheritor of the Profound Light Temple, one of the top 10 true inheritors of the entire Profound Light Temple. His strength was exceptionally terrifying. It was common knowledge that because Buddhist disciples had a solid foundation, their cultivation grew the slowest. Most of them were not famous in the early stages, but once they reached the later stages, their strength would be stronger than their peers. This was the case for the strongest person of the three blessed lands, Zhen Yuan, who suppressed Shangguan Lei and Wang Yueming. Although this Jin Xian could not compare to Zhen Yuan, he was still one of the top 10 true inheritors of the entire Profound Light Temple. Even among the three blessed lands, he could be considered a peak existence among the true inheritors. The crowd was shocked because they had not expected someone of Zhen Xian's status to come to Buddha-seeking mountain, a land of fortuitous encounters that was not considered popular. After a while, everyone understood and focused their gazes on Xiaoqin. They all revealed expressions of understanding. It turned out that Jin Xian was here to take revenge for their junior brother. Earlier, Yin Feng had been in a sorry state when he lost to Xiaoqin. You sure came fast, Xiaoqin thought to himself. Then he stepped forward and said calmly, I am Xiaoqin. What can I do for you? I'm looking for you. Obediently hand over the Buddhist prayer beads and the Buddhist sect wondrous items in your hands. Jin Xian charged over with a ferocious momentum, not caring about Xiaoqin at all. Right after he spoke, he charged at Xiaoqin. Zhen Xian clenched his hands into claws and spread his arms, looking like a divine eagle soaring into the sky. His entire body shone with golden light, giving off heavy Buddhist might. As Zhen Xian flew towards Xiaoqin, the cry of a divine eagle rang out in the air. He frowned heavily and sent a claw down. Immediately, a gigantic eagle claw formed by veritable essence energy appeared, clawing at Xiaoqin. A boundless suction came from the claw, kicking up sand and pebbles on the ground as a strong wind howled. Whoosh, whoosh. When the surrounding crowd felt this suction, they exclaimed and quickly scattered, afraid of getting caught up in the crossfire. How arrogant! Xiaoqin's face sank as he shouted coldly. The 7 deadly sins merged into one and great Tao energy spread out. Instantly he stood firmly on the ground, unmoving like a mountain. Just as the gigantic eagle claw was about to strike, the saber strike containing great Tao energy turned into the dragon subduing slash and sent out a berserk chop. Boom! Space trembled. The short exchange between the two created a terrifying shock wave that surged out. Xiaoqin leaped up, looking like a treasure saber being unsheathed. He executed the army-breaking saber technique, forcefully clashing head-on with Zhen Xian. The army-breaking saber technique focused on the word break. It required an indomitable courage. Even if one faced a vast army, one dared to wield their saber and charge forward, killing them all. Zhen Xian's divine eagle claw was extraordinary as well. His body was like a divine eagle. As he moved, he kicked up a boundless strong wind. Zhen Xian's 5 fingers were as hard as divine metal. As he moved, he gave off a startling Buddhist might. Dang, dang. After 10 moves, the two were evenly matched. Zhen Xian's initial burst of aura could not increase his advantage, so it slowly weakened. Left with no choice, he soared into the air and returned to the ground. The moment Zhen Xian's feet touched the ground, his 5 fingers turned into a palm. Then he thrust a palm at Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin, who was in the air, immediately felt the surrounding space twist. A palm radiating Buddhist light headed for him unhurriedly. Break. Regardless of whether it was real or fake, Xiaoqin could not make out what this palm strike was. He raised his saber and executed the flawless saber technique's heaven-swallowing stance. All sorts of mysterious phenomena shot out from Xiaoqin's body. Just as that palm strike was about to arrive, he swung his saber and swallowed it all up. Instantly, Xiaoqin felt his entire body swell up uncomfortably as if he would explode. The Taiji Yin-Yang veritable essence diagram in Xiaoqin's dantian spun rapidly. Light and shadows danced in the surroundings, forming an even larger Taiji diagram that merged with the surroundings. Go. After barely suppressing the other party's palm strike, Xiaoqin drew his saber again, mixing the other party's palm strike into his saber light and sending it to Zhen Xian. Damn it. Caught off guard, Zhen Xian forced out 100% of his strength. A terrifying Buddhist might burst out, making everyone's hearts tremble. Zhen Xian punched and shattered the palm strike and saber light. However, his body was forced back 10 steps before he could stabilize himself. His expression turned sullen. Senior brother. Yin Feng paled in shock. He had not expected that even when his senior brother made a move, he would not be able to gain much of an advantage. Facing the other party's full-powered, surging Buddhist might, Xiaoqin held his saber horizontally in front of him and barely blocked it. However, he still took 3 steps back. Zhen Xian truly lived up to being one of the top 10 true inheritors of the Profound Light Temple. Even in the 3 blessed lands he would rank within the top 10. Although Zhen Xian could not do anything to Xiaoqin, Xiaoqin did not want to face such a terrifying opponent who used his full power either. In the end, both sides would end up severely injured. Zhen Xian held the advantage in cultivation and physical body, so he might have the last laugh. It was not wise to clash head-on with Zhen Xian now. At the very least, he had to wait until he broke through first. Let's go. With a thought, Xiaoqin stopped wasting time. He grabbed Yang Qing's hand and soared into the air, flying towards the Buddha-seeking platform. Wang Su, who rushed over, happened to see this scene and could not help being startled. Unexpectedly, Xiaoqin managed to escape so easily from Zhen Xian's hands. Wang Su was still waiting for the other party to truly fall into danger so that he could help and bargain. When Zhen Xian saw Xiaoqin soar into the air, he immediately became enraged. You want to leave? Scram down here. Zhen Xian roared, and a gargantuan divine eagle claw descended from the sky. It tore through the clouds and headed for Xiaoqin and Yang Qing, who were in the air. The range of the gargantuan claw did not give anyone a chance to dodge. It looked like it would grab Xiaoqin and Yang Qing to death. Xiaoqin smiled faintly. His figure flashed and he executed Dermic Whirl. Then a saber light chopped into the sky. The saber light directly chopped off the divine eagle's gargantuan claw and fell to the ground. Blood leaked out of a corner of Zhen Xian's lips. When he saw the descending divine eagle claw, he quickly dodged with Yin Feng. The area below turned chaotic. No one dared to linger, fleeing in all directions. Chapter 1688. However, it was clearly not wise to face Xiaoqin. However, Zhen Xian, who was the easiest to go up, closed his eyes and rested, not moving blindly. The words on the signboard were already illegible. Xiaoqin sent out a palm strike and the doors rumbled, shaking for a while. However, they did not open. Furthermore, Zhen Xian was still waiting for them when they returned. The distribution of benefits was also in his favor. There was no need for Xiaoqin to reject it. When the group looked ahead, it was as Yang Qing said, an ancient, modeled temple. The group was led by a cat demon into the mysterious and ancient temple of the Buddha Inquiry Platform. Hovering above the temple was the gigantic head of a female Buddha statue. Floating above the temple, it was exceptionally frightening. Magic skills were left behind by the Buddhist Taoist sect in the previous epoch. In this epoch, the Buddhist sect had returned to zero. The Buddha ancestor was the Mahayana revered Buddha. Xiaoqin shook his head and said, "How could they be killed so easily? The fiendish demons in the temple probably heard the strange movements at the foot of the Buddha-seeking mountain and sensed it long ago. They were just waiting for us. The 2 black birds that left earlier should be the fiendish demons in human form or their true form. Our movements should have already been exposed. Soon, fiendish demon experts will rush over. Allying with this group of people would be a great help to Xiaoqin, who was about to enter the temple and still had to guard against Zhen Xian. The few Confucian institution disciples at the back could not take it anymore. Wang Su did his best to calm down. He said, "Good, 73 it is. In that case, we will swear an alliance with the will left behind by the divine vein powerhouses in this fiendish demon battlefield." Xiao Chen said sullenly as he looked down. Xiao Chen's earlier saber strike traced back to the source. Not only did it break Wang Su's divine eagle claw, but it also chopped off the consciousness and soul that Wang Su had attached to it. Wang Su's physical body was not injured, but his soul was significantly injured. In such a state he could still ascend the Buddha-seeking platform. Wang Su's face sank, immediately turning unsightly. He smiled embarrassedly and said, "Brother Xiao, there is no need to do this. Zhen Xian will recover from his injuries very quickly. If we work with him, what is that?" "Wait a minute." Xiao Chen looked at Wang Su. Wang Su was a true inheritor of the Confucian institution and had stayed in the blessed lands longer than Xiao Chen. Wang Su should know a little more. A young girl in white walked out. She had a pair of furry cat ears on her head, and her wild appearance carried a hint of cuteness. "Let's enter the temple first. Without going through a life-and-death battle, there's no way to obtain any fortuitous encounters." The situation. I don't understand either. The Buddhist sects of the martial epoch could not cultivate magic skills, only martial arts. After making their vows, the estrangement between them lessened a little. After all, they were now on the same boat. The two black birds let out strange cries and flapped their wings as they flew into the temple. In the sky, Xiao Chen dispersed his dermic world and gently leaped with Yang Qing, landing firmly on the ground. Wang Su and the others immediately felt like they were facing a great enemy, their right hands grasping their swords. "Just look at you, hiding your thoughts and pretending to be magnanimous. No matter how good your swordsmanship is, your awe-inspiring righteousness can't be that high. I don't need to be afraid of you at all. If you want to work together with Zhen Xian, I'll kill you now." Zhen Xian did not think about anything else for now. He sat down and meditated, quickly recovering from the injuries to his soul. "What's going on? This seems different from what I expected. A fiendish demon took the initiative to bring me to seek fortuitous encounters. Did I hear wrong?" Wang Su's group was not the only ones who saw an opportunity. The other sect disciples who had been waiting for a long time also took action, soaring into the air. This kicked up a boundless cloud of dust that spread in all directions, making everyone cough endlessly. Suddenly Xiao Chen saw something startling him. When Xiao Chen and the others heard that, they exchanged glances, revealing surprised expressions. Xiao Chen gave those two black birds a strange look. Just as he wanted to do something, he discovered that the black birds had already disappeared, so he could only give up. Amid a loud sound, the huge eagle claw filled with spirituality and Buddhist might suddenly descended. Furthermore, didn't they say that fiendish demons were tyrannical and inhumane? Wang Su stretched out his hand and scattered the dust. Peering through it, he vaguely saw two figures landing behind the cliff and ascending the Buddha-seeking platform. Seeing Xiao Chen's trump card, Wang Su made up his mind. Only by following Xiao Chen could he truly gain something. An oath to the will of the Buddha-seeking platform was very restrictive. No one dared to mess around. When Xiao Chen looked up, he saw that the sky was dark with dark clouds covering it. Not far away, a stone stele stood with 3 ancient Buddhist characters written on it. "Brother Xiao, I've thought it through. We should still form an alliance. You guys get 6 and we get 4. Wang Su shook his head. "Don't look at me. I don't know what's going on either. In the past, a senior brother who survived came out and said that this temple is very dangerous. This temple is full of danger. If 10 people enter, at least half will die inside." Seeing that Xiao Chen was not willing to say more, Yang Qing did not pursue the matter. She could guess some things in her heart. "Cassia." Just as Xiao Chen was about to console Yang Qing and tell her that it was just a misperception, a familiar voice came from behind. The Buddha-seeking platform was not easy to climb. "Brother Xiao. Earlier it was 6 and 4. Now it's 7 and 3. Xiao Chen looked at Yang Qing at the side and discovered that her expression was strange. The young cat-eared girl muttered to herself. Then she looked at Xiao Chen and the others and said, "Come on in. I will bring you all to search for fortuitous encounters and show you the way." Xiao Chen took the lead and headed for the temple's doors. Xiao Chen's words were like a sword stabbing into Wang Su's heart, making him feel very uncomfortable. He did not know how to rebut. The young cat-eared girl glanced at Xiao Chen and the others. She did not find this strange. Instead, she sized them up mischievously. "Young Master Xiao, what was that earlier?" Yang Qing's heart pounded heavily. The earlier scene was truly an eye-opener. Yang Qing knew a little about it. The 4 great temples of the Central Great Realm all had similar Buddhist sect secret techniques. Flying in this fiendish demon battlefield was already extremely stressful. Furthermore, this Buddha-seeking mountain was not low. Furthermore, one had to face the Buddhist might. Wang Su asked seriously as he strode over. In this fiendish demon battlefield, the will of a divine vein powerhouse was everywhere. It was like the heavenly Tao of this small world. As the sky was dark at first glance, it looked like a cold Buddha's head floating above the temple. Xiaoqun did not explain too much. It's just some trump cards. My cultivation is much weaker than Jin Xian's. To prevent him from pestering me, I directly used them. The fiendish demon battlefield that opens once every 20 years is open again? Xiaoqun rubbed his eyes vigorously. Only then did he discover that it was just an illusion. The ancient temple's doors were tightly shut. The signboard hung in the air and 2 small black birds chirped. Xiaoqun smiled coldly and said, I know what you are thinking. You must be disappointed that you did not see Jin Xian injure me. The Confucian sect's righteous qi emphasizes openness. No matter what one's thoughts are, one should be open. That female Buddha statue should be standing in the deep abyss behind Buddha-seeking mountain. Buddha-seeking mountain covered her entire body, only her head could be seen. Right after Jin Xian spoke, the temple's doors suddenly opened. Fearing that Xiaoqun and Yang Qing would go too far, Jin Xian led his 3 junior brothers into the air, resisting the pressure from above as they climbed up with much difficulty. When Jin Xian looked back, it was the heavenly shaking mountains Confucian institution's Wang Su's group walking over with smiles on their faces. Jin Xian felt suspicious, thinking that Xiaoqun cultivated another secret technique. After all, there were all sorts of strange things in this great thousand realms. Although cultivation techniques and martial techniques that could allow cultivators to grow larger were rare, they did exist. Jin Xian could vaguely make out the words Buddha-seeking platform. Let's go. Why is the secret technique that fellow executed so similar to the major magic skill Dermic world recorded in the Buddhist sect's ancient texts? Wang Su immediately revealed an expression of regret. I was too careless. I should have made a move earlier and killed the 2 black birds. The temple was large and occupied a large area. However, it gave off a death qi that made one uncomfortable. The Confucian institution's group hesitated for a moment before gritting their teeth and following. After saying that, Wang Su took the lead. Yang Qing did not hesitate to follow. Chapter 1689. The group of 6 stepped into the temple and immediately felt a cold and gloomy aura attacking them. They hurriedly circulated their energy to resist. The cat-eared girl leading the way turned her head to look at Xiaoqun and said, Don't be surprised. Before the old master was alive, we fiendish demons had been managing this temple. We will carry out a test for the disciples who come here to seek fortuitous encounters. Those who can pass will naturally receive various benefits. Old master? Which old master? Xiaoqun asked cautiously. The young cat-eared girl raised her head and said, He is the divine vein powerhouse that you speak of. Although he did not create this world, when he subdued this fiendish demon battlefield, he naturally became the master of all the fiendish demons. Even though he has been dead for tens of thousands of years, the will he left behind still influences this world. No demon dares to disobey him. Just like the rules, they have to be obeyed. Those who don't will be struck to death by lightning. There are no exceptions. Upon hearing that, Wang Su could not help relaxing significantly. It turned out that these fiendish demons had restrictions as well. He smiled faintly and said, I understand. However, what I don't understand is that most fiendish demons are violent and hostile to our sect disciples. Why do I get the feeling that you don't have the characteristics of an ordinary demon? Or are all the demons in this place like you? The young cat-eared girl looked at Wang Su with a strange expression. She said coldly, To us fiendish demons, most of your sect disciples are tyrannical, not showing any mercy when killing fiendish demons. Every year there are blind or greedy sect disciples who die on this Buddha-seeking platform. When Wang Su heard this, he immediately felt embarrassed. Pretend I never asked. Every hall is guarded by fiendish demons. All you need to do is pass the test and you'll be able to enter. Whether or not you can obtain the treasures in the palace will depend on your own luck. After the cat-eared girl finished speaking, she leaped up gracefully, leaped over a few tall walls and disappeared from everyone's sight. As Xiaoqun watched her leave, he carefully thought about what the cat-eared girl had said. Wang Su muttered, It looks like this place is different from what we imagined. It is not as dangerous as it is rumored to be. Young Master Xiao, why don't we split up? Seeing that this temple was not as scary as rumored, Wang Su and the others immediately thought of something else. He didn't want to travel with Xiaoqun anymore. Xiao Qin said generously, as you wish. Goodbye. Wang Su and the other three revealed smiles. Then they rushed in with anticipation, preparing to rush to Wise Heart Palace. Senior brother, where are we going? Of course it's the Hall of Wisdom. We need to be quick. Otherwise, when more people arrive, we won't be able to get anything out of it. Damn it. If I had known that this temple had such rules, I wouldn't have given in to Xiao Chen's mood and given him a 30-70 split. Who does he think he is? He even dares to lecture me on how to cultivate righteous energy. Feeling some regret, Wang Su revealed some anger on his face. When he thought of what Xiao Chen said to him, he showed a displeased expression. Only Xiao Chen and Yang Qing remained. Yang Qing said, Young Master Xiao, what brings you to this Buddha-seeking platform? Xiao Chen said honestly, I want to comprehend it. I don't have any requests for the enlightened heart tea or other medicinal pills. Originally, I thought that this place would be an ancient holy land of the Buddhist sect. Looks like I was wrong. What about you? Yang Qing paused for a while before saying, I'm here to retrieve something. Now that we are here, it is time to part. Xiao Chen did not probe further. Everyone had their own secrets. He nodded and said, I'll take my leave here then. Yang Qing glanced at Xiao Chen and smiled bitterly to herself before leaving. As Xiao Chen watched the other party leave, he entered deep thought. Along the way he had not been able to help Yang Qing much at all. His usefulness to her was negligible. Given that, this girl was indeed loyal to him. Actually, it did not matter if she came alone. Indeed, Yang Qing only wanted to help him out a little. However, she had not expected Xiao Chen to be so strong. Xiao Chen did not need her help at all. Naturally, he did not need her help. Now that they had arrived at their destination, they had their own things to do. Of course, they had to go their separate ways. With the Buddhist prayer beads in hand, Xiao Chen wandered around the temple aimlessly. The doors of the halls that represented fortuitous encounters were all tightly shut. When Xiao Chen probed with his spiritual sense, he would get bounced back. There was an impenetrable energy protecting him. After opening a door and defeating the fiendish demon guarding it, he could search as he pleased. Of course, the different halls might have other tests aside from the fiendish demon guarding them. Xiao Chen did not care about this. His original purpose was to search for a fate with Buddhism, to see if he could comprehend anything that would be of help to the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. However, a good temple had become so utilitarian. Furthermore, there were fiendish demons residing in it. Xiao Chen did not think that there would be any fate with Buddhism left. Even if there was, it would be tainted by the dust of the world and the filth of the human heart. Hence, Xiao Chen was not in the mood to open any of the doors. However, that did not matter. In any case, he had already obtained plenty of unexpected gains before he came up. With the help of those strange flowers and herbs, his Buddha nature was much stronger than before. Furthermore, his veritable essence energy was cleansed by the white jasmine flower. Furthermore, Xiao Chen obtained an even more precious earthen fire golden lotus. No matter how he looked at it, this trip was worth it. As Xiao Chen casually toyed with the Buddhist Sarira beads in his hand, he entered a different state of mind as he walked through this ancient, dilapidated, sinister temple. His heart was calm, and an invisible Buddhist glow was emitted from his body. Vaguely, it formed a faint connection with the ancient aura in this place. Xiao Chen himself did not feel anything special. He only felt that there was something special about it. He only felt that aside from being cold and dilapidated, everything he saw was the peace of the Buddhist sect. The heart of a pure child? Under the hazy moonlight, the young cat-eared girl sitting on the roof revealed a shocked expression as she looked in the direction where Xiao Chen was. Flap, flap, flap. Just at this moment, a black crow flew over and landed on the young cat-eared girl's arm. Someone else is here. The young cat-eared girl's figure flashed, and the doors of the temple suddenly opened. Then she appeared out of nowhere and walked out. There were many people outside, but the ones leading them were two bald monks. The young cat-eared girl looked around and fixed her gaze on the monk on the left. This was Jin Xian, who had just finished treating his injuries. Whoosh! The appearance of the young cat-eared girl elicited startled cries. The various sect disciples behind whispered to each other. Like Xiao Chen and Wang Su, they did not know what was going on. However, they did not dare to ask anything. The reason was none other than, with Jin Xian blocking the way, who dared to interrupt him? That would just be seeking death. Are you here to search for fortuitous encounters? Come in with me. Seeing the young cat-eared girl turn around, Yin Feng asked softly, Senior brother, what's going on? Jin Xian's expression did not change. He replied indifferently, just go in and take a look and you will know. After saying that, Zhen Xian strode forward and entered the temple. The various sect disciples behind quickly followed, not wanting to fall behind. The young cat-eared girl repeated what she said to Xiao Chen's group, leaving the group of people exchanging glances with each other. Then she prepared to turn and leave. Wait a moment. Zhen Xian, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up. His gaze locked on the young cat-eared girl, his tone somewhat hostile. Right after Zhen Xian spoke, a formless Buddhist might spread out. Suddenly it put a huge pressure on everyone. What advice do you have? Zhen Xian asked coldly. Have you seen a white-clad bladesman with a young girl who exudes a cold intent by his side? This is not a question that I should answer, nor is it something you should be concerned about, the young cat-eared girl replied softly without changing her expression. Zhen Xian snorted coldly. Interesting. To think that a lowly fiendish demon like you really thinks of yourself as the master of my Buddhist sect's holy land. Whoosh. Right after Zhen Xian spoke, he executed the killing move that he had been storing up power for a long time in one breath. Zhen Xian spread his 5 fingers into claws. His fingers immediately glowed with a golden light, looking like they were made of metal. Zhen Xian's figure flashed, and a divine eagle bathed in Buddhist light spread its wings and flew up from behind him. This allowed the eagle to move as fast as lightning. It did not even leave an afterimage as it charged over to the young cat-eared girl, preparing to grab her. Who could have imagined that this surefire lightning-fast attack would grab nothing? The young cat-eared girl turned into an exquisite white cat and nimbly dodged? The white cat gently leaped up and landed nimbly on the roof. Then it turned its head to look at Zhen Xian. Then it leaped up a few more times and vanished from everyone's sight. Zhen Xian withdrew his technique, feeling depressed. Then he waved his hand and said, "Little evil creature, you ran fast." Chapter 1690. Zhen Xian pushed off with his feet and blocked Wang Su. The other Buddhist sect disciples surrounded him without saying anything. However, the young cat-eared girl vaguely felt that something was wrong. She casually picked up a Buddhist scripture. Before she could look at it, it turned to ashes in her hand. 1 hour later, Xiaoqin refined almost all the strange flowers and herbs that he had consumed earlier. Cripple him. Wang Su walked out alone with a cocky expression. The young cat-eared girl revealed a mocking smile. Xiaoqin, who had returned to reality from his transcendent state, broke out in a cold sweat from the true meaning of this saber strike. Strange, whoosh. Most people would ignore this signboard when they saw it. I'll go over and take a look. Xiaoqin sighed softly and chose to give up. There were really no fortuitous encounters in this place that he could pick up. He quickly sat down cross-legged and held the Buddhist Sarira pearls in his hand. Then he started to comprehend the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber techniques resolving the mundane. Far away, the young cat-eared girl on the roof looked at the doors of the Wisdom Heart Hall. While in the mundane world, one's heart sought to transcend. Once one's mundane heart was resolved, it was eternal. The esteemed monk who created this saber technique was simply too terrifying. No wonder the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique was classified as a forbidden technique in the Hidden Spirit Temple, not favored by the orthodox sections. However, now Xiaoqin was fully capable of taking a gamble. Zhen Xian's sudden attack startled the disciples of the other sections. Only Zhen Xian dared to be so bold. Does my heart look good? One of the main reasons why many people could not obtain a Dao tool was that while they were strong, they could not block the attacks of the true inheritors of the other sections. Xiaoqin's vague connection to the nameless temple suddenly became clear at this moment. He pushed open all the doors and the dust fell off. When he looked around, it was indeed as he guessed. Zhen Xian revealed a smile. It looks like we do not need to go through the test of the Wisdom Heart Hall again. With this thought, Xiaoqin decided to go to the 10,000 weapon pavilion to search for a Dao tool. However, just as he was about to leave, he noticed that the door of a distant palace was open. Just as she was about to retract her gaze, she saw a black heart. It was so black that it caused her heart to palpitate. With just a single glance, the cat-eared young lady's expression changed drastically. What remained in the scriptures were the comprehensions left behind by countless high monks in the Heart Cultivation Palace. However, there were too many of them and it was impossible to obtain all of them. He could only take one and use it for himself. As soon as he thought of it, Xiaoqin put away the Sarira beads and walked back. In any case, this Buddha-seeking platform was very different from what he had imagined. If even the most glorious past couldn't last forever, then what was the point of living? After rising to his feet, Xiaoqin was in no hurry to leave. Instead, he began to practice the heart of the mundane in the Heart Cultivation Palace. From the number of praying mats on the ground, one could imagine how many people had meditated here in the past. The ancient mottled murals on the walls proved the glory of the past. The huge Buddha statue on the ground could be vaguely distinguished from the exquisite carving. As long as there was a great battle, he would be able to break through, and he would no longer have to be afraid of joining hands with the top disciples of the blessed and heavenly lands to cause trouble. Hey! Although there were all sorts of concerns, there was no doubt about the might of this saber technique. It was compatible with his saber Dao. This was definitely Xiao Chen's strongest move. 4 hours later, all his comprehensions were condensed into 8 words. Resolving the heart of the mundane is eternal. This was how human nature had always been. Xiao Chen gently moved the Saraira beads with his right hand. His footsteps were neither fast nor slow. As he observed his surroundings, he also used the Buddhist beads to digest the strange flowers and herbs that he consumed earlier, strengthening his heart of the Buddha. This was similar to what Xiao Chen comprehended earlier. No matter how glorious the past was, it couldn't last forever. What was the point of living? Just one Jin Xian alone could deal with him. Furthermore, there was still Yin Feng and the other monks. At this moment, Xiao Chen could not help but feel immense regret. If his companions were still around, he would have been able to escape by working together and using unstoppable might. The black crow flew back to the young cat-eared girl's arm. Then its figure flashed and the temple doors opened. Xiao Chen absorbed all the burning scriptures. Immediately, the words of countless esteemed monks appeared in his mind. It was a very simple principle. At the final moment, if others could not obtain it, they would definitely think of ways to prevent you from obtaining it. Such an obsession was because the heart of the mundane was covered in dust. If one could not comprehend the mundane, the various things of the mundane were all fabricated. However, the moment Xiao Chen came out, he saw Jin Xian and Yin Feng rushing over, leading the monks of the various monasteries of the Potala mountain. Xiao Chen's face immediately sank. Xiao Chen looked around. Finally, his gaze landed on the headless Buddha. Suddenly he felt a sense of comprehension. Dilapidated, chaotic, and decaying, this was the scene that Xiao Chen saw. Xiao Chen did not go to the 10,000 weapon pavilion first because he had some misgivings. He needed the ability to fight one against many. The Saraira beads in Xiao Chen's hand released a faint light. Slowly, only a portion of the chaotic words remained. Only a portion of comprehension related to resolving the mundane remained. Time was just this cruel. No matter how prosperous one's incense was back then, no matter how many powerful and accomplished monks there were, they could not withstand the mercilessness of time. The result went without saying. No matter what trump cards Wang Su had, he had nowhere to run. This time she could not dodge like when she faced Jin Xian. Without saying anything else, Wang Su turned and fled. This was the Black Lotus Church's holy son Ming Xian. Xiao Chen felt that he would break through his bottleneck at any moment. The opportunity of the Buddha-seeking mountain made his accumulations even stronger. Once he broke through, Xiao Chen was confident that he could immediately fight with the top 10 disciples of the 3 blessed lands. However, the young cat-eared girl could not answer Xiao Chen. The holy son Ming Xian grabbed the young cat-eared girl's neck with one hand and lifted her up. Just earlier, the other 3 holy son Ming Xian's companions wanted to work together to kill Wang Su. Who could have imagined that Wang Su would make the first move? They all died miserably and Xiao Chen obtained all the gains. The others probably only thought about it and did not dare to make a move. After all, this temple was very strange. Not everyone was as strong and confident as Jin Xian. Even if the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique did not improve, it would still be able to compete head-on with peak people like Shengguan Lei and Wang Yueming. No wonder such a place was empty. There would not be any fortuitous encounters of the Buddhist sect. Naturally, there was no need for fiendish demons to guard it. Just in that instant, Xiao Chen comprehended the true meaning of resolving the mundane in the incomplete Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique and branded it in the depths of his soul, making it hard for him to forget. If one was not careful, one might end up falling into the demonic Tao if one was not careful. As for Zhen Yuan, Xiao Chen still could not figure him out. He needed to improve the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique further before he would be confident. A gentle breeze blew, and the scattered scripture leaves on the ground drifted around Xiao Chen before burning up. There was a large pile of tattered prayer mats on the ground, as well as a collapsed headless Buddha statue and some yellowed Buddhist scripture leaves. The place was dark and empty. With one glance, one could see everything clearly, but there was nothing there. If I resolve the mundane, would I still be me? The white-clad monk said to the young cat-eared girl with a faint smile. Senior brother, where are we going now? Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly, feeling somewhat confused. His forehead swelled up, and a swastika appeared uncontrollably. Her eyes suddenly released a dense, black gem-like light as she peered through the white-clad monk's clothes. She saw that his ribs were crystalline and transparent, giving off a Buddhist light, looking ethereal and spiritual. After walking for a long time, Xiaochen had not seen any palace hall whose doors were open in the first place. Most temples were similar to the heart cultivation hall. It was a place where monks meditated and practiced Zen. This startled Xiaochen. He knew that he had coincidentally obtained a great opportunity. Zhen Xian showed an uncertain expression. After a while he said, "Get a few people to stand guard outside the temple. The others, follow me to the heart cultivation palace." Feeling cautious, Xiaochen walked over while holding the Buddhist prayer beads. Then he raised his head to take a look. From the tattered signboard, he could barely make out that this was the heart cultivation palace. As Xiaochen continued looking in, the more he looked, the more shocked he became. This was a perfect and flawless Buddhist holy body. When Xiaochen opened his eyes again, he felt a cold sweat all over his body. This was too scary. This saber strike put an even stronger pressure on him than breaking the mundane. Resolve the mundane. Can the mundane really resolve the mundane? Plop. Greed. Xiaochen and his senior and junior brothers all died because of this greed. There were too many scriptures, boundlessly messy. When Xiaochen heard them, it felt like a buzzing noise. He could not understand anything. On the other side, Xiaochen, who had already entered the depths of the temple, did not know that many people had already arrived at the Buddha-seeking platform. He continued walking casually. When Xiaochen saw the person who arrived, his eyes lit up. The other party wore white monk robes, looking spotless and extraordinary. He gave off a gentle Buddhist might, inspiring trust. The word "breaking the precepts" was so bold that it made one feel uncomfortable. Chapter 1691. A trace of irritation appeared in her body for some reason. Her bright eyes turned from pure black to scarlet. For some reason, Xiaochen's words rang out in her mind. The righteous qi of the Confucian sect emphasized openness. Even if one had any schemes, one had to say it openly. Grandpa Tree had reached the limits of his lifespan long ago and could not use his full power to block that evil Buddha holy son. Lingering here would only attract trouble, which was not what she wanted. Zhen Xian entered deep thought. Then he revealed an expression of understanding. No wonder. This fellow killed his fellow sect members. That's why his heart was broken. At this moment, the young cat-eared girl was already standing on the wall, coldly eyeing the holy son Ming Xian. After entering the temple, no matter how strong the other party was, the young cat-eared girl would not fear him. The other fiendish demons did not say a word. They attacked at the same time, surrounding the holy son Ming Xian. However, it seemed like there were some restrictions, preventing the holy son Ming Xian from bringing out his full strength. The little strength that he displayed was not enough to make the holy son Ming Xian retreat. The old face on the wall said in a deep voice, "It is the girl who came with that bladesman. No matter who you choose, you will be able to resolve this calamity." Zhen Xian's face lit up in joy. He mainly cultivated beneficence and could not kill recklessly. However, subduing demons could increase beneficence, which was very beneficial to his cultivation. "Speak. Did you see a white-clad bladesman with a stern face? If you do not speak, I will gouge out your eyes." The young cat-eared girl nodded. "I understand." The holy son Ming Xian smiled and said, "Interesting. To think that a fiendish demon born in response to a calamity and considered itself the master of the temple. What dense fiendish qi. You fiendish demon indeed revealed your true form in the end." The holy son Ming Xian forced his way in. Then he swept his gaze around, trying to sense the distance from Xiaochen. However, in the next moment hundreds of branches shot out of the ground, each of them a lethal weapon. They grew continuously and tangled together, forming a flood dragon that charged at Ming Xian. Then she fell over, dying with a remaining grievance. The holy son Ming Xian revealed a smile as he swung his hand. The young cat-eared girl crashed into the wall, and blood leaked out of a corner of her lips. Right after Xiaochen spoke, the stone table in the courtyard morphed into a humanoid stone monster. He opened his mouth and let out a terrifying roar. The sound waves shook the entire palace, and many of the monks behind him fell to the ground, covering their ears in pain. However, in the blink of an eye, the cat-eared girl's expression changed greatly. The scripture echoing in her ears entered her sea of consciousness and soul. Bang! The holy son Ming Xian muttered to himself. Then he shook his head and chose to give up. He looked around and said coldly, "Come out then. Stop hiding. I'll deal with them in one go." Soon, the monk said joyfully, "Senior brother Zhen Xian, There are 5 wisdom tea leaves and a bottle of Buddhist sage pills in his spatial ring. Withered yellow tree branches hung from the walls. This was where the star venerate level tree spirit was. The holy sun Ming Xian frowned slightly. It looked like the rumors were true. There were indeed star venerate level fiendish demons in this Buddha-seeking platform. A palm imprint smashed over, completely shattering the branches, turning them into countless tree splinters that fluttered in all directions. The cat-eared girl, who was doing her best to suppress the fiendish demon blood in her body, showed an extremely unsightly expression. When she saw Zhen Xian charge in, she could no longer control herself. Wang Su was at the brink of death. Although he held his sword and did his best, the many monks still beat him until he was covered in wounds. Furthermore, Zhen Xian did not even make a move. His heart shattered and the fiendish qi invaded him. Zhen Xian's life force quickly faded. He looked at the terrifying cat-eared girl covered in scarlet light, filled with dissatisfaction. The cat-eared girl said coldly, showing no expression on her face. However, there was an inviolable will in this place that interfered with his mental energy, preventing him from sensing it. After thinking for a while, she came to an answer and quickly left this place. I can see the answer in your eyes. Tell me, where is he? Ming Xian asked with a smile as he pressed forward. The holy sun Ming Xian floated in the air, showing an outstanding grace and an indescribable grace. Some of the more serious ones even had a tyrannical nature, living off killing. No matter what, they could not break free. However, the immortal epoch was destroyed, and the 6 paths of reincarnation no longer existed. The world was in chaos and the immortal qi was no longer pure. No fiendish demon could break free from the tainted immortal qi in their bloodlines. Unyielding might, unyielding might. Panic filled the holy sun Ming Xian's face, fear and confusion. How could it be like this? How could it be like this? The cat-eared girl became even more terrifying. A dense scarlet light spread from her body, looking exceptionally strange. That evil Buddha holy sun drew out all the fiendish blood in your body, causing the end of your life. It is almost exactly as the prophecy said. It depends on your choice. Whether you choose a bladesman with a pure heart or the azure lotus holy daughters Nirmanakya, both can resolve your calamity. The many monks behind paled in fright. They cried out in horror and fled in all directions. The cat-eared girl found this strange. She asked, the azure lotus holy daughters Nirmanakya? Wang Su, who was on the ground, showed an unsightly expression. He felt incredibly ashamed and boundless regret. However, the claw mark on his chest caused him incredible pain. At this moment he could not even get up. The holy sun Ming Xian withdrew his hand and snorted coldly. A look of deep disdain flashed on his face. The shattered rocks on the ground slowly gathered with much difficulty. She did not die. The holy sun Ming Xian was not trying to purify her. Instead, he was using the scriptures to draw out the innately tainted bloodline of fiendish demons. Unyielding might. Once one grasped the Confucian sect's holy words, one would become stronger the stronger one would be. This would allow one's combat prowess to increase greatly in a short time. This was one of the Confucian sect disciples' life-saving means. It was extremely difficult to successfully cultivate. Rumor had it that the Azure Lotus Church's sect ancestor had 3,000 Nirmanakya cultivating in the world at the same time. When the 3,000 Nirmanakya obtained the Tao and merged with their true bodies, they could attain a supreme great Tao. A Buddha is born from the heart. All things are fated. You can use this to become a Buddha. You are just a golden jade on the outside but rotten on the inside. You even used an evil technique to temper your physical body. Let's see how you are going to destroy your mortal body in the future and achieve a dharmic body. Grandpa Tree, the people with a pure heart and a dark heart in the ancient Buddhist prophecy have all appeared, the cat-eared girl said with difficulty as she leaned against the wall with a pained expression. Wang Su used the holy words of the Confucian sect once again. However, he was horrified to discover that his righteous qi did not improve. However, just at this moment, a tree branch suddenly appeared on the ground, charging at Ming Xian at lightning speed. The Nirmanakya was born according to the emotions of the world's sentient beings. It might be completely different from the true body's character. They might not be the same person at all. This divine vein powerhouse has opened at least 6 apertures. Otherwise, the will that he left behind would not be so strong. The holy sun Ming Xian's expression changed slightly. His figure flashed, barely dodging. 3 black crows descended from the withered old tree and turned into 3 strange people covered in feathers. On the other side, the cat-eared girl showed a pained expression as she did her best to suppress the berserk aura in her body. Covered in a scarlet light, she arrived at an ancient wall behind the temple. The cat-eared girl revealed a cold, mocking smile. Isn't this person too naive? If he wants to purify me, he needs to be at least a Cloud Sea Realm cultivator. This place does not welcome you. Sir, please leave. Back then the evil Buddha Holy Sun felt disdainful. Now he was right. After killing his fellow sect member, he could not even use unyielding might anymore. Evil Buddha Holy Sun, go. Don't let the filth on your body contaminate this ancient cloud temple. The fiendish demons of the world all appeared after the destruction of the immortal epoch with immortal chi. This was what it meant to be born in response to a calamity. Your Black Star Cat's eyes are really pretty good. Thanks to your fate with Buddha, you can actually see my heart. That is something that even the profound Light Temple's abbot could not discover. Zhen Xian put away the tea leaves and distributed the medicinal pills to the others. Then he looked coldly at Wang Su and said, "You are just a pitiful worm. Just live and die on your own. There is no need for me to break my abstinence for you." Ah, that startled me. It turns out that your heart is broken and you cannot use the holy words of the Confucian sect. A Buddha image sat on a lotus platform behind Zhen Xian. This Buddha image also held Buddhist prayer beads and threw a palm strike. Without even thinking, Zhen Xian raised his arms, and the divine eagle bathed in Buddhist light soared into the sky. With one step, it arrived before the cat-eared girl. Whoosh! The holy sun Ming Xian waved his hand and sent out an intense, piercing Buddhist light, blasting the stone monster into countless pieces of rubble that fell to the ground. A star venerate level fiendish demon? Unyielding might. The cat-eared girl looked at Xiao Chen with bloodshot eyes. After pausing for a moment, her figure flashed, heading straight for the back of the temple. The cat-eared girl did not get angry. She continued to look at the holy sun Ming Xian coldly with a trace of disgust in her eyes. Zhen Xian laughed loudly and attacked at lightning speed, thoroughly injuring Wang Su to the point where he could no longer fight. Then he said coldly, "Search his body." In front of Hui Xan Hall, the Azure Lotus Church came from the Buddhist and Taoist religions. They believed in the Ajati matriarch. They were very strong and had many believers. However, the Buddhist and Taoist religions did not like them. The so-called Nirmanakya was similar to the Taoist religion's incarnation. However, it was different. Under the boundless might, the terrifying flood dragon formed by intertwining tree branches suddenly shattered, turning into wood shavings that drifted down like white snow. A white figure descended silently. As Xiao Chen held the Buddhist Sarira pearls, he happened to see the scene of the cat-eared girl killing Zhen Xian. The cat-eared girl roared and used her greatest willpower to jump off the wall, no longer daring to stop the holy sun Ming Xian. "You want to convert me?" The hand hidden in Zhen Xian's sleeve stretched out at lightning speed. Every fingernail was scarlet, 1 centimeter long and incredibly sharp. This was the original sin of fiendish demons. They were born in response to a calamity, born impure. Suddenly Zhen Xian's expression changed when he felt a terrifying fiendish qi. Zhen Xian swept his gaze across and happened to see the cat-eared girl giving off an increasingly dense scarlet light. 3 unremarkable stalks of grass on the ground swayed gently and turned into 2 cold, youthful girls. A handsome man walked out of the bamboo forest in the distance, holding a long sword in his hand. Zhen Xian's sword pierced through Zhen Xian's chest. Then he ferociously grabbed and crushed Zhen Xian's heart. An old face appeared on the wall. A few willows fell down, soothing the young cat-eared girl's violent heart. As the holy sun Ming Xian walked over step by step, his gentle appearance became exceptionally terrifying in the young cat-eared girl's eyes. The young cat-eared girl hid her hands in her sleeves. She did not even look at Zhen Xian's group, wanting to walk past them. A string of Buddhist prayer beads appeared on the holy sun Ming Xian's right hand. Then he held the Buddhist prayer beads between his index and middle fingers and formed a hand seal. The holy sun Ming Xian smiled faintly and gently fiddled with the Buddhist prayer beads in his hand. Then he recited a scripture and said, "As I have heard, all life is sinful. The Buddhist Dharma is boundless, delivering all life from suffering." Could it be that the person she chose to resolve her calamity was not Xiao Chen? Wang Su was very talented, having succeeded in practicing it half a year ago. However, he discovered that he could not use it now. "You want to debate Buddhist principles with me? Unfortunately, I do not have time to debate with you now. I will use a faster method." Xiao Chen said that the holy sun Ming Xian was narrow-minded but pretended to be magnanimous. There was no need to fear him. The stone monster spoke in the human language with a coarse voice. Ming Xian said with a smile as if he was joking, "Stop nagging. Don't force me." Chapter 1692. When Xiao Chen sensed that startling fiendish qi, he stopped practicing the mundane heart and followed the fiendish qi over. Unexpectedly, the moment he landed, he saw such a startling scene. Xiao Chen was not shocked at Zhen Xian's death. After all, he did not have a good impression of this bald monk. He would not feel any pity for Zhen Xian's death. However, he found it somewhat strange. When he saw that young cat-eared girl earlier, she had not been this strong. Now she was a little too strong, instantly killing Zhen Xian in one move. No matter how careless Zhen Xian was, he should not have been able to instantly kill her in one move. Clearly that young cat-eared girl's current state was not quite right. It was like a genius with a great desolate Ian bloodline activating his bloodline. However, the situation of the young cat-eared girl was even worse. That aura was too sinister and uncontrollable. It did not follow any rules. After all, even after activating his great desolate Ian bloodline, Xiao Chen would not be able to hold on for long. He had to quickly withdraw it. If the young cat-eared girl could not withdraw her bloodline, she might self-destruct and die soon. As Xiao Chen watched the young cat-eared girl leave, he entered deep thought. She still had some rationality left. Earlier she had suppressed her murderous intent toward him. She left in a hurry. Is she trying to save herself or is she trying to do something else? After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen followed. This young cat-eared girl had many secrets. It was hard not to be curious. Soon Xiao Chen saw the young cat-eared girl in the distance. He did not dare to get too close, carefully following her. The young cat-eared girl used her hands and feet to move quickly. She was already losing control of her fiendish qi. Where are we going? Xiao Chen wondered, feeling suspicious. The young cat-eared girl did not enter the hall. Instead, she moved quickly, venturing deeper. After a while, Xiao Chen's doubts were resolved. The young cat-eared girl left this ancient temple through the back door. With a thought, Xiao Chen's figure flickered a few times and he also left through the back door. Behind the temple was a vast, empty space. At the edge of the empty space was a deep abyss. In the deep abyss stood the female Buddha statue that Xiao Chen had seen before. It was very tall and looked stifling. Yang Qing. Xiao Chen exclaimed softly. He saw Yang Qing standing at the edge of the cliff. She was looking at the Buddha statue, speechless for a long time. The cat-eared girl's target was Yang Qing, and she quickly ran toward her. Hearing Xiao Chen's call, Yang Qing turned her head. When she saw the cat-eared girl covered in scarlet light and completely transformed, her expression changed drastically. Stop! Xiao Chen bellowed and quickly chased after her. Having witnessed the cat-eared girl's strength before, he knew just how terrifying she was right now. He could instantly kill Zhen Xian in a single exchange. Against Yang Qing there was even less to say. Damn it, it was too late. Xiao Chen stopped halfway. He discovered that he no longer dared to rush over to the cat-eared girl and stop her. Without much thought, Xiao Chen executed the divine lightning eye in an instant. 10 violet petals appeared in his right eye and spun rapidly. Thunder rumbled and dark clouds roiled as 10 terrifying bolts of tribulation lightning appeared. The wrath of the heavens was bound to strike with lightning. As a fiendish demon, the cat-eared girl was extremely sensitive to lightning tribulations. The moment the thunderclouds appeared, she sensed the subtle changes in the world. When the cat-eared girl looked up, she saw 10 thunderclouds gathering from all directions, gathering above her head. With a thought, the 10 petals in Xiao Chen's right eye merged into a complete purple flower of lightning. The 10,000 tribulation divine lightning in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness flared up. At this moment, the tribulation lightning in the sky also gathered together, sending down a terrifying bolt of lightning, illuminating the surroundings. While all this took a long time to describe, it actually happened in the blink of an eye, with a thought from Xiao Chen. The cat-eared girl's survival instincts made her stop moving. Then she raised her hands to the sky and formed a clump of dense scarlet light, encasing herself within. Boom! The moment the cat-eared girl did all this, the purple lightning formed by the 10 bolts of tribulation lightning descended at this moment. Bang! The tribulation lightning pierced through the scarlet shield of light and blasted the cat-eared girl into the air. Then she lay on the ground, screaming in pain. Seeing that the cat-eared girl was severely injured and weak, Xiao Chen heaved a sigh of relief. He felt mentally fatigued and his footsteps became somewhat unsteady. Yang Qing's figure flashed and landed beside Xiao Chen. Then she supported him and asked worriedly, "Are you all right?" Xiao Chen shook his head. He only felt somewhat fatigued. The might of the divine lightning eye's 4th layer had shocked him. The drain on him had also surpassed his expectations. Xiao Chen's mental energy was completely drained. He could not use it again, nor could he drive Dermic World. Speaking of which, why did you come to this place? Xiaochen asked, feeling confused. This deep abyss, this female Buddha, everything was strange. Yang Qing remained silent for a long time before pointing at the female Buddha. I came for her. Yes. This is the Kasyapa Buddha. Of the 3,000 Nirmanakya bodies, only one is female. She is known as the Miaoying Buddha Mother. This Buddha statue is one of the 8 remaining Miaoying Buddha Mother statues in the Great Thousand Realms. Xiaochen did not understand. What does this have to do with you? Yang Qing looked at the Miaoying Buddha Mother statue and smiled bitterly. Because I am just someone's Nirmanakya body. I need to absorb the remnant faith energy of this Buddha statue and then sacrifice myself to complete my true body. Actually, it is not really a sacrifice. The true body is me and the Nirmanakya body is me. There is no difference. On the topic of sacrifice, Yang Qing was very open-minded. She did not feel any nostalgia or anything else. Xiaochen understood. Now he finally understood the many mysteries surrounding Yang Qing. It was somewhat unfortunate. However, it was as Yang Qing said. The Nirmanakya was the true body, formed randomly based on the emotions of the world. Although the Nirmanakya body's character and temper were different from the true bodies, they were still one body in the end. There was no difference. As the two spoke, they did not notice that the severely injured young cat-eared girl was recovering at an incredible speed. Whoosh! The young cat-eared girl recovered most of her strength. Suddenly she leaped up, moving as nimbly as a cat. Like a flash of lightning, she flew towards Yang Qing. Be careful. Xiaochen reacted slightly faster. He instinctively stood in front of Yang Qing and grasped the 7 deadly sins in his hand. Damn it! Why are you always ruining my plans? I'll choose you, all right? The young cat-eared girl's remaining rationality raged and dissatisfied. However, she did not have much time left. She could not afford to wait. The young cat-eared girl moved at a speed that Xiaochen could not see clearly. Her long, sharp and slender finger tapped Xiaochen's forehead. The cat immediately controlled all of Xiaochen's life force. As long as she willed it, she could thrust her finger in, and Xiaochen would become like a deflated balloon, his life force quickly vanishing. Immediately Xiaochen, who held the 7 deadly sins, did not dare to move at all. If you want to live, don't move. The young cat-eared girl snorted coldly. Then she gently moved her finger and cut open Xiaochen's forehead. Blood seeped out. The young cat-eared girl moved her finger, using the blood as ink to carve a mysterious mark. Pa, pa, pa. The holy Sun Ming Xian gently crushed the rock demon's head with his feet, producing crunching sounds as black blood seeped out. Many fiendish demons died miserably around the holy Sun Ming Xian. The other stone shards on the ground were still moving, wanting to gather together, showing their strong life force. Tribulation lightning? The holy Sun Ming Xian, who saw all this, ignored it. The sudden appearance of the tribulation lightning attracted his attention. Who is undergoing tribulation? It does not seem like it. It feels like someone summoned the tribulation lightning. The holy Sun Ming Xian thought back to the information he obtained. Xiaochen controlled the tribulation lightning on thunder-controlling peak to face Shangguan Lei. A brilliant light flashed in the holy Sun Ming Xian's eyes. Then he revealed an expression of joy. Instead of hiding properly, you dare to search for fortuitous encounters everywhere. You are seeking death. Boom. The holy Sun Ming Xian stomped on the ground with his right foot, and a Buddhist might spread out. The many stones still moving stubbornly shattered into powder. The stone monster, which had an exceptionally tenacious life force, was completely annihilated. After doing all this, the holy Sun Ming Xian did not rush to leave. He felt a gaze on him from start to end. The holy Sun Ming Xian understood. It was that star venerate level tree spirit. If it was truly capable, it would have come out and destroyed me long ago. Clearly, it feared something, or perhaps it did not have long to live. However, the holy Sun Ming Xian could not be careless. He had to guard against the other party risking his life. After thinking about what backup plans to prepare, the holy Sun Ming Xian gently leaped up and chased after the tribulation lightning's aura. The holy Sun Ming Xian moved strangely fast. His feet did not move at all. Only a black lotus imprinted on the ground seemed to carry him, leaving behind many afterimages. After leaving the temple, the holy Sun Ming Xian looked up and happened to see the transformed cat-eared young woman withdrawing her finger. The young woman withdrew her fiendish qi and continuously condensed it in her body. Finally, she turned into a white cat and slept at the side. Before Xiaochen could catch his breath, he revealed a fatigued expression. Then he turned to look at the holy Sun Ming Xian with shock in his eyes. It's him. Chapter 1693. Before Xiaochen could figure out what the mark on his forehead was, He held up the 7 deadly sins and stood in front of Yang Qing. When Xiaoqun saw this white-clad monk arrive, 4 words automatically appeared in his mind. This person is hostile. I finally meet you. I'm the Black Lotus Church's Ming Xian, a profound Light Temple Yen generation disciple. When Ming Xian saw Xiaoqun, he did not panic. He smiled faintly and introduced himself. Xiaoqun revealed an expression of surprise. To think that a Black Lotus Church disciple could join an Orthodox Buddhist sect and even enter the fiendish demon battlefield. Xiaoqun's mind was in a mess. He really could not figure it out. The Orthodox Buddhist sects and the Black Lotus Church, which believed in the evil Buddha, were mortal enemies. To think that this white-clad monk openly joined the profound Light Temple. Young Master Xiao, what's going on? Xiaoqun did not have time to explain his grudge with the Black Lotus Church. He whispered, go and absorb the Miaoyin Buddhist mother's incense first. I'll block him. If necessary, I'll lure him away. Xiaoqun did not dare to underestimate this holy son Ming Xian. Not only was the other party's cultivation much higher than Xiaoqun's, but the other party's cultivation was also much higher. Not only was the other party's cultivation much higher than his, but more importantly, the other party felt unfathomable and unfathomable. If Xiaoqun did not break through in his cultivation, he did not have much chance of defeating the other party. If only he had more time. Take care. Yang Qing did not delay. After saying take care, she leaped into the air and jumped off the cliff, heading for the base of the Buddha statue. The holy son Ming Xian smiled softly and said, not bad. Finally, there are only the 2 of us left. Come back with me. Right after the holy son Ming Xian spoke, he leaped into the air and flew over, not wanting to drag things out lest something unexpected happen. Right after the holy son Ming Xian spoke, he left behind many afterimages in the air. Each afterimage looked dignified, like an ancient Buddha forming all sorts of hand seals. A vast and boundless Buddhist might immediately spread out in the surroundings. The holy son Ming Xian's palm pressed down, both real and fake. Immediately, the boundless Buddhist might condensed into a solid golden light and burst out from his palm. Then it pressed down on Xiaoqun with overwhelming force. In the face of this enormous pressure, Xiaoqun's face was expressionless, as if he was stiff. His entire body was motionless like a solidified statue. Imperceptibly, the space around him was affected, as if it had turned into a taut giant ice cube. Suddenly Xiaoqun moved and shouted, break. As Xiaoqun held the 7 deadly sins, he gave off great Tao energy and executed the army breaking saber technique. The army breaking saber technique was most suitable to execute under such immense pressure. The greater the pressure, the more ferocious it would be. Xiaoqun raised the saber from the bottom to the top. He was like a lone warrior holding a spear, facing an army of thousands, piercing through the sky. Kasie. The surrounding frozen space immediately shattered. The saber released a resplendent light as it clashed with the holy son Ming Xian's palm strike. The saber strike that Xiaoqun nurtured with his heart burst forth with absolute lethality in the face of adversity. The moment the saber light appeared, the incredibly sharp saber light pierced through the various Buddhist lights and Buddhist might, leaving thousands of holes in them. When the saber light clashed with the palm wind, Xiaoqun held the upper hand, knocking the holy son Ming Xian back in the air. The holy son Ming Xian frowned slightly in surprise. Unexpectedly, the half-step primal core Xiaoqun could erupt with such a strong saber strike. Then Xiaoqun soared into the air. Now that he held the upper hand in his aura, he grasped the opportunity and smoothly followed up with army-breaking saber technique. The dark clouds in the sky cleared and starlight fell. As the saber light swept out, it seemed like it would destroy the stars. When the holy son Ming Xian landed, he did not fluster in the face of danger. As he held the Buddhist prayer beads in his hand, he quickly formed hand seals. A black lotus bloomed under his feet. When the star-breaking saber technique landed, the holy son Ming Xian's body suddenly gave off a bright black Buddhist light. Then he formed hand seals with his right hand and blocked that unparalleled saber light. Scriptures echoed in the surroundings. The holy son Ming Xian gently raised his right hand and scriptures gathered. The space around him continuously rose in level, looking like it was turning into the legendary Buddhist spiritual mountain. Change? Xiaoqun felt heavy resistance as he descended. He raised his saber and changed his move in one breath, executing the flawless saber technique's heartbreaking stance. Xiaoqun's heart shattered and he felt intense pain. All the potential in his body was forcefully squeezed out amid the intense pain, turning into an unparalleled bright saber light that charged forward. The holy son Ming Xian's heart ached, and he revealed a pained expression. The dermic seal immediately broke. Xiaochen did not pause at all. The saber light circled around, and the star-breaking saber technique which he had just collected, was executed berserkly at lightning speed. Oh no! The Holy Sun Mingxian thought to himself as he pressed his palms together and retreated. Boom! The instant the Holy Sun Mingxian pressed his palms together, a similarly ferocious Buddhist might burst out of his body and clashed with the star-breaking saber technique. In the clash, loud sounds rang out in the surroundings. Xiaochen's aura held the upper hand. The Holy Sun Mingxian's Buddhist might that he hastily unleashed could not neutralize the star-breaking saber technique. After being knocked back, Xiaochen broke through the layers of Buddhist might and roared ferociously as he executed breaking the world. The berserk saber light immediately went out of control. The boundless saber might was like tens of thousands of wild horses breaking free from their reins, roaring ferociously and wanting to destroy the world. In this short exchange, Xiaochen perfectly brought out his exquisite saber techniques and cultivation, catching his opponent off guard. The Holy Sun Mingxian finally found this excellent opportunity. The moment he executed breaking the world, Xiaochen knew that the Holy Sun Mingxian could not escape. The Holy Sun Mingxian had nowhere to retreat to. Breaking the world swept away all of the Holy Sun Mingxian's Buddhist might and defensive martial techniques formed by various hand seals. Then he chopped down on the Holy Sun Mingxian's shoulder. Dang! A loud sound rang out, and Xiaochen revealed an expression of shock in his eyes. After the saber cut in by 1 centimeter, it could not go any deeper. Instead, it got stuck in the other party's shoulder bone. What kind of physical body is this? You've played enough, right? The Holy Sun Mingxian did not care about the wound on his shoulder. He just smiled casually at Xiaochen. Xiaochen thought to himself, oh no. Then he let go of the saber with his right hand and tried to retreat. The Holy Sun Mingxian smiled faintly and did not panic. He held the index and middle fingers of his right hand together, and a string of Buddhist prayer beads dangled from them. After brewing for a while, he ferociously pushed forward. Bang! After retreating several meters, a shockingly strong force knocked Xiaochen into the air. His internal organs ruptured, and when he landed, he vomited a mouthful of blood. Xiaochen's entire body hurt. Aside from his damaged internal organs, cracks of various sizes appeared all over his body. Some of his outer bones even shattered completely. What hand seal is that? When Xiaochen saw the Holy Sun Mingxian's hand seal, he revealed a horrified expression. In that earlier moment, the force that the other party sent out was already infinitely close to the casual strike of an ordinary star venerate. Feigning weakness before severely injuring the other party with a lightning-fast strike. When Xiaochen thought about his earlier exchange with the Holy Sun Mingxian, he could not help smiling bitterly. Originally, this was the method he used to defeat the Little Thunder Saber. However, someone used it on him. This was karma. This was truly retribution. To think that you still have the strength to fight. Your physical body is extraordinary. The Holy Sun Mingxian casually tossed aside the 7 deadly sins on his shoulder and revealed a shocked expression. He discovered that Xiaochen had actually fainted from his injuries, yet he still had a strong life force. The Holy Sun Mingxian could not help feeling surprised. This physique was startlingly strong. While the Holy Sun Mingxian was shocked, Xiaochen was even more shocked. The Holy Sun Mingxian's full-power attack, breaking the world, only left an unremarkable wound on the other party's shoulder. Compared to your fleshly body, my fleshly body is nothing. Xiaochen did not care. He stood up with much difficulty, not choosing to give up. The Holy Sun Mingxian said indifferently, you are not qualified to compete with my physical body. If not for you comprehended great Tao energy, it would be impossible for you to injure me. What bold words. However, Xiaochen did not say much. He had not been able to improve his Blue Dragon War body further. He had only forcefully relied on the life juice source to improve his physique. In terms of physical body, he really could not compare to the other party. Do you still want to continue fighting? Just obediently give up and I can let you suffer less pain. The sect venerate never said that he wanted your life, so you can rest assured. The Holy Sun Mingxian said softly, sensing that Xiaochen still had some trump cards and did not want to push him too hard. When Xiaochen heard this, he could not help raging in his heart. He laughed maniacally and said, don't worry. Even if he does not kill me, I will definitely kill him. Sooner or later, I will personally charge into the Black Lotus Church and take the head of that sect venerate. The Kunlun realm's demonic calamity and the deaths of countless brothers could not be in vain. He would charge into the Black Lotus Church not for himself but for the fellow Taoists of the Kunlun realm who sacrificed themselves in the demonic calamity. Chuyang Yen Shirsan Fu Hongyao, too many. Ignorant. The Holy Sun Ming Xian snorted coldly, revealing some disdain. He stopped speaking nonsense and prepared to end the battle quickly. Breaking the mundane. The moment the Holy Sun Ming Xian moved, Xiaochen immediately seized the opportunity to suck the 7 deadly sins into his hand. Xiaochen executed the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique, breaking the mundane smoothly. The surging mundane world and all sorts of scenes unfolded together with Xiaochen's saber light. The Holy Sun Ming Xian's footsteps slowed as a warm scene appeared before his eyes. That was the scene of him living with his parents and brothers before he became a monk. These were the most beautiful memories in his heart. No matter what he became under the Black Lotus Church's sect venerates instructions, he would never be able to forget these mundane events, a worry that he could never sever. Break! Xiaochen shouted coldly, and a golden swastika shot out from his forehead. A golden Buddhist swastika appeared behind him. A 3-kilometer-long saber light shot out from the Holy Sun Ming Xian's hand and merged with the weapon in Xiaochen's hand. Then the saber light pierced towards the Holy Sun Ming Xian. Whoosh! The Holy Sun Ming Xian suddenly opened his eyes and woke up. However, it was already too late. The 3-kilometer-long saber light in the Buddha's hand bore the brunt of the attack and pierced through his chest. Xiaochen bathed in a Buddhist light. The Buddhist monk's saber followed closely behind, piercing through the Holy Sun Ming Xian's chest. Pu Si. The Holy Sun Ming Xian roared in pain. In the time it took for a spark to fly, he threw a palm strike at Xiaochen's shoulder. Bang! The two got knocked back at the same time. Xiaochen's injuries worsened. After he fell to the ground, he found it hard to stand up. The Holy Sun Ming Xian wobbled but did not fall over in the end. However, the might of breaking the mundane also entered the Holy Sun Ming Xian's body, causing his complexion to pale and black light to appear. On the ground, Xiaochen sighed helplessly. He had already done his best. If the other party insisted on fighting, then he could only take the risk of activating his great Desolatian bloodline in his current state. However, it was hard to guarantee that the other party might not have a great Desolatian bloodline. Whoosh! Just at this moment, something strange happened. The 30-kilometer-long Buddha image in the deep chasm suddenly shattered into countless specks of dust, scattering in all directions. Chapter 1694. In the boundless deep abyss, the towering Buddha image turned to dust, and a beam of light soared up from below. This was Yang Qing, who had absorbed the Buddha Mother's incense. Before she landed, she threw a palm strike at the Holy Sun Ming Xian. The palm wind contained a cold intent. Everywhere it passed, it arrived before the Holy Sun Ming Xian in the blink of an eye. The Holy Sun Ming Xian did not have time to think. He simply threw a palm strike. Boom! The two palms clashed. Yang Qing knocked back the Holy Sun Ming Xian with one palm strike, not moving at all. After absorbing the Buddha Mother's incense, her strength soared rapidly. What a strong palm strike! The Holy Sun Ming Xian took a few steps back before he barely stabilized himself. Shock appeared on his face. After being struck by Xiaochen's breaking the mundane, Ming Xian was clearly injured. He could not circulate much veritable essence energy to clash with Yang Qing. Instead of retreating, Yang Qing advanced. She burst forth with a terrifying Buddhist might. The Buddha Mother's 30-kilometer-tall figure appeared behind her, exuding might without anger. A terrifying might spread out, making the injured Ming Xian feel unbearable. It had been many years since Ming Xian had such a feeling when facing someone of the same generation. This was truly surprising. What exactly happened for this girl, who was not worth mentioning earlier, to grow so much stronger? She actually vaguely showed the might of a star venerate, catching everyone off guard. Ming Xian's expression immediately turned grave. The Buddhist prayer beads in his hand released a resplendent black light. A black lotus bloomed under his feet, and a gigantic black Buddha image appeared behind him. Bang! Another palm strike clashed. The two were evenly matched. The Buddha images behind them had a stern expression and a ferocious expression. They fought intensely as well. However, the Holy Sun Ming Xian was injured. This intense clash instantly deepened the injury on his chest. The saber intent contained in the 7 deadly sins still stabbed into his chest lingered for a long time, continuously invading his meridians and internal organs. What was more serious was that the true meaning of breaking the mundane had severed the most beautiful memories in his heart. His heart was supreme, but it hurt his soul. A strange sense of loss and grief lingered for a long time. The mundane world was hard to break, and obsession was hard to dispel. No matter how strong one's physical body was, the human heart was made of flesh. Yang Qing drifted back with a grave expression. Unexpectedly, the Holy Sun Mingxian could still clash head-on with her despite his severe injuries. If Zhang Xian hadn't been injured, he would have had to put in a lot of effort to defeat him. With no time to think, Yang Qing shouted coldly and charged over once more. After forcefully clashing for another 3 moves, the Holy Sun Mingxian finally could no longer endure. Blood continuously oozed out of the 7 deadly sin on his chest. Drip, drip, drip. It landed on the ground. Xiao Qin, who was on the ground, stood up with much difficulty. He revealed an expression of luck. Fortunately, Yang Qing appeared at this crucial moment. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Although he still had some trump cards up his sleeve, his injuries were too severe and he couldn't use them at all. If he forcefully used it, the consequences would be extremely severe. Even without the other party doing anything, he would still die. The Holy Sun Mingxian was unexpectedly strong. This was especially so for his strange physical body. Xiao Qin wondered how he cultivated it. Let's go. Yang Qing knew when to stop. After forcing back the Holy Sun Mingxian, she no longer pushed back. Then, her figure flashed back and quickly left with Xiao Qin. Damn it. Rage burned in the Holy Sun Mingxian's eyes. For the first time, anxiety appeared on his face. He had not expected such a result at all. Something that should have been in the bag turned out to be an accident. The Holy Sun Mingxian had always taken everything into account. Even when facing a star venerate, he could retreat calmly without losing his elegance. However, today an insignificant Xiao Qin actually managed to injure him. Furthermore, he was significantly injured. That unremarkable woman had inexplicably become stronger all of a sudden. It was also inexplicable. Kaxie. The Holy Sun Mingxian pulled out the 7 deadly sin from his chest. Then, like he was venting his hatred, he used all his strength to break the saber in half and tossed it to the ground. However, this 7 deadly sin had been specially refined and was no ordinary weapon. After it broke, it immediately scattered. It turned into 7 beams of light of different colors and flew towards Xiao Qin, not doing much harm. Damn it. The Holy Sun Mingxian roared furiously, venting all his frustration and dissatisfaction on his feet. Then he stomped on the ground. A crack appeared on the cliff, trembling endlessly. The crack extended downwards, looking like it would shatter at any moment. The Holy Sun Mingxian looked around and saw the unconscious white cat. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and his expression instantly turned cold. Who knew? This white cat felt his gaze and quickly got up. Then it nimbly chased after Xiao Qin and Yang Qing. It turned out that the white cat had woken up long ago and had been pretending to be asleep. Interesting. After venting the rage in his heart, the Holy Sun Mingxian completely calmed down. His expression recovered its gentle expression as he closed his eyes and started treating his injuries. Clearly, the urgent matter now was not to show off his bravery but to quickly return to his peak. He had to re-evaluate Xiao Qian's strength. Then he would find the other party and take him down at lightning speed. The demonic bone Saraira, the mission that his master gave him, had to be completed. This concerned the great cause of the Black Lotus Church, something that could change the entire Buddhist sect in the Great Thousand Realms. Yang Qing quickly led Xiao Qin down the mountain. After walking for another 2 hours, she did not see the Holy Sun Mingxian chasing after her. Only then did she relax. There was no need to be polite between the two. Xiao Qin did not thank her. He asked, "You did not finish absorbing the power of the Joss flames, right?" It felt too fast. It would be very difficult to absorb all the power of the Joss flames in such a short time. Yang Qing nodded and smiled softly. "I can't do anything about it. That Holy Sun Mingxian is too strong. If I had continued to absorb it unhurriedly, young Master Xiao, you would have died." Xiao Qin felt ashamed in his heart. In his life he had rarely been saved by a woman. He asked, "Where are you going next?" Reluctance flashed in Yang Qing's eyes. Her expression turned somewhat complicated. "I forcefully absorbed the power of the Joss flames into my body. After a while, my body will explode and I will die." Xiao Qian's expression changed slightly as he looked at the other party incredulously. He could not accept this. Yang Qing smiled and said, "Don't be shocked. Even if I did not forcefully absorb it into my body, I would have chosen to sacrifice myself after absorbing the power of the Joss flames. It is just a matter of time. Unfortunately, I originally wanted to stay a little longer. Now I have no choice." Bang! As soon as she finished speaking, Yang Qing's entire body exploded. However, there was no blood or bones. Instead, it turned into a 9-colored spiritual aura that contained a dense Buddhist light. It flew into the sky and disappeared into the horizon. This caught Xiao Qin off guard. He was stunned for a long time before recovering his wits. As they chatted, Yang Qing's body exploded. It was really hard to accept. Xiaoqun looked up at the sky and entered deep thought. He did not know if he would get a chance to see Yang Qing's true body again. However, there was a great difference between an emanation body and a true body. Their personalities were very different. Xiaoqun thought for a while and concluded that it was best not to interact with a woman who dared to cultivate an emanation body. She would definitely be someone who was both righteous and evil. Or perhaps she was an evil cultivator. At the back of the temple on the Buddha-seeking platform, the holy son Mingxian opened his eyes and saw the 9-colored spiritual energy flying into the sky. After his shock, he revealed an expression of understanding. It turned out to be the Azure Lotus Holy Daughter's emanation body. No wonder. No wonder. That is already a famous expert of the Great Thousand Realms. Exceptionally difficult to deal with, however, since you spoiled my plans, I will repay this debt sooner or later, even if you are the Azure Lotus Holy Daughter. On the other side, Xiaoqun still did not feel very safe. He traveled alone and found a quiet place. After leaving behind a simple formation, he calmed down slightly. Right now there was only one thing to do: break through quietly. In the earlier battle, Xiaoqun had already broken through his bottleneck. If he were too severely injured, he could break through the limits of the veritable personage realm on the spot. Closing his eyes, Xiaoqun swallowed a medicinal pill for treating injuries that Yi Zifeng had given him. The medicinal pill melted the moment it entered his mouth, and a cooling sensation spread throughout his body. The pain in his body immediately eased significantly. Naturally, the medicinal pill that Yi Zifeng had given him was not inferior. Soon, Xiaoqun's strong physical body allowed him to recover from most of his injuries. It is time to break through. Xiaoqun opened his eyes. He had been waiting for this day for a long time already. However, when it truly arrived, his heart was calm. Chapter 1695. Advancing from the veritable personage realm to the primal core realm was to merge the 3 essence energies into one and form a core. Xiaoqun's Yin essence energy came from the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy he absorbed and refined. Xiaoqun's Yang essence energy came from the heavenly Yang pill, which was comparable to the 10,000-year-old baleful Yang energy. As for veritable essence energy, it was like a mediator between the two. However, it was different. Be it Yin essence energy or Yang essence energy, their ultimate goal was to temper veritable essence energy, to continuously perfect it. In the end, a cultivator's cultivation was based on veritable essence energy. When merging the 3 essence energies into one, the most important thing was balance, the conservation of Yin and Yang. Only then could one form a primal core. Xiaoqun had reached this point long ago. The Taiji diagram in his dantian slowly formed its second cycle allowed him to not have to spend any effort on balancing it. This was already the most perfect Tao of balance in the current world. It originated from the immortal epics Taoist sections. Now, it belonged to Xiaoqun alone, something he could use. In the Great Thousand Realms there was a saying, "First become human, then become a deity." After transcending mortality and becoming a veritable personage, one would take a brand new step on the long martial Tao. The veritable personage realm was the foundation. It determined how far one could go in the future and how much potential one could bring out. Many people understood this point. However, not many people could do it. Not everyone's physical body could endure the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy and 10,000-year-old baleful Yang energy. Those who could endure the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy and 10,000-year-old baleful Yang energy might not have the opportunity to subdue them. Furthermore, not everyone could be like Xiaoqun, enduring silently and maintaining a calm and peaceful state of mind. Even when facing many dangers, the pursuit of the Black Lotus Church, the provocation of the Divine Firmament sect, and the encirclement of the Divine Shield Army, he did not force a breakthrough. Furthermore, he did not rush to make a breakthrough because he wanted to make a name for himself. Xiaoqun let nature take its course, succeeding when the conditions were right. After continuous tempering and adjustment, he finally reached where he was today step by step. This was because from the start to the end, Xiaoqun had not forgotten his original intention: to search for the moon, to find Lu Ryue, to find the person he loved the most, to obtain the Dragon Emperor position, and to complete the revival of the Blue Dragon bloodline. Everything that Xiaoqun experienced in the Great Thousand Realms was just fleeting. His final battlefield would definitely be the Central Great Realm, where geniuses gathered and the outstanding talents of the Great Desolate Hundred Races. The heavens would not disappoint those who set their minds to it. Xiaoqun took a deep breath. With a thought, the black and white Taiji diagram formed by Yang essence energy and Yin essence energy in his dantian slowly merged and shrank. After being cleansed by hundreds of jasmine flowers, His yin and yang essence had become extremely pure, sparkling and translucent, emitting a silk-like luster. This was especially true for the yang essence refined from the sky yang pill. It was originally contaminated with the residue of the pill, so the problem could be big or small. After this round of cleansing, the dregs of the pill were completely expelled from the body. There was no longer any hidden danger. Since the yang yuan and yin yuan energies were too vast and pure, the process of merging Xiao Chen's 3 yuan energies into one was rather slow. Around him an even vaster black and white Tai Chi diagram appeared, dancing light and shadow, flickering and disappearing. Amidst the light and shadow, the entire world alternated between black and white, and a unique Tao rhythm circulated. A Taoist rhyme that was different from the Buddhist might was exceptionally mysterious, causing one's imagination to run wild. Time passed by the minute and second. Although Xiao Chen's progress was slow, it went smoothly without any obstructions at all. This was how a breakthrough came naturally. When the bottleneck was no longer there, one just had to let nature take its course. 4 hours later, the yin essence energy, yang essence energy and veritable essence energy in Xiao Chen's dantian had already shrunk to the size of a palm. The light they gave off was boundlessly resplendent. The light shone through Xiao Chen's body. His bones, flesh, skin, and even his soul all received great benefits in the process of merging the 3 yuan energies into one. The flickering light on the surface of Xiao Chen's body intertwined with the surrounding Taiji diagram, vaguely connecting with the entire world. This was the fiendish demon battlefield. Not only was the space here of a higher level, but the spiritual energy here was also several times that of the outside world. Breaking through here was much better than breaking through in a blessed land. This was something that Xiao Chen had not expected. After another 7 minutes, the extremely condensed yang essence energy and yin essence energy finally merged into his veritable essence energy. Whoosh! The Taiji diagram, which originally circulated extremely slowly, spun violently at 10 times, 100 times or even 1,000 times faster than before. Thousands of beams of golden light shot out from Xiao Chen's body, illuminating the surrounding 50 kilometers like it was daytime. Xiao Chen could clearly see every blade of grass and tree in the surroundings. Fortunately, Xiao Chen had chosen a desolate place in the fiendish demon battlefield, where the situation was constantly changing. Such a large commotion did not attract the attention of others. As that light spun, Xiao Chen felt a brand new veritable essence energy flow continuously in his meridians. Strong energy filled his entire body, making Xiao Chen feel his strength erupting rapidly. This continued for an entire hour before the feeling of his strength increasing abruptly came to a stop. The boundless light in the surroundings suddenly withdrew, returning to his body as if nothing had happened. When the light vanished, Xiao Chen looked within himself and discovered a fingernail-sized crystal primal core in his dantian. The primal core had 9 golden stars carved on its surface. Each golden star flickered with light. Upon closer inspection it was piercing and bright. One could not look directly at it. A 9-star primal core. This was the most perfect advancement. Even in the Great Thousand Realms, it would allow one to look down on the many outstanding talents. Xiao Chen could not help revealing joy in his heart. After leaving the Kunlun realm and experiencing all sorts of things, he finally managed to condense this primal core. Looking at that completely solidified crystal, Xiao Chen rejoiced. His cultivation directly soared to peak minor primal core realm. When one first entered the primal core realm was mostly soft. There would even be some viscous veritable essence energy inside. A completely solidified crystal was the mark of peak minor primal core realm. One more step and one would reach the major primal core realm. Only by successfully breaking through could one increase the capacity of the primal core realm. That required continuous tempering, merging the primal core with the power of the world. This was an extremely important step. Many people would never be able to cross this hurdle in their entire lives. However, Xiao Chen felt that his 9-star primal core could contain much more veritable essence energy than that of a regular major primal core expert. Every shining golden star was condensed with incomparably pure quintessential essence. Most regular primal core cultivators had only 2 or 3 golden stars. Even in the blessed lands, those with more than 5 golden stars were extremely rare. Rumor had it that Shangguan Lei had only condensed 6 golden stars, and he already stood at the top of his generation in the Black Cave Mountain. Xiao Chen suddenly opened his eyes, and an irrepressible tyranny burst out from them. His aura felt like he had been reborn. This was not something that Xiao Chen liked. However, he had just advanced to the primal core realm and could not control it as he pleased. The tyranny and strength of a 9-star primal core could not be easily hidden. Shengguanlei was incredibly tyrannical, making many people not dare to meet his gaze, aside from his thunder Dao and his irascible character. A large part of the reason was his 6-star primal core, which formlessly suppressed others. When I run into that holy son Mingxian again, I can give him a huge surprise. Xiaoqun was a proud person. Although he was not willing to show it to others, he could not help but feel dissatisfied after being suppressed so miserably by someone of the same generation. Xiaoqun indeed had the capital to feel dissatisfied. A half-step primal core cultivator was already at a huge disadvantage against an early-stage major primal core cultivator like the holy son Mingxian. Now that Xiaoqun had broken through, it could barely be considered a fair fight. Xiaoqun shifted his gaze and looked in the direction of the 10,000 weapon pavilion. He muttered to himself, I have to go and find a good saber that suits me. If Xiaoqun had a Dao tool earlier, he would not have ended up in such an awkward situation where he could not injure the holy son Mingxian even after he struck him. Who is it? Suddenly Xiaoqun's expression changed slightly. After advancing to the primal core realm, his senses were extremely sharp. Even the tiniest changes within 50 kilometers could not escape his notice. Xiaoqun gently pushed off the ground and leaped several kilometers, landing at the place where the sound came from. He saw a white cat filled with wildness stepping on the ground. It did not make any sound as it leaped around extremely quickly. Xiaoqun recognized this white cat. It was that young cat-eared girl. When her fiendish qi erupted, she had drawn a strange mark on his forehead before vanishing. Xiaoqun had nearly forgotten about this matter. She came at the right time. The young cat-eared girl's intelligent, black gem-like eyes revealed a surprised expression when she saw Xiaoqun. She was surprised that Xiaoqun had discovered her in advance. What was more, she was surprised that Xiaoqun's strength had changed so much in just half a day. Chapter 1696. As his aura locked onto the white cat, Xiaoqun showed a cautious expression. The scene of the other party killing Jin Xian with one claw was still fresh in his mind. The feeling that the transformed white cat gave Xiaoqun was even more horrifying than that of the holy son Mingxian. Why are you so cautious? The fiend blood in my body has already entered your body. The cat-eared girl's body swayed as she turned back into a pretty young girl. Then she looked at Xiaoqun with a displeased expression. What? This startled Xiaoqun. These words were truly unexpected, somewhat hard to accept. When Xiaoqun thought of the other party's appearance after transforming, his heart could not help but tremble. He did not want to end up like that. The young cat-eared girl rolled her eyes at Xiaoqun and said, You gained something, yet you still want to act innocent. You sect disciples are all like that. When Xiaoqun heard this, he felt somewhat speechless. He ignored the other party and closed his eyes, using his spiritual sense to check for the power of his bloodline. Aside from the familiar blue dragon bloodline, there was only ordinary human bloodline. There was no other strange bloodline. Is she lying? Xiaoqun's expression changed slightly, and he opened his eyes. He discovered that the other party did not show any intention of attacking him when he closed his eyes. Her expression did not change either. Xiaoqun asked indifferently, You came to me just to talk about this? I did not sense any fiendish demon bloodline. You can go now. The young cat-eared girl was not surprised. She looked at Xiaoqun and said, Naturally, the current you cannot sense that noble fiendish demon bloodline. It will slowly appear as you grow stronger. Fiendish demons are born in response to calamities. They are naturally impure. You are already an impure person. In the future, you have to be wary of others drawing out the fiendish demon bloodline in your body. However, you have a heart of innocence that has been tempered 1,000 times. Even if it is drawn out, you will not end up in a sorry state like I did. Seeing the other party speak so seriously, Xiaoqun's expression slowly turned grave. He checked again but still did not find anything strange. There's no need to worry too much. To you, this noble fiendish demon bloodline is definitely more beneficial than harmful. Xiaoqun slapped his forehead and said, All right, I'll believe you for now. Can you tell me where you came from? The cat-eared girl calmly said, I never lie. You should have believed me. I am a stray cat that the old abbot of the ancient cloud temple took in. After the ancient cloud temple declined, the 7-aperture sovereign emperor brought me into the fiendish demon battlefield. Xiaoqun was startled. The old abbot of ancient cloud temple was that nameless ancient temple? As for sovereign emperors, Xiaoqun had heard of them. After entering the divine vein realm, they would be addressed as sovereign emperors. They were between sovereign personages and martial gods, so they were qualified to be addressed as sovereign emperors. I'm the only fiendish demon in the great thousand worlds with the original fiendish demon blood flowing in my veins. Of course I'm no longer one. I had no intention of transferring my bloodline to you, but you ruined my plans time and time again, so I had no choice but to forcefully transfer it to you. It's actually better to leave it for the owner of that Nirmanakia. I can feel that her real body is also full of desire for the demon blood. Xiaoqin came to a sudden realization. So, when he attacked Yangqing back then, he wanted to transfer the demon blood to her. If he hadn't saved her, he wouldn't have gotten involved in this matter. However, the old abbot said that everything has a cause and effect. You definitely have a fate with Buddha. Back then, when he transferred this demon blood to me, he said that the next owner of the demon blood would definitely be someone with a fate with Buddha. The little cat blinked as it looked at Xiaoqin. However, it could not see how he had a fate with Buddha. I've already said what I needed to say. Goodbye. After saying what needed to be said, the young cat-eared girl turned back into a white cat and quickly left Xiaoqin's sight. A fate with Buddha. It seemed like the lingering soul of the Mahasvara Buddha that Xiaoqin met in the Sky Dome immortal realm had said something similar. Furthermore, Xiaoqin had coincidentally obtained the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. It seemed like he really had a fate with Buddha. It was impossible for him to have a fate with Buddha for no reason. Never mind. I'll worry about this in the future. Right now, the most important thing is to go to the 10,000 weapon pavilion. I still don't know if the demon blood is real or fake. Xiaoqin had always been decisive when doing things. He knew what was important and what was not. He would not be indecisive. After checking his bloodline again, Xiaoqin set his mind on his way to the 10,000 weapon pavilion. Now that Xiaoqin's strength had increased significantly, he discovered that he could travel very fast. He could leap high in this fiendish demon battlefield without any obstructions. Xiaoqin pushed off with his feet. Without needing to gather veritable essence energy, he easily traversed 1 kilometer. After a while, the towering 10,000 weapon pavilion appeared in Xiaoqin's vision. Thousands of strands of complete Great Tao energy descended from the top of the pavilion, forming a 7-colored light that competed with each other. When Xiaoqin arrived at the entrance, he felt heavy pressure and found it difficult to move. He had to circulate his veritable essence energy before he could adapt. The vast Tao might extinguish the complacency in Xiaoqin's heart after he advanced. Before the Great Tao, he was still far from it. Xiaoqin calmly entered the first floor of the 10,000 weapon pavilion. Naturally, there were no good weapons on the first floor, only some superior grade profound weapons. However, those that could catch the attention of a divine vein powerhouse were naturally peak quality superior grade profound weapons. Aside from these, there were some special superior grade profound weapons that would attract the attention of the cultivators here. Those were the profound weapons that some sovereign personages or sovereign emperors once used. As far as Xiaoqin knew, there were 3 grades of weapons: profound weapons, treasure weapons, and Tao weapons. For now, Xiaoqin did not know what weapons were stronger than Tao weapons. Profound weapons were the weakest. However, they were weapons that ordinary veritable personages and primal core venerates used. Those sovereign personages and sovereign emperors must have used profound weapons when they were young. If one could obtain a profound weapon that they used, there would definitely be some Tao left behind. After comprehending it, one would gain many benefits. Hence, although the hall on the first floor was filled with profound weapons, there were many sect disciples who seriously chose and broke the restrictions. There was no competition here. If one was lucky and obtained a superior grade profound weapon that a sovereign personage used, it would be a great gain. It would not be inferior to a treasure weapon. Every weapon floating in the air looked like it was hovering. However, restrictions surrounded it. One could only draw the weapon after breaking the restrictions. However, the restrictions on the first floor were rather simple. They were not difficult for the cultivators who came here. Xiaoqin raised his foot. The moment he stepped into the hall, the various sect disciples who were choosing weapons felt an instinctive threat. Their bodies instinctively felt threatened, and they either turned their heads or turned around to look at the entrance. Who is this person? He is just a minor primal core venerate. Why does he give off such great pressure? Clang. Just as many people felt confused, 10 sabers of the thousands of weapons floating in the air in the hall unsheathed themselves and stabbed into the ground around Xiaoqin. The sabers trembled and buzzed endlessly. A strange saber intent spread out uncontrollably. It is the Tao left behind by a sovereign personage. These are all profound weapons that a sovereign personage once used. Damn! Where did this white-clad person come from? We worked so hard but could not find a profound weapon that a sovereign personage used. The moment he arrived, he delivered it to us. The 100-odd disciples in the hall all showed shocked expressions as they looked at Xiaoqin incredulously. Some of them revealed greed in their eyes. However, when they thought of the instinctive fear they felt when Xiaoqin first entered, they all dispelled this greed. Xiaoqin shook his head and casually waved his hand. He absorbed all the Tao contained in the 10 sabers. The heroic appearances of many sovereign personages when they were young immediately appeared in his mind. After a while, Xiaoqin opened his eyes and a sharp light appeared in them. He thought to himself, these are truly weapons that a sovereign personage once used. Even though their cultivations were not high at that time, they still benefited a lot. After the Tao was absorbed, the 10 sabers immediately turned ordinary. The spiritual energy in them dimmed significantly, returning to their ordinary state. Xiaoqin waved his hand, and the 10 sabers returned to their scabbards. Clang, clang. Just at this moment, a familiar figure fell down the stairs of the second floor in a sorry state, grunting in pain. After that figure stood up, he quickly headed for the doors. This was where Xiaoqin was. This person showed a flustered expression. He did not look where he was going at all, nearly crashing into the doors. Xiaoqin stretched out his hand and gently placed it on that person's shoulder, firmly pinning him to the ground. That person looked up in shock. When he saw that it was Xiaoqin, his face lit up in joy. Martial uncle. This was the Purple Flame Sect's Lingyu, who had entered the fiendish demon battlefield with Xiaoqin. Lingyu, quickly hand over the treasure weapon in your hand. Before Xiaoqin could exchange pleasantries, the disciples who injured Lingyu rushed over. Chapter 1697. The disciples of the other sects had more or less heard of it, and their hurried footsteps immediately came to a halt. It's him. He is the white-robed Xiaoqin. The words that were originally intended to threaten Xiaoqin turned into all sorts of cries of pain. In the blink of an eye, only 2 true inheritors remained standing. One of the 2 true inheritors, a blue-clad youth, shouted coldly when he saw Xiaoqin fiddling with his short sword. Even if Xiaoqin could face Shangguanlei, there were more than 100 people rushing over. What was left behind was a group of cultivators from the various sects, who could only swallow their saliva and look at each other in dismay. That Dao tool was definitely even more incredible. The news of the white-robed Xiaoqin defeating the Little Thunder Saber with 1 saber strike on thunder-controlling peak and facing off against Shangguanlei had set the Black Cave Mountain abuzz. Xiaoqin did not draw his short sword, but he felt a cold sharpness and a weak aura of the great Dao. However, Xiaoqin smiled faintly. I won't hide it from you. Let's not talk about that. Who left these injuries on you? Lingyu had not wasted all his hard work and time. Xiaoqin, this is not your problem. Just stay out of other people's business. Lingyu found this somewhat inconceivable. Just earlier he was still thinking about how to deal with this problem. Several Black Cave Mountain core disciples in the passageway recognized Xiaoqin, and their expressions changed slightly. The veritable essence energy that surged out of Xiaoqin's primal core was weaker than he expected. However, he was still satisfied. Boom. Just this point deterred anyone from acting rashly. Xiaoqin still did not say a word. He sent out another palm strike. This palm strike was even more tyrannical and tyrannical. Like before, he used his full power. However, the might that erupted out was even more ferocious. A person's name was like a tree's shadow. Although Xiaoqin was not famous now, Shangguanlei's reputation was very resounding. Shangguanlei could face off against Xiaoqin and leave calmly. These people were at least late-stage minor primal core cultivators, and they were all core disciples of the various sections. Otherwise they would not have dared to fight for peak treasure weapons. Dusting off his hands, Xiaoqin walked straight to the second floor as if he had done something very casual. You can fight back how I did to you. I won't help you. As long as Xiaoqin refused to hand over the ink cloud sword, they could work together. Xiaoqin couldn't help but be curious. What kind of precious weapon could make such a person so angry? Even if it was a Dao soldier, it was probably only SOSO. But after 3 palm strikes, the situation had completely reversed, leaving them dumbfounded. Bang bang bang. A large group of people appeared on the stairs of the second floor. All of them were brimming with killing intent, and their cultivations were not ordinary. All of them were core disciples of various sections. 1 or 2 of them were actually true disciples. It seemed like every time he used his full power, he could dig out more of the potential of his 9-star primal core. It was indeed a good sword. The 10,000 Weapon Pavilion truly lived up to its reputation as one of the 3 most popular forces in the fiendish demon battlefield. Xiaoqin received the short sword. The words Ink Cloud were carved on the scabbard. Just by holding the scabbard, he could feel the surging energy contained in the sword. This was the difficulty of fighting for a Dao tool and a precious weapon. It was not like subduing a weapon would make it yours. The blue-clad youth turned his head slightly and looked at the other heavenly profound sect true inheritor from the Black Cave Mountain. He said, Brother Jianghu, don't you agree? Of course Xiaoqin would not do that. He had already comprehended the Saber Tao's great Tao energy. With this thought, the blue-clad youth no longer showed any fear. A ferocious look appeared on his face once more, and he was about to speak up in agreement with the two. How strong! When Xiaochen pushed out with his palm strike, 6 stars lit up in the veritable essence energy in his 9-star primal core. However, the speed of the explosion was even faster. The 100-odd core disciples and the 2 true inheritors on the ground crashed into the wall like sandbags. He is already as strong as Shangguanlei. How did he do it? The main thing is those 2 true inheritors. I can deal with one. However, with 2 attacking together and the attacks of the others, I can't block them at all. Xiaochen, why are you still not handing over the ink cloud sword? Are you really thinking of blocking so many of us for your friend? Jianghu retorted coldly, making his intentions clear. Jianghu was originally Xiaochen's greatest competitor. However, at this moment, Jianghu wanted to work with him. When the disciples on the first floor saw this, their lips twitched. Are those really the core disciples of the various sects? Bang! The veritable essence energy in the palm wind knocked the 2 true inheritors, who had just turned around, into the wall. 5 golden stars flickered on the crystal primal core. If one used it for 3 to 5 years, one would be able to condense a Tao. The comprehension of a cultivator would be even better than obtaining a Tao tool. Is this still the martial uncle that I know? After flipping over the 2 true inheritors, Xiaochen tossed them to Ling Yu's feet, 1 in each hand. At the same time he returned the short sword to Ling Yu. After all, true inheritors were already very strong. In their opinion, if one of them fought against the peak minor primal core Xiaochen, the odds of victory would be 40 to 60. If the 2 worked together, they would be able to win. A strong wind kicked up by veritable essence energy howled in the surroundings. The long hair of the 2 true inheritors fluttered wildly, and they found it hard to keep their eyes open. Bang! 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 If the 2 still dared to stand here, they would be seeking death. Then they landed on the ground. The strike was very ruthless. They felt like most of their bones had shattered. Infused with the great Tao's might, Xiaochen drove his veritable essence energy. Resplendent purple energy flowed through the meridians in his body. It was like a surging river gushing endlessly, giving off thunderous roars. All the energy in his body burst forth as he pushed his palm forward. The 2 true inheritors felt bitter in their hearts. They did not dare to say anything more as they turned and fled. They already knew how horrifying Shangguanlei was. Right now, Xiaochen's strength rivaled Shangguanlei's. The crystal stone primal core lit up 6 stars. Their expressions immediately turned grave. This was a treasure weapon that was about to give birth to a great Tao. No wonder everyone coveted it. Before the 2 true inheritors could say anything, they vomited blood and went flying. Without the strength of a true inheritor, they were caught off guard and went flying. After they fell to the ground, they howled in pain. Aside from the heavenly shaking mountains' various Confucian sects, the Padala Mountain's various temples, and even the Black Cave Mountain sects, there were also these people. No matter how one looked at it, Xiaochen had no chance of victory at all. One had to be able to face the encirclement of more than 100 people and still be able to flee calmly. This was how people were. If they could not obtain something, they could not obtain it. With the 2 true inheritors holding the line, the other core disciples of the various sects immediately felt much more confident. Xiaochen nodded to indicate his understanding. Then he walked over and picked up the many core disciples piled together like they were cabbages before tossing them out. Ling Yu wiped off the blood at the corner of his lips and took out a short sword. Xiaochen frowned slightly. It looked like he still needed some time to familiarize himself with the full might of a 9-star primal core. Suddenly Xiaochen's aura soared. His originally suppressed tyrannical aura was already frightening. Without Xiaochen suppressing it, it was released to its heart's content. What treasure weapon did you find? Is this 3 palm strikes? With just 3 palm strikes, Xiaochen severely injured a group of core disciples and 2 true inheritors, rendering them incapable of fighting anymore. Martial uncle, since when did you become so strong? Ling Yu gaped, speechless for a long time, completely stunned. Bang! With a thought, Xiaochen sent out another palm strike. The purple thunder divine incantation circulated wildly, and his clothes flapped loudly. His long hair and stern face looked exceptionally scary. Before this strong palm wind, the many core disciples found it hard to move, not to mention working together. Even their freedom of movement was restricted. No wonder Ling Yu was in such a sorry state despite his great increase in strength. Before Xiaochen's cultivation advanced, he might not have been able to take it. Just the thought of witnessing the birth of a complete great Tao energy at one's own hands was exciting. As long as one or two people stood out and called on everyone present to attack together, why would they fear an insignificant Xiaoqin? However, the silent Xiaoqin did not say a word. He raised his head and looked at them coldly. Then a strong aura erupted from his body. Ling Yu recalled that when his martial uncle was a half-step primal core cultivator, he could barely exchange 100 moves with him. Before entering the mountain, Xiaoqin was clearly not this horrifying. Xiaoqin's strong quintessence knocked back the two true inheritors who bore the brunt of the attack. The core disciples of the various sects behind them who were about to chime in were all stunned. Chapter 1698. They could run about freely. However, the cultivators who came here faced many restrictions. When that person walked out, he did not show a smile on his face as he looked coldly at Xiaoqin. One had only a small wound on its body, a fatal strike that struck a vital point. The other had died a miserable death. The injuries on its body were clearly the result of a combined attack. By the fourth floor, nearly everyone was a treasure weapon. Every one of them was a superior grade treasure weapon. However, there were not many peak treasure weapons. Xiaoqin found this name somewhat familiar. After a while he recalled it. It was the top true inheritor of the Heavenly Profound sect. This had attracted a Confucian scholar from the Heavenly Shaking Mountain, who had chased after it with great difficulty. In a moment of carelessness, that sword suddenly turned around. Thank you. However, the two corpses simply lay there while the others ignored them. Their expressions were cold, causing people to feel an indescribable chill. Xiaoqin's expression did not change. He said indifferently, "Nice to meet you. Everyone, there is no need to misunderstand. I will not take this saber. Don't worry." Xiaoqin smiled disdainfully, revealing a trace of mockery. The Dao tool was very mighty. When combined with his veritable essence energy and great Dao energy, its might increased. Ling Yu must have found that short sword on the 5th floor. After being surrounded, he fled to the 1st floor and lured away most of the cultivators. The Heavenly Profound sect's Gongxiamo? This was a Dao tool with a thick saber on its back. It gave off a heavy feeling. This saber was definitely boundlessly tyrannical, focusing on being bold and unyielding. Xiaoqin frowned slightly. When he looked around, he immediately discovered the two corpses. Before entering the fiendish demon battlefield, Ling Yu had told Xiaoqin to take note of some people. This Gongxiamo was one of them. Xiaoqin nodded and said, "Thank you. You are very fortunate. The Heavenly Profound sect's Gongxiamo. I met you at Thunder Controlling Peak before." Aside from the restrictions of the 10,000 weapon pavilion, every good treasure weapon had its own temper. If one was not fated, it would be exceptionally difficult to subdue them by force. A strand of sword chi pierced towards Xiaoqin's eyes. At such a close distance there was no way to dodge it. At the same time, Xiaoqin infused his veritable essence energy and great Dao energy into the saber. The smell of blood. The Dao might of these sabers were all incredibly strong. However, Xiaoqin found it unfortunate that they were not treasured sabers that he could use. In such an environment, subduing a Dao soldier was already difficult enough. No one would be willing to be distracted by something unimportant. Regardless of whether he needed this saber or not, who wouldn't be happy to be acknowledged? The 5th floor was filled with top-notch precious weapons, but there were only a few people subduing precious weapons. Be careful, don't be reckless. Xiaoqin waved his hand and the sword landed in front of the Confucian scholar. "I'll give it to you." They hurriedly retreated and gathered together. They spread out their true origin shields and assumed defensive positions. The scabbard slammed into his abdomen, causing him to fall to the ground in pain. His facial features were squeezed together. The value of the Dao tool had already caused these disciples of the righteous sects to completely disregard human nature. Immediately, some people revealed surprised expressions when they saw the direction it was coming from. This small demonstration allowed Xiaoqin to personally experience subduing a treasure weapon in preparation for subduing a Dao tool. There was a total of 3 treasure weapons on this floor, all of them of different shapes. When Xiaoqin entered the 2nd floor, there were still profound weapons hovering in the air. However, there were already a few treasure weapons among them. There were only 20-odd people in the pavilion, making the great hall seem rather empty. The Dao tool chose its master. Any bladesman would feel happy when they saw this scene. One of the 3 treasure weapons seemed to sense Xiaoqin's gaze. With a whoosh, it flew over to him. The sword immediately trembled like a wild horse, trying to struggle free of Xiaoqin's hand. Xiaoqin did not even look at it. His figure flashed as he entered the 3rd floor. Most of the treasure weapons on the 3rd floor were profound weapons mixed in. Nearly all the 6th floor was filled with Dao tools. Even if they were not Dao tools, they were treasure weapons like the ink cloud sword. With a thought, the Dao tool on the ground sensed Xiao Chen's killing intent and charged at Gongzi Mo. Whoosh! The treasure sword came out of its scabbard on its own. When the sword came out by 1 centimeter, it gave off a piercing light. The sharp sword light made one's heart tremble. For example, the person who subdued a treasure sword. The sword flew around in the air, moving freely in this 10,000 weapon pavilion, which gave off immense pressure. The Confucian scholar resting on the ground reminded Xiao Chen out of goodwill when he saw that he was about to go to the 6th floor. Xiao Chen could sense the bloodline of one of the great desolate Ian's 10,000 races. Furthermore, that person's cultivation had reached late-stage major primal core realm. Suddenly Xiao Chen felt many cold gazes. The 10 true inheritors of the various sects who were subduing Dao tools, all stopped what they were doing and looked at him coldly. Subduing a treasure weapon was an extremely difficult process. It might even be dangerous. The weapons that were not subdued in the 10,000 weapon pavilion were all hot-tempered horses. The 10,000 weapon pavilion was a natural horse farm. Xiao Chen forcefully clamped down on that formless sword chi with 2 fingers, turning it into a tangible sword light less than 1 centimeter away from his face. Xiao Chen did not find this strange. He looked around, searching for a Dao tool that was suitable for him. Xiao Chen ferociously clamped down with his left hand and drove the veritable essence energy in his 9-star primal core, lighting up 6 stars on his 9-star primal core. When the Confucian scholar on the ground saw this scene, his expression changed drastically. The other cultivators subduing treasure weapons were startled. Xiao Chen pressed his hand on the sword hilt and smashed the entire sword into the ground. The scabbard sank into the ground by 1 centimeter, but it no longer moved. The greatest taboo was being interrupted and sneak attacked. Every time an outsider arrived, the people subduing the treasure weapon would be very careful. The less trouble, the better. Xiao Chen's target was the 7th floor, the highest floor of the 10,000 weapon pavilion. He did not want to get embroiled in a fight before he entered. This Gongzi did not give Xiao Chen any face at all. He said indifferently, "In the fiendish demon battlefield, strength speaks for everything. This is not thunder controlling peak. Don't play any tricks." A huge force spread out. Xiao Chen's expression turned grave as he clenched his fist tightly. However, he showed no intention of letting go. The true inheritors that dared to be here were definitely not like the 2 people on the 1st floor. While they might not be comparable to his sect's Hua Yunfeng, they were at least at the true profound realm. In an instant, 10-odd elite true inheritors stared at him. Even Xiao Chen felt some pressure. Xiao Chen let go and the sword light shattered like ice. Then he pushed his left hand forward. Although the Heavenly Profound sect was a rank 3 sect in the Black Cave Mountain and could not compare to the Purple Flame sect, the top true inheritor was definitely worthy of his reputation. After observing for a while, Xiao Chen gained a rough understanding of how to subdue a weapon. Then he headed for the 6th floor. Xiao Chen did not have any direct requirements for the saber. He only wanted one thing, fate. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "You want it? In that case I'll give it to you." Everyone focused on subduing the Dao tool they wanted, not bothering about anything else. Even when Xiao Chen entered, he only gave it a quick glance. The Dao tool shone brightly, and Gongzi Mo's expression changed as he forcefully caught this saber. This Dao might spread out and the pressure on the 6th floor was immense. Gongzi Mo was immediately knocked back and blood leaked out of his lips. "Ah, you think you can give up just because you said so? Do you think you can speak? Subdue this saber and give it to us. Otherwise, you can forget about leaving alive." Sometimes, when a treasure sword was unsheathed and released a strand of sword chi, one might even lose their life. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. Comprehending the saber Dao's great Dao energy on his own was rather interesting. "Friend, there will be Dao tools if we go up another floor. The pressure there is even greater. If we are not careful, we might really die." Clang. When the others discovered that Xiao Chen did not show any signs of making a move, they continued to subdue the peak treasure weapons. Their expressions were focused and strenuous. That Confucian scholar stuttered in shock. He had not expected happiness to come so suddenly. He had not expected Xiao Chen to subdue this treasure weapon so easily. Bus, bus, bus. Right after Xiao Chen spoke, he looked at the treasure sword that the Confucian scholar chased earlier. Then he narrowed his eyes and grasped it. Xiao Chen's arrival immediately attracted the attention of the 5 or 6 people present. They stopped subduing the treasure weapons and looked at him warily. It was like taming a fine horse. It was not as easy as one imagined. If one ran into one with a bad temper, one might even end up hurting oneself. A weapon that caught one's eye and aroused a strong desire in one's heart was the weapon that one wanted. Of course, if one truly subdued a Dao tool, then these people would pay attention to one at all times and suddenly attack. After charging up to the 6th floor, Xiaoqin clearly felt the pressure increase. His feet felt like lead, making it difficult to walk. He had to constantly expend veritable essence energy to resist this pressure. When facing a Dao tool that Xiaoqin got along with, Xiaoqin still dared to threaten him. He was overestimating himself. Unfortunately, you cannot handle it. Chapter 1699. After sending Gongzi Mo flying with a single strike, Xiaoqin smiled coldly. No one on the 6th floor dared to look down on him anymore. Gongzi Mo paled. He hesitated about activating his great desolate Ian bloodline to regain his face. However, who knew that after Xiaoqin comforted the Dao soldier, he went straight up to the 7th floor without even looking back. 7th floor. It turned out that Xiaoqin's target had been the 7th floor all along. The true inheritors of the various sects present were all stunned. Their faces sank and they all revealed surprised expressions. The 7th floor was a place that even they did not dare to go to. Everyone knew that the 7th floor stored the best Dao tools. However, the people who dared to go to the 7th floor were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns in the 3 blessed lands. Not only did they have to be strong, they also had to be courageous and charismatic. The 7th floor was filled with Dao soldiers. As dozens of Dao might layered over each other, it was boundlessly majestic. Under that pressure, he still had to subdue the Dao soldiers. If he was not careful, he would die on the spot. You are famous in the blessed lands, dazzling among your peers. You are even more famous in the entire Grave Sea cluster. You already have a bright future ahead of you. As long as you follow the prescribed order, you will be able to become an important figure in the sect. In the future, you will be able to roam the Sea of Clouds freely. However, now that you have come to the 10,000 Weapon Pavilion 7th floor, you must have the determination and courage to believe that you are already dead, that all the glory has nothing to do with you. Without great courage, no one would dare to go up to the 7th floor. For example, Gongzi Mo was strong enough and had the bloodline of the desolate 10,000 races. However, he didn't dare to go up. There was no other reason. It was because he cherished his life. However, at this moment, Xiaoqin, who had just been threatened, turned around and directly stepped into the 7th floor. The thought of using his great desolate Ian bloodline to take a gamble immediately vanished. Now he felt a stifling sense of defeat. When facing such a courageous person, even if he used his great desolate Ian bloodline, the other party would still dare to fight with his life on the line. Cowering before the battle, how could one talk about victory? Xiaoqin, who had charged into the 7th floor, did not care about what Gongzi Mo thought. He was a person who did not dare to enter the 7th floor. No matter how strong he was, he wouldn't put him in his eyes. This person wasn't worth remembering. The entrance to the 7th floor was a barrier formed by a curtain of water and light. If one wanted to enter the 7th floor, they had to pass through the barrier first, which was equivalent to setting up a threshold. Before this barrier, Xiaoqin felt a surging might and pressure that felt like a surging wave. Just by standing there, he felt an immense pressure, making it difficult for him to move. Wah! A figure appeared on the water screen. It was Xiaoqin himself looking at him coldly. With a thought, Xiaoqin immediately guessed the purpose of the water screen. Only by killing himself could a dead person enter the 10,000 Weapon Pavilion's 7th floor. Only those who had forgotten about life and death and dared to fight with their lives could enter the 7th floor. Immediately, Xiaoqin sucked in a breath of air. Those who dared to enter the 7th floor, aside from those who were extremely strong, were all ruthless people who dared to risk their lives. They did not care about the glory in front of them. They only wanted to obtain a Dao tool and fight for their future. Their vision was no longer limited to the Cloud Sea cluster. This kind of person was the most terrifying. However, fortunately, Xiaoqin was such a person as well. He desired this kind of competition, which could make the hot-bloodedness in his body surge again. Spreading out his great Dao energy and forgetting about life and death, Xiaoqin strode forward and passed through the water screen. Kaxie. Xiaoqin's figure on the water screen immediately shattered. After entering this door, he no longer cared about life and death. What a strong pressure. The moment Xiaoqin entered, he felt an immense pressure everywhere. The air pressed down on him like waves. Xiaoqin. Just at this moment, a soft exclamation rang out. Xiaoqin looked in the direction of the voice and saw that it was the top true inheritor of his sect, Hua Yunfeng. At this moment, Hua Yunfeng was subduing a treasure sword. Normally, Hua Yunfeng was calm. Now he found it difficult to move, feeling a mountain-like pressure. When Hua Yunfeng saw Xiaoqin arrive, He revealed a look of surprise on his face. Xiao Qin nodded slightly as a form of greeting. Then he started to observe the environment of the 7th floor. The 7th floor was very vast, especially with the few people scattered around. It appeared even more spacious. Another difference from the other floors was that the ceiling was extremely high. When one looked up, one could not see the ceiling clearly. It was at least 3 kilometers tall. Furthermore, due to the support of the Dao Might, when one looked up, one would get the misconception that it was infinitely tall. All the Dao tools formed a small circle in the middle and climbed all the way to the ceiling. Including Xiao Chen and Hua Yunfeng, there were only 8 people on the entire 7th floor. The Padala mountain had a total of 3 monks. Aside from Hua Yunfeng and Xiao Chen, there was a woman who cultivated righteous qi and 2 other Confucian scholars from the heavenly shaking mountain. That woman had delicate features and looked valiant and formidable. She looked even more righteous than the male Confucian scholars. When she saw Xiao Chen looking at her, she smiled faintly and continued subduing the Dao tool that she wanted, a Confucian sect sword. The 3 monks ignored Xiao Chen's arrival, focusing on subduing the Dao tool that they wanted. As for the 2 Confucian scholars, they only glanced at Xiao Chen indifferently and ignored him. However, it looked like the situation was not good, including Hua Yunfeng's. Subduing the Dao tool was still a long way off. The Dao Might here was too strong. They could not even bring out 50% of their strength. The various Dao tools were even more unruly and unyielding, showing their pride. For example, one of the 3 monks was trying to subdue a heavy bronze Buddhist staff that glowed with Buddhist light, and after a few attempts he failed. After a few attempts, not only did he not manage to touch it, but he even got severely injured. Fortunately, the monk's indestructible iron body had already reached a certain level, so it was not a big problem. It is time to find the Dao tool that I need. Xiao Chen looked around and fixed his gaze on the pillar formed by the Dao tools in the middle. Then he looked from bottom to top, carefully searching. This saber has no scabbard, showing off its sharpness. It does not know how to endure. Not suitable. This saber has no edge and is very heavy. It is the first choice for vital qi cultivators. Not suitable. The Dao contained in this saber is the flame Dao. It has nothing to do with me. Not suitable. Not suitable. Not suitable. Not suitable. Xiao Chen rejected 10 odd Dao tools with one glance. Then he looked higher and higher. In the blink of an eye, he had finished choosing everything he could see. Whoosh! Enduring the immense pressure, Xiao Chen could only soar into the air and continue choosing. Those who bite off more than they can chew will fall sooner or later. Nanjin, one of the 2 male Confucian scholars, looked at Xiao Chen with increasingly higher standards. He coldly eyed him in disdain. The others also revealed mocking expressions at Nanjin's actions. Xiao Chen truly did not know his limits. The Dao Might of the 7th floor was boundlessly vast. Even standing on the ground was difficult. To think that Xiao Chen dared to fly up. He was truly suicidal. Brother Xiao Chen, don't be too rash. This place is different from the outside world. If you accidentally trigger the rage of the Dao tools, you might be affected by the attacks of many Dao Might. It is best to be careful. Hua Yunfeng could not bear to watch this. However, Xiao Chen was an honored guest of the Purple Flame sect after all, so he warned Xiao Chen out of goodwill with a slight frown. Many thanks for Brother Hua's warning. I will be careful. Xiao Chen thought to himself, although these people have abandoned their obsession with life and death, the cautiousness in their bones cannot be changed. If not for the special reason that he could not find a Dao tool that he liked, Xiao Chen would not have taken such a risk. However, Xiao Chen would never compromise. The saber was a bladesman's second life. All the more he could not afford to be careless. He absolutely could not choose a random saber. If he wanted to choose, he had to choose one that he liked. Otherwise, he would not be able to bring out the full might of the saber. A vast Dao might surged over. Xiao Chen felt like he was carrying a mountain as he soared into the air. The pressure was immense. Whoosh! Suddenly, for some reason, a prideful sword drew out by 1 centimeter. A strand of intense, dazzling light, accompanied by a strand of sword qi, stabbed at Xiao Chen. This caught Xiao Chen off guard, startling him. Fortunately, he had been careful, remaining cautious. Xiao Chen threw a punch with all his might, shattering this strand of sword qi. However, his fist was dripping with blood. The injury was too horrible to look at. Even his bones were exposed. This showed how sharp the sword light was. Whoosh, whoosh. The sword qi shattered into countless pieces that flew in all directions, creating a strong gust of wind that caused the environment in the 7th floor to become even worse. This brat is really seeking death. The other male Confucian scholar, Gong Sun Po, shook his head and continued subduing the sword that caught his eye. Slowly Xiao Chen figured out the pattern. After he reached a certain height, he would get attacked by a Dao tool every 100 meters. Hence, after ascending for less than 1 kilometer, Xiao Chen was already riddled with wounds. His white robes were stained with blood. Slowly, the expressions of the others changed as they looked at Xiao Chen. They all felt a horror in their hearts. This white-clad man's will was too tenacious. The Dao tools here were the best of the best, not much different from each other. There was no need to fly so high and take such a huge risk, all for the sake of a saber that caught their eye. The Dao tools that these people chose were not to their liking. However, as long as they were passable, it would be fine. As long as one could bring out a Dao tool, it would already be an incredible matter. It would definitely shake up the entire Grave Sea. In the future, one would be confident of advancing to the Cloud Sea realm, gaining boundless glory. Xiao Chen's stubbornness was truly foolish. Where did this fellow come from? Why does he not have the air of a famous sect at all? Hua Yunfeng's heart pounded. Right now, Xiao Chen looked like a barbarian to him. Whoosh! Suddenly, a spear appeared at lightning speed, thrusting at Xiao Chen in an irregular manner. A spot of cold light flashed in the surroundings. The expressions of the 7 people below changed. This spear was too fast and too cold. It was merciless, they could not dodge it. The piercing cold light made everyone close their eyes involuntarily. When they opened their eyes again, they saw that Xiao Chen had already grasped the spear. However, Xiao Chen forcefully pushed the spearhead back by 2 centimeters, avoiding a vital point and stabbing into his shoulder. Cold qi entered Xiao Chen's body, and the great Dao energy of the ice Dao spread throughout his body. His body immediately wobbled, on the verge of collapsing at any moment. His 9-star primal core bore the brunt of the attack, getting sealed in ice. Xiao Chen's limbs turned cold and his entire body turned stiff. His body slowly fell. The ice froze his other injuries, making him completely numb. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The spear still trembled endlessly. Even after the sudden strike, its energy did not diminish. Instead, it poured into Xiao Chen's body in an unending stream. I've gone too far. Despair welled up in Xiao Chen's heart. His limbs turned numb. It felt like even his blood was frozen. He could not activate his great Desolatian bloodline even if he wanted to. Whoosh! Just as Xiao Chen's consciousness turned hazy, a bright saber light flashed above the Dao tool pillar. Xiao Chen's originally lifeless eyes caught sight of this saber light and saw half of the Dao tool. In the next moment, the saber light vanished and he could no longer see it. An intense, irrepressible desire immediately welled up in Xiao Chen's heart. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's the Dao tool that I spent so much effort to find. I absolutely cannot give up here. I absolutely cannot. Chapter 1700. The most tenacious will from the bottom of his heart allowed Xiao Chen to withstand this boundless pressure, not giving up even in the face of adversity. Influenced by this will, the frozen blood in Xiao Chen's body slowly started to surge and flow in his body once more. After recovering his qi and blood, Xiao Chen used all his strength and shouted. Then he grabbed the spear with his right hand and ferociously pulled it out. Like he was venting, he tossed the spear to the ground. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Frost froze all over Xiao Chen's body and fell to the ground. He regained his mobility, and the energy of his 9-star primal core broke through the ice. In the next moment, Xiao Chen circulated his veritable essence energy, expelling 80% of the cold qi. A resplendent flame burned on Xiao Chen's palms. Hua Yunfeng, who was about to make a move to save Xiao Chen, felt startled when he saw this scene and stopped. After tossing the spear away, Xiao Chen's aura soared. He roared ferociously and flew forward at lightning speed, heading for the treasure saber that interested him. Could this fellow have really succeeded? Such a scene, a startling counterattack, excited the others. Some of them felt anticipation, some of them envious, and a faint murderous intent lingered in their hearts. Xiao Chen, who was going against the flow, made a breakthrough in his aura, reaching a whole new level. This made his aura flourish. Saber light and Dao might spread all over his body. His white robes were stained with blood, adding to his elegance. His body was covered in wounds, showing his glory. The only woman present could not help but reveal a hint of admiration in her eyes. Compared to the elegant and scholarly Wang Yueming, this person seemed to be more manly. The heavenly shaking mountains Wang Yueming was handsome, elegant, and outstanding. He was the dream lover of many women in the heavenly shaking mountain. Of course, this woman only felt this out of pure admiration and did not have any other intentions. She did not even have any other thoughts about Wang Yueming. This person's name was Bai Yu. Before entering the fiendish demon battlefield, He was one of Wang Yueming's 3 great opponents. I see it. Xiaoqin rejoiced in his heart. After reaching 2 kilometers, he peered through the layers of Dao might and saw the treasure saber that was imprinted in his heart. The saber was sheathed. It was 4 feet long, straight and tough. It was an extended Dao tool that looked like a horizontal saber. Perfect. Other than perfect, Xiaoqin couldn't think of any other words to describe it. This was the companion he dreamed of. Bang. But just as he got close, the saber suddenly moved. With lightning speed, the end of the scabbard stabbed into Xiaoqian's chest. Puchi. In the air, Xiaoqin vomited a mouthful of blood. Then he plummeted toward the ground at a speed several times faster than when he had arrived. With a loud bang, he fell to the ground. Xiaoqin felt as though his entire back was falling apart. There wasn't a single part of his body that didn't hurt, and he couldn't help but groan in pain. Pooh! When the scholar named Nanjin saw Xiaoqian's miserable appearance after falling from the heavens to the bottom of the valley, he could not help but mock him. I thought he was some kind of shocking figure, but it turns out that he's only SOSO. Hehe. Nanjin smiled coldly and ignored him, continuing to subdue her Dao tools. However, Xiaoqian's Dao tool did not look like it would submit at all. After it exhausted its energy and stamina, failure was only a matter of time. Hua Yunfeng walked over with a bitter smile. He stretched out his hand and said, I respect you for being a man. Xiaoqin, who had fallen to the ground, was in so much pain that he wished he were dead. When he heard this, he could not help but smile. He took Hua Yunfeng's hand and pulled him up. Xiaoqin took out the 2 medicinal pills that Yi Zifeng left behind. Xiaoqin consumed one and gave the other to Hua Yunfeng. Phoenix Blood Pill. This is the holy pill for treating injuries that Martial Grand Uncle obtained in the Great Thousand Realms. Hua Yunfeng smelled it and immediately recognized it. However, he did not accept it. You are not keeping it for yourself? Given your tenacity, even if you fail again, you will not give up, right? Xiaoqin shook his head helplessly and said, I already consumed it twice. If I consume it again, the effects will be much weaker. Most importantly, I only have 1 chance. Xiaoqin vaguely sensed that the saber would only give him 1 more chance. If he failed, he would never succeed. It would be very difficult for Xiaoqin to gather his aura 3 times. Doing it in one go would be the best. However, Xiaoqin failed. It was hard to avoid his aura weakening a 2nd time. A 3rd time, no matter how strong his will was, it would hit rock bottom. Some things could not be changed by a person's will. After all, the body was made of flesh and blood. When Hua Yunfeng heard that, he accepted the Phoenix Blood Pill. That is too unfortunate. You should choose something else. It might not be the best. Xiaoqin's eyes blazed with determination. I do not know if it is the best or not. I only know that it is most suitable for me. If I cannot obtain it, I will leave the 10,000 weapon pavilion. What is the point of obtaining it if I do not love it? Hua Yunfeng could not help feeling stunned for a while as he watched Xiaoqin focus on treating his injuries, not discouraged at all. What is the point of obtaining it if I do not love it? Hua Yunfeng muttered to himself, feeling ashamed of his inferiority. Bai Yu, who had been paying attention to the 2, was also stunned for a while. What is the point of obtaining it if I do not love it? The others had long since stopped paying attention to Xiaoqin. They did not believe that Xiaoqin, who fell to the ground in a sorry state from that gentle strike, had any chance. As Xiaoqin closed his eyes and treated his injuries, he quickly thought about the reasons for his earlier failure. The first was that he was too severely injured and lacked experience. He got injured the first time he encountered the Dao tool's attack. After that, he continuously dodged every 100 meters, accumulating strength, causing his injuries to erupt. By the time he got close to that treasured saber, his combat prowess was already less than 20%. The second was that he did not expect that Dao tool's attack speed to be so fast and ferocious. The Dao tool did not give Xiaoqin a chance to react at all, stabbing him down. The final reason was that Xiaoqian's will was not strong enough. The instant the Dao tool struck him, the cold assaulted his body. Xiaoqian's primal core and blood froze. His first reaction was to give up. After entering this door, he had already given up on life and death. If he still gave up, he would simply be lying to himself. Whether he truly had the boldness to risk his life or not, whether he truly had the determination to go all out in one go, was the key to success. Did he? Yes. Xiaoqin asked himself 3 times in his heart. Each time, it penetrated deep into his soul, into his bones, and into the surging hot-bloodedness in his entire body. After repeating it 3 times, Xiaoqin opened his eyes and looked at the treasured saber at the top. Xiaoqin did not hesitate at all. With a howl, he charged up decisively. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As Xiaochen ascended, he resisted the pressure, advancing without retreating. As he ascended, the Dao tools along the way attacked him continuously every 100 meters. However, this time Xiaochen did not dodge. The more he dodged, the more cautious he became. Under the suppression of the Dao might above him, his injuries became even more severe. This was because every moment he delayed worsened his injuries by 100-fold. As Xiaochen ascended, he absorbed all the attacks from the Dao tools. However, because he was too slow, his injuries only accumulated and did not erupt. His combat prowess did not decrease. It was as if a monstrous flood had accumulated to a terrifying degree, but it had just touched the dam. The moment it touched the dam, it was safe. In the next moment, when the flood's energy erupted, the dam would collapse. Right now, Xiaochen felt the same way. He only had 3 seconds to recover to his peak state. In these 3 seconds, the accumulated injuries would erupt, and his injuries would be even more severe than the previous time. However, these 3 seconds were sufficient. These 3 seconds were what Xiaochen lacked. He looked at the unruly Dao tool and saw the treasured saber stabbing at him at lightning speed again without hesitation. With Xiaochen's peak combat prowess, the lightning-fast speed of that treasured saber seemed much slower in Xiaochen's eyes. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiaochen stretched out his hand and grabbed it firmly before the Dao tool could injure him. Rumble. The treasured saber struggled continuously in Xiaochen's hand. The entire hall of the 7th floor started shaking intensely. The treasured saber erupted with startling energy. Xiaochen showed a ferocious expression as he gritted his teeth. Veins popped out on his arms as he refused to let go. 1 second passed. 2 seconds passed. It looked like the 3 seconds would be up soon. The horrifying injuries from dozens of Dao tools would erupt. Suddenly, Xiaochen's clear eyes shone with a golden light. He opened his great desolate divine eyes and instantly activated his blue dragon bloodline. The tyrannical dragon might of the ancient blue dragon spread out from Xiaochen's body. He shouted ferociously, sounding like a true dragon roaring. Get down? Xiaochen held the treasured saber with his right hand and ferociously pulled it down. Bang, bang, bang. The Dao tools formed a circular pillar. As Xiaochen descended at lightning speed, there was a loud sound. Boundless Dao might fluctuated, and the descending Dao tools were knocked away by Xiaochen. Dang! The final second passed. Xiaochen knelt on one knee while holding the scabbard. He stabbed the end of the scabbard into the ground. All the injuries and the repercussions of activating the blue dragon bloodline erupted. Xiaochen could no longer hold back. All the skin on his body ruptured and blood spurted out. Xiaochen vomited a mouthful of blood, which splashed on the scabbard and slowly fell. The blood washed away the dust, revealing an ancient word on the scabbard. Tyrant. From the moment Xiaochen opened his eyes to the moment he landed, only 6 seconds had passed. Many people turned their heads and discovered that Xiaochen was already holding a Dao tool. He tyrannically knocked away hundreds of Dao tools before landing on one knee. A berserk aura spread out. Together with the blood-soaked Xiaochen, everyone was startled. Nanjing, who had chuckled at Xiaochen earlier, was stupefied. Her eyes nearly fell out. What's going on? The 3 monks blocked the aftershock of Xiaochen's landing. Their expressions were as shocked as if they had seen the Kasayapa Buddha. Their movements completely froze. Hua Yunfeng felt somewhat agitated, showing an excited expression. Xiaochen really did it? The heavenly shaking mountains by you looked around at the Dao tools that Xiaochen knocked away. He felt somewhat speechless. This person was truly too tyrannical. Too ruthless. They were already ruthless enough, daring to take the risk and enter the 7th floor. However, compared to Xiaochen, they were far from comparable. At the same time, the hundreds of layers of Dao might encasing the 10,000 weapon pavilion were also disrupted. The Dao might went out of control, and a berserk aura swept out in all directions, stirring up winds and clouds. The entire fiendish demon battlefield trembled. A terrifying mysterious phenomenon enveloped the 10,000 weapon pavilion, spreading to every corner of the fiendish demon battlefield. Amid this chaotic and mixed Dao might, only a tyrannical aura was exceptionally clear. Everyone who felt it trembled in fear.